Naruto was neglected killed Orochimaru in Chunin exams part 1. Minato is sitting in his office thinking. A lot has happened in the past few days. The council had demanded answers on the Nine Tails breaking loose. Minato had decided against revealing what had happened and branded the seal breaking an accident. If the possibility of a shinobi such as Madara Uchiha being alive became common knowledge, panic would erupt throughout the village and shinobi world. This unfortunately meant the Uchiha were facing suspicion from certain council members. He had to notify the elders, however, who were not pleased with the information. He had, however, gone public with the information of the Nine Tails and its chakra being sealed away. The villagers had praised Mito, Menma and Yayoi as the village heroes who stripped the demon fox of its power. They did seem a bit apprehensive about Naruto, but he is sure it will pass. It is still the early days after the attack. Kushina by some miracle was still alive and no permanent damage was done. He had thought it was Tsunade's doing, but she was perplexed by it as well. It was put down to her Uzumaki blood in the end. Right now Minato is waiting for Jiraiya, who he summoned to the village. He hears someone enter through his window. He turns to see his sensei. "Hey brat." Jiraiya greets walking into the office. Minato smiles and immediately activates privacy seals on the room so none outside can hear anything. He proceeds to explain everything to Jiraiya from beginning to end. When he is finished, the Sannin has a frown on his face. "I think this is it, sensei. What you spoke about," Minato says. "The shinobi world will face great danger in the coming days. A child of prophecy will be born. She will hold a great power within and will either save the world or bring about its end," Jiraiya had said to Minato and Kushina. "I believe one of our children is the child of prophecy," says Minato. Jiraiya adopts a thinking pose. "I believe so too. It's got to be either Menma, Mito or Yayoi, as they hold a great power just as the prophecy said. So what will we do? Train them, of course. Prepare them to save the world," he shouts in an overly peppy manner. Minato smiles at this. "Come on then. Take me to my god children." They both get up and leave, heading for Minato's home, unaware of the events they've set into motion, events that will lead to the birth of a lion that will either save the world or destroy it, just as the destiny said. Time skip. 7 years after the Nine Tails attack. Uzumaki Namikaze Estate. On the southwest end of the Hidden Leaf lies the residence of the 4th Hokage. It is here in the training ground in the backyard of the village leader's home that we find 2 adults watching over 3 children. The first adult is Minato Namikaze himself. The second is Kushina Uzumaki. The first child is the 4th's first-born daughter. She has red hair that reaches just past her shoulders that she ties up in a ponytail and dark blue or navy eyes. She stands at 4 feet tall. This is Mito. The second is a boy that also stands at 4 feet tall. He has a head of red and black shaggy spiky hair and deep purple eyes. This is the 4th's third child, Menma. The third is a girl who has a head of blonde hair tied in pigtails. She has a round face and has green eyes. She is as tall as her siblings. This the youngest of the Uzumaki Namikaze children, Yayoi. Currently Minato and Kushina are watching over their kids practicing their taijutsu katas. A decision had been taken by the parents to train Menma, Mito and Yayoi as much as possible so that when the masked man finally emerged from the shadows, the one out of the 3 of them who was the prophesied savior would be ready to face him. Minato had attempted to track the man down using his flying Raijin seal, which never disappears from anything it's marked. All he found was a piece of flesh buried in the ground. It was taken back to the village to see if a positive DNA match with any shinobi could be found for it, but nothing came up. The trouble was conclusive proof of whether it was Madara or not couldn't be found, as the village only started keeping DNA samples from shinobi in the hospital archives under the second's reign. "Alright, that's enough for now," says Minato. "Yayoi, you're very strong, but try to be faster with your attacks. Mito, you move with a lot of grace and control when you attack, but try to exert a bit more force. Menma, you have good speed and strength, but try to have more control and grace when you attack," Minato assesses. They all nod at this. "Let's head in for lunch," Kushina says. "Alright, let's hurry. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can carry on with training and I can get stronger." "You'll just get left in my dust," Yayoi challenges. "Both of you are already in my dust," Mito cockily states. The trio begin arguing. Alright, enough. The 3 of you have still got a long way to go as far as I'm concerned," he says, suddenly grabbing Mito and Yayoi and slinging them over his shoulders like sacks, while Kushina does the same with Menma. The kids protest, but soon the whole family is laughing. A figure watches this scene unfold from his bedroom window. He has blonde spiky hair and cerulean blue eyes. He has strange whisker-like marks on his cheeks and has a heart-shaped face. This is Naruto, the eldest of the Uzumaki Namikaze children. One might ask themselves why he is not training with his family. The answer to this is he never does anything with his family. Things weren't as bad as before. Even from a young age, Naruto could tell his siblings were receiving more attention than himself, and not just from his parents. The villagers were also very affectionate with of the three, dubbing them the saviors of the hidden leaf. This was because they had the nine tails chakra sealed inside of them. It was the opposite with Naruto. The villagers would whisper behind his back and shoot him glares whenever he was around. This was because he had the nine tails itself sealed inside of him. In any event, things only grew worse when he turned 5 years old. His parents had explained to him then that they would be training Menma, Mito and Yayoi and preparing them to be shinobi, and that he wouldn't be receiving the same training as preparing his siblings to one day control the power they held took priority. Naruto was saddened but understood. Contrary to popular belief, he was quite intelligent. The difference between him and his siblings was he had the foundation of a civilian academy student because of his parents neglecting to teach him. The neglect Naruto faced got worse and worse, to a point where whenever his family went out they would leave him behind. How did his siblings feel about this? Menma and Yayoi would constantly make fun of him for being weak when he was older and convinced the kids at the academy not to go near him. Mito simply behaved obliviously towards his existence. Naruto is hoping things change soon. The next day, Naruto wakes up and heads downstairs to find the house empty. He clenches his fist angrily. As always, he smiles, realizing now is his chance. He heads to his father's study and begins raiding the jutsu section. The first he grabs is the shadow clone jutsu and some shuriken jutsu. Then just as he's about to go for another, he hears laughter from outside. He utters a curse before leaving the study. He rushes up the stairs to his bedroom, shuts the door, jumps out of the window and is off to the nearest available training ground. Hours later, Naruto sits on the ground panting. Since coming here he has been working on his shuriken jutsu and taijutsu. He mastered the shadow clone jutsu quite fast. It suits him well because of his large chakra reserves. Now he finally has someone to go to the academy for him while he puts in some meaningful training. The academy is a waste of time in Naruto's opinion. It doesn't properly equip one with the skills they will need when they go into the field. A majority of the students in it will fail to graduate, and for those who do, it will be a question of will they survive a year in the field. He gets up and heads home. Naruto is walking through the village and begins to see a crowd forming around him. Whispers and murmurs can be heard. There he is. Just look at him. Disgrace to his family. How dare he call himself the fourth son? Demon. Naruto takes off running, not being able to take any more, and doesn't stop until he reaches his training ground. He falls on the ground and curls himself in a ball. The villagers always do this. The villagers had treated him this way for as long as he could remember. At first they weren't as brazen, but they quickly realized no one was going to stop them. He begins to feel angry and unintentionally infuses his chakra. Naruto suddenly feels something rough wrapping around him. He opens his eyes to see what appears to be branches that have sprouted from the ground out of nowhere and wrapped around him. He quickly untangles himself. What was that? He says to himself aloud. He closes his eyes and places his hands into the snake seal. He infuses chakra and focuses hard. He hears a sound and opens his eyes to see a tree. This could only mean one thing. The next day, Naruto jumps out of his bed and wastes no time showering and getting dressed before anyone else is up, intent on confirming his suspicions about what happened last night. He jumps out of his window, not wanting to run into anyone from his family, and is off. Training ground. Naruto forms two shadow clones. One heads to the academy, as is now routine, and the other goes up to the library to collect notes on wood-based jutsu. Then he unfolds a scroll and starts reading. The summoning jutsu is a jutsu that allows the user to transport a target to their location. Before an animal can be summoned, a prospective summoner must first form a contract with the animal and/or its species. Although in rare cases one can use the summoning jutsu prior to acquiring a contract to determine the summoning animal one has a natural affinity. This can have dire consequences, however, and is not advised. Naruto thinks about this. What the hell? He says, what's the worst that can happen? He says to himself. He doesn't have to worry about chakra exhaustion. He reads further for the instructions. Naruto bites his thumb while infusing a fair amount of chakra. He slams his hand onto the ground. Summoning jutsu. A poof of smoke engulfs Naruto. When the smoke clears, Naruto looks around in shock. This is not the hidden leaf. He appears to be in a mountainous area with dense jungles. Naruto hears a growl and turns around to see, standing only a few feet away, a lion. This one is no ordinary lion, however. It appears to be about the size of an adult horse. It roars, causing Naruto to fall on his backside. Acting fast, he jumps up and takes off with the beast hot on his heels. Naruto jumps into a nearby tree thinking he's safe, only for the lion to leap after him. What? How is that even possible? He says, shocked, leaping to another tree. The lion leaps after him. The chase continues like this until Naruto jumps down onto the forest floor. He forms a dozen shadow clones who all run in different directions. The lion looks around, not knowing which one to go after. It releases a roar that echoes through the forest. With Naruto. Naruto has managed to get far enough from his hunter. What the hell was that? That lion was coming for me with the moves of a shinobi. He says, still trying to calm himself. All right, now I need to get out of here. Naruto is stopped in his tracks as his hunter jumps down from the trees in front of him. He looks around to see other lions emerging from the surrounding trees. He sighs. Got your friends to help you take down the clones, huh? He whips out a kunai. If this is it and he's really going to die, then he's going to die fighting. A figure dressed in a white haori and black shinobi pants and sandals jumps down next to Naruto. He looks up to see a man who looks to be in his mid-50s. He has gray short hair and a stubble on his face. His eyes are black. Enough, he says in a commanding tone. You dare protect this intruder, growls Naruto's unidentified hunter. If he's here, then that fact alone means he isn't one, the man says in a challenging tone. The lions growl lowly before they part to form a path for them to pass. The man turns around and smiles at Naruto. Follow me. Naruto frowns and gets into a fighting stance. What makes you think I trust you? Would you rather stay here and face them? The man says, gesturing to the lions. Naruto relents and follows him. They walk in silence for a while. So what's your name? Mine's Akasada. Akasada Takahashi. I'm Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Akasada chuckles. That's a good name. A maelstrom, huh? Naruto smiles. Sorry about back there. No problem. You were right for not immediately coming with me, he says. I know how you ended up here. So you're a shinobi in training? He says. Yes. So what is this place? Naruto asks. This is Mount Raiyan, home of the lion summons, and you are only the second human to set foot in this place, Akasada answered. Oh, so where are we going? Naruto asks. To the ruler of this place, Lord Helios. In his palace you'll be presented with the summoning contract for the lions and you'll sign it. Akasada explains. They walk for a few kilometers. Naruto sees more lions and lionesses in this time. He comes to the realization that they vary in size. Some are a normal size, some are as large as horses, and some are the size of elephants. They continue walking until they get to a large rock. Two large stone lions are at either side of a set of tall double doors. Akasada places his hand on the double doors and they open wide. He walks in with Naruto trailing behind. Inside, an incredibly large lion is seen sitting on a throne. He has golden brown fur and his mane is slightly darker than his fur. His eyes are golden in color. The lion is large enough so that he could crush Naruto easily with one of his fingers. Akasada, who is this? Asks Helios in an intimidating tone. Boss, this is a young man who winded up here after using the summoning jutsu without a contract. It appears he has a natural affinity for your people. Akasada says. I'll be the judge of that. Bring out the summoning contract. If it rejects his chakra, you will pay, Akasada, he says, causing the man to gulp. A lion comes out from behind the throne with the scroll in his mouth and sets it down in front of Naruto. Akasada unfolds it. Sign your name in blood here, put each of your fingerprints here and infuse chakra and push it in here, he says. Just as Akasada said, his name is the only one on the contract. Naruto signs his name and marks the contract with his fingerprints. He breathes in deep before pushing his chakra into the contract. It appears you were right, Akasada. Human boy, what is your name? Also Helios. Naruto. he replies. Helios notices the determination and fire in his eyes and inwardly chuckles. You have now earned the right to summon the lions. It is an honor that you are only the second to have bestowed upon. Do not disappoint. He nods. Right, Naruto, let's go. They leave the chief lion's abode. When they get outside, a lion slightly smaller than Helios is sighting there. Akasada, who is this brat? Questions the lion, making Naruto a bit angry. This is Naruto, your new summoner. Naruto, this is Latios, the boss's brother and your new summons. A new summoner. This little cub. No chance in hell. Naruto finally speaks up. Wanna bet, kitten? Latios growls and gets up, bowing his head to meet Naruto at eye level. Say that again, he dares. Kitten, Naruto says. There is silence. Huh, cub's got some roar. But as for your bite, that remains to be seen. He says, getting up and stalking off, leaving an irritated Naruto and an amused Akasada. Don't mind him. He's just testing you. Naruto sighs. So I get to summon all lions? Even the boss? Naruto asks. No, all except the boss. That privilege you will earn when you become a sage, Akasada says. How does that work? Naruto asks. You'll find out soon. He turns to Akasada. I need you to train me, he says, not beating about the bush. Akasada is taken aback a bit. Don't you have people in your village for that? I'm going nowhere fast with them, he replies plainly. Akasada ponders this a bit. When do you need my help? Every day, Naruto says. He sighs. Alright, may as well, smirks Akasada. Naruto grins from ear to ear. Alright, see you tomorrow, sensei. He turns around and is about to walk off when he remembers something. How do I get home? He asks sheepishly. Akasada sighs. This kid is something else. Akasada shows Naruto the hand signs he will need to weave when summoning a lion. Now weave those backwards and you'll be back home. Naruto nods and weaves the hand signs backwards before slamming his hand on the ground. A poof of smoke is the result. When the smoke clears, he is gone. Fast learner, Akasada comments. Hidden leaf. The smoke clears and Naruto finds himself back in the leaf. He is happy. He finally has someone to train him. He looks in front of himself to see a book. Must have gotten tired of waiting, he says. He picks it up. The title is, God of Shinobi. He opens the book and starts reading. Hashirama Senju was famed for many things, such as establishing the ninja village system that the shinobi world operates by and being the first Hokage. Many believe him to be the most powerful shinobi who ever lived. He practiced many jutsu, but perhaps the most powerful jutsu in his extensive arsenal was the wood style. With it he could change entire landscapes in seconds, bring down armies and even subdue tailed beasts. Naruto's eyes widen at this. He reads on. He could use the wood-style Kekkei Genkai by combining an earth-style change in chakra nature and a water-style change in the chakra nature. Naruto takes out the piece of paper sticking out of the back. Moment of truth. Naruto pushes his chakra into the paper. First it splits in half. Then the one half turns into dirt and the other becomes wet. There's no other explanation. Naruto has the wood style of the first Hokage. Time skip. 3 years later. Uzumaki Namikaze Estate. Menma, Mito and Yayoi are in the family's private training ground. They are balancing kunai on their fingers. A chakra control exercise. This is so boring, Menma complains. When am I gonna get the chance to learn some real jutsu like Dad's Rasengan? Quiet down, Menma. Chakra control is essential. If you don't have it, then you won't be able to use a jutsu like the Rasengan. Says Mito. Yeah, Menma, bored, blows at Yayoi's kunai. Hey, yells Yayoi, Menma, I'm telling Mom, Dad, she says, running to her parents who are sitting on the side watching. Mom, Dad, Menma blew my kunai off. I did no such thing. Right, Mito? They're both being a nuisance. Alright, that's enough for today, Kushina says. Mom, Dad, all turn to Yayoi. When can Naruto start training with us? She asks. In recent years, Yayoi's feelings towards Naruto have changed. She's realized how she's been towards him and is trying to change that. Immediately there is silence. Kushina and Minato have sad looks on their faces. They are aware of how for the past few years they've severely neglected Naruto. They want to change that but don't know how to go about it. Why do you want to train with that loser? Said Menma, visibly growing angry. He despised Naruto. Every time someone mentioned him the mood would grow sour. He was weak. Naruto was dead last at the academy and all he knew how to do was cause trouble. At the mention of his name things would be spoilt. As far as Menma is concerned, Naruto doesn't deserve to be called a member of this family. Menma, don't say that about your brother. Kushina reprimanded. Menma held back a scoff. Maybe that isn't a bad idea, said Minato, who had been quiet up until this point. From now on Naruto will be training with us, Minato says. Yay. Big brother will be so happy, she exclaims, jumping up. Kushina and Minato chuckle at her. Mito appears indifferent. Menma is frustrated. Way to go Yayoi, Mount Raiyan. Naruto attempts to deliver a claw to Akasada's stomach only for it to be blocked. He jumps back, avoiding Akasada's leg sweep. Naruto is forced to put his forearms up as Akasada attempts to deliver a punch right at his face. Naruto reacts by grabbing Akasada's arm and attempts a judo throw, but Akasada lands on his feet and kicks Naruto in the stomach, causing him to skid back. Naruto jumps into the air and attempts a right hook at Akasada, but he catches Naruto's fist. Naruto twists himself in the air and attempts a spinning kick at Akasada, which grazes him. Alright, that's enough. You're at times faster and at times more focused on strength. You need to be more of both at the same time. Remember, the Lion Fist is about using an immense amount of speed and strength to grind your opponent down. Naruto nods. The Lion Fist is the taijutsu style that Akasada had taught him. Naruto and Akasada had formed a deep bond with one another and become quite close with each other since Naruto had become his student. Naruto had learned that Akasada was a former shinobi of the hidden cloud known as the Typhoon, for his vast arsenal of wind-style jutsu. Naruto had done some research and found out that Akasada was quite feared during his heyday and wreaked havoc on the battlefield during the Third Shinobi World War. He was the cloud's equivalent of the Sannin. The history books reflected that during the course of the war Akasada had mysteriously gone missing and was presumed dead, but the truth was Akasada had lost his entire family during an attack in the war, his parents, his wife and his kids, and had from then on wanted nothing to do with the shinobi world. He had lived on Mount Raiyan since, with the lions welcoming him as he was their one and only summoner at the time. Akasada had learned Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze and his wife the red-hot habanero of the hidden leaf Kushina Uzumaki and the vessel for the chakra-stripped Nine Tails. He had never faced the yellow flash, but an old friend of his had. He was shocked to learn that Naruto possessed the wood style of the first Hokage. Naruto had learned a lot from Akasada. He had taught him quite a bit, but not just in regards to ninjutsu. Before Naruto met Akasada, he trained to become stronger so that the world would know his name, and to some extent that was still part of what he wanted, but now he looked at things differently. He understood that people like him and Akasada were victimized the way they were because of the way the shinobi world was, and he wanted to change that. Alright, head home. We'll continue tomorrow, says Akasada. Naruto nods, bite his thumb, weaves the summoning jutsu hand signs in reverse, and in a poof of smoke is gone. Naruto's training ground. In a poof of smoke, Naruto is back in the village. By now it is dark. He gets up and walks towards his home. He has worked by the same routine for the past 3 years. Every morning he wakes up, gets ready for the day and leaves before everyone else. He gets to his training ground, or at least what used to be his training ground, and forms a shadow clone that goes to the academy. He then performs the reverse summoning jutsu and spends the whole day on Mount Raiyan training with Akasada. Once the day is up, he heads back. Of course he has to make sure he doesn't get careless lest he risk being found out, so on days where they have practical tasks and sparring sessions at the academy he has to show up. Naruto keeps up the appearance of a dead last hopeless loser at the academy. He believes that he can't afford to trust anyone with the knowledge of his true power lest he risk vulnerability. As for his wood style, Naruto had learned only a few jutsu with it and he hadn't trained extensively with it. Naruto is aware of the fact that if the village were to learn he possesses the first Kekkei Genkai, they would make efforts to transform him into a weapon, and his father, as always, would allow them to do as they please. He couldn't have that. He will, for now, only resort to using it in a dire life or death situation. Naruto turns a corner and whips out a kunai as a swirling distortion forms in the air. During his years under Akasada he had awakened a sensory ability. Out of the distortion appears a figure wearing what appears to be traditional Uchiha robes. He has spiky long hair that reaches down his back. His face is hidden by an orange mask with a tiger stripe-like design. His mask has one eye hole, and through it Naruto can see a 3-tomo Sharingan glowing in the dark. The man does a good job at trying to hide it, but his chakra feels vile. He's an Uchiha alright, but he can't be a leaf ninja. His chakra came out of nowhere, observes Naruto. Who are you? He questions. The masked man chuckles. It's no surprise you don't remember me. But I remember you, the man replies, not answering Naruto's question. He steps forward, giving Naruto his cue to attack. The blonde boy jumps at the masked man, a kunai in hand, intent on killing him. Naruto is shocked when he passes through the man as if he isn't there. He attempts to deactivate any genjutsu, but there is none. He weaves through some hand signs before yelling, "Wind style, wind orb barrage." Naruto breathes in before blowing out multiple balls of wind chakra, sending them right at the man. The same thing happens. They pass through him like a ghost. The next thing Naruto knows, the masked man is standing in front of him. He knees him in the gut, causing the boy to hunch over. Then he punches him square in the face, sending him stumbling back. He grabs the boy by his collar and tosses him like a rag doll, sending him skidding and rolling. Naruto gets up on his knees and feels the man infuse a large amount of chakra. He puts his hands in the snake seal. Wood style. Wood barrier jutsu. The masked man, seeing this, has a manic smile on his face behind his mask as he weaves his hand signs. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. A massive fireball somehow comes out of the mon's mouth and goes right through his mask. It collides with the barrier, but it stands firm and protects Naruto from the flames. He takes his hands apart, allowing the wooden beams to recede back into the ground. He gets up onto his feet and looks at his enemy. This is bad. He has the ability to make himself intangible, meaning I can't land any attacks on him. Naruto gives himself no more time to think. His eyes widen and he places his hands in the snake seal as realization hits him. Release. He yells. The masked figure in front of him disappears as he immediately breaks the genjutsu that was just cast on him. He whips around only to receive a kick to the chest that knocks the wind out of him. While he flies through the air, the masked figure weaves through a set of hand signs. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. He calls out once again. Naruto, meanwhile, crashes to the ground and gets to his knees, not being able to muster the strength to jump up. His eyes widen as he sees the fireball cannoning towards him. He jumps up and does his best to evade the fireball, but can't escape the resultant explosion from it colliding with the ground, which sends him flying once again until he hits the ground and rolls before skidding to a stop. Naruto lays on the ground, helpless as the man walks towards him. The masked stranger grabs him and lifts him up by his collar. I'm impressed. You've grown strong. Even I wasn't expecting wood style. He says. Naruto is clawing at the monk's arm, desperately trying to free himself from his grasp. But you're nowhere near as strong as you should be, the man says. He looks Naruto in the eye, the tomo of his Sharingan spinning. The blonde boy yells in pain before he goes limp in the masked stranger's grip. He's out cold. The masked man drops Naruto unceremoniously onto the ground. Now sleep, Naruto. Sleep and grow stronger, he says as he disappears into the swirling distortion he appeared through. Uzumaki Namikaze Estate. There is an unusual silence at the Uzumaki Namikaze Estate as the family sit around the table. They are waiting for Naruto to return. Kushina had gone up to his room only to discover he wasn't in it. She refused to serve dinner until her eldest son returned and sat with them. He usually didn't eat with them, but considering the occasion, that should change. An Anbu Black Op teleports into the room in a poof of smoke. Lord Hokage, he says, addressing the village leader in the appropriate manner on one knee. Yes, what is it? Asks Minato. There's been a terrible incident. The Uchiha clan has been massacred. Itachi Uchiha is believed to be responsible. What? Minato says, leaping out of his seat. As Makoto, Kushina is not able to finish her sentence. Her best friend can't be. She and Fugaku left the Uzumaki Namikaze estate a couple of hours ago on a visit. Lady Makoto is alive, so is Lord Fugaku and their children. Itachi was caught by Lord Fugaku accosting his younger brother Sasuke. He and his sister Satsuki are currently at the Leaf Hospital. There is more. Your eldest son has been attacked. Itachi is believed to be responsible for this as well. A shock-laced silence fills the room. No, no, Kushina cries, tears beginning to stream down her cheeks. Kushina, I'm going to the Uchiha clan compound. You head to the hospital now, Minato says. Menma, Mito and Yayoi watch this scene unfold, not knowing what to do. Leaf Hospital. Second and third degree burns and fractured ribs. Tsunade says, giving her assessment. He should heal fast, all things considered, but that isn't the real issue. Naruto appears to have suffered an immense amount of psychological trauma, Tsunade says to a crying Kushina. Kushina is desperately trying to keep it together. She has her arm around Makoto, who has stopped crying by now and has just shut down. I'm not sure when he'll come around, Tsunade admits. Thanks Tsunade, she says. All they can do is hope. A few days later, Naruto groans as he finally opens his eyes. He feels like he has been hit by a brick over the head. There he is, the first person he sees is Tsunade. All of Naruto's physical injuries had already healed, to Tsunade's surprise. That was incredible even for an Uzumaki. Lady Tsunade, Naruto feels someone jump onto him. He looks to see his mother, in tears, hugging him tight. He doesn't know how to feel about this. Naruto, I was so scared, she says. He sits up in his bed. Kushina has not left his side since she came to the hospital. She pushes a small bit of chakra into the flying Raijin seal in her wedding ring, and seconds later Minato is standing there. Naruto, you're awake, he says, smiling. Yes, he replies plainly. Do you remember what happened to you, asks Minato. Naruto rubs his head. I was on the way home from some training and he just came out of nowhere and attacked me. It tried to stop him but he was too strong. Who? Minato asks. Itachi Uchiha, Naruto replies plainly. Minato looks him in the eyes and can tell he isn't lying. I see. Well, all that matters is you're okay. There's something I meant to ask you before all of this. Your mother and I had discussed it. We were wondering if you would like us to train you along with your siblings from now on. Minato asks. Naruto is taken aback by this. Where did that come from? Well, it doesn't matter. No thank you, he says, surprising the couple. But why? Kushina asks. The two of you have made so much progress with Menma, Mito and Yayoi, and if I joined now I would only be holding them back. He says, lying through his teeth. Well, we could train you aside until you catch up, Kushina suggests. I'd rather not, Naruto insists. The conversation ends like this, although the couple take notice of how throughout the conversation Naruto avoided referring to them as Mom and Dad. The next day, Naruto is up as usual. Kushina had tried to keep him bedridden, but he quickly reminded her of how he had completely healed. Yayoi had smothered and nearly squashed him to death when she saw him home and well. Mito simply said she was glad he was okay, and things quickly turned awkward afterwards. Menma didn't even speak to him. None of it matters to him. He walks through the village with a million thoughts in his head. Akasada will be wondering why hasn't he shown up for training in days. Speaking of which, the whole ordeal is still very confusing. He didn't know Itachi Uchiha very well. He knew his mother was best friends with Kushina and that he was a once-in-a-generation prodigy who became a chunin at age 10, an Anbu at 11 and captain of his own squad just 2 years later at 13. But that was it. There wasn't much else. Now, regardless of being a person who didn't have much knowledge on Itachi, the near-complete annihilation of his clan didn't make sense. And Itachi choosing to attack Naruto of all people made even less sense to the blonde. What did he ever do to him? Now that he thought carefully about it, the two had never properly exchanged words. The way Itachi spoke when he attacked him was strange. Like he'd been watching him. He shakes his head, finally arriving at his old training ground. He forms a clone that wastes no time in leaving for the academy. He bites his thumb, weaves through the signs he's become so accustomed to, and slams his hand on the ground, disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Mount Raiyan. Naruto arrives at the usual spot he and Akasada use for training to see his sensei isn't there. He decides to go look for him at Helios's palace. He walks past many lions and notices some of them give him looks. Over the past 3 years they have become accustomed to his presence, so this is quite strange. He arrives at the palace, greeted by the usual stone lions at the door. He pushes the double doors open. Lord Helios, sorry to disturb you. I can't find Akasada, Naruto says. Sitting next to Helios is Latios. Naruto step forward, Helios commands. Naruto does as he is told. A lion comes towards Naruto with a scroll in its mouth. He takes the scroll and opens it up. Dear Naruto, if reading this then I'm gone. As I write this letter I'm sick. The truth is I've been sick since before the day we met. At first I didn't tell you because it was a matter of you not needing to know. But then things changed, Naruto. Over the 3 years we spent together, you and I forged an incredible bond. You found a place in my heart and I found one in yours. You made me feel like I had my family back. Like I had back the son I lost. And for you I suppose I was the father you never had. And that's probably why you're mad at me right now. And I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for being a coward and not telling you this face to face. I just couldn't bring myself to do it. I hope you can forgive me. And one more thing, Naruto. I believe it will be you. I believe you will be the one to change this shinobi world. To ensure there never have to be people like you and I. It's no coincidence that you possess the ability of the first Hokage. You are the harbinger of change for this world, Naruto. Go and fulfill your destiny and show the world you are what I've always known you to be. A lion. The world is a jungle laden with dangers, but you are its king, a lion. Love. Your sensei. Your friend. Your father. Akasada Takahashi. P.S. You will be given a large scroll that contains almost every jutsu I've ever mastered, along with a storage scroll containing my life's savings. Use these well. The lion comes forward with a second larger scroll. Naruto is by now crying at full force. He takes the scroll with one hand and the other is wiping away his tears. Do you want to see his body? Latios asks. No. Naruto replies, desperately trying to stop crying. I need some time. He walks off. It will be a while before he is able to bring himself to set foot in this place again. The Genin examinations. This event is seen as the culmination of years of work from the aspiring ninja. A day where academy students who were once seen as hopeless rookie brats were finally recognized as fully fledged shinobi. Naruto Uzumaki is walking through the central part of the hidden leaf towards the academy. Today he will be taking the same exams. He would be lying if he said he wasn't a little excited. It's been 3 years since Akasada's death. In this time he has continued to keep up the facade of a dead last loser. Whenever he had to write theory tests, he would calculate how many he needed to fail and pass to barely pass, and sometimes purposely failing and taking extra credit. Whenever they had sparring sessions at the academy, he would use the basic taijutsu style and fight until having acquired enough points to pass before taking a dive, but he wouldn't have to for much longer. Once he becomes a shinobi, he'll finally legally be an adult, and at that point nobody will be able to touch him. Not even Minato. Speaking of which, after his beating at the hands of Itachi Uchiha, Naruto was plagued by attempts by his family to get back into his life. Well, to be more specific, attempts by Minato, Kushina and Yayoi. Mito has always seemed indifferent and uninterested by him, whereas Menma openly voiced his disdain towards him. Years ago Naruto would have jumped at the opportunity to finally be part of the family, but he didn't want that anymore. There's still the matter of the wood style. Naruto realizes he didn't put much thought into that. He couldn't keep it hidden forever. Not because he is incapable of doing so, but because it's a powerful Kekkei Genkai and not being able to use it is just inconvenient and a monumental waste. He ends up deciding, like always, to push that to the back of his mind to be dealt with later. He had continued to train himself in its use. He hasn't been to Mount Raiyan since that day 3 years ago. The day he lost his sensei. Flashback. There is no use in being strong if you don't move fast enough to land a hit, and there is no use in being fast if you're not strong enough to actually land hits that have an effect, Akasada says, sending Naruto flying through the air with a kick to the chest. Naruto rolls and skids along the ground. He sits up. Are you going to teach me ninjutsu, or have you been lying to me this whole time and you never really made it past the academy? Naruto asks, growing frustrated. Akasada grows red and steam comes out of his ears. How dare you? Do you know who I am? I am the Akasada Takahashi. The great typhoon of the hidden cloud. A man capable of commanding the wind with his very voice. He shouts. Akasada continues to rant but quickly realizes Naruto is tuning him out. Naruto, listen to me, he says, growing redder, waving his arms in the air. Naruto sighs and puts both fists to his chin. There's no point in learning ninjutsu without the correct base, which is taijutsu. Your opponent will have you on the ground before you can even finish weaving signs. Why are you so desperate to learn ninjutsu anyway? Naruto mumbles. What? Akasada says. I want to get stronger so they regret ever leaving me out in the cold. So they can't ignore me any longer. I want them to fall to their knees and beg me to come back just for me to shut them out like they did, Naruto confesses. Akasada's face softens. He walks over to his student and sits down next to him. Look, Naruto. I'm not going to sit here and pretend as if I understand and can relate to what you've been through and are going through because the truth is I don't. Akasada says. But if that's really why you're doing this, maybe you should cut your losses and leave now, he says to Naruto, shocking his student. You have immense potential to become bigger than anything this world has ever seen. I know it. This is coming from someone who has fought alongside the third and fourth Raikage. It's for that reason that, if your heart isn't in the right place, then someone like you could end up causing untold destruction, he says, causing Naruto's eyes to widen in shock. And I don't want that. That's all I will say to you. Akasada leaves his student with a lot to think about, jumping up and twisting in the air before landing on his feet in front of Naruto, who is now reflecting on his sensei's words. So, ninjutsu huh? He breathes in, while weaving signs, before blowing out a gust of wind that lifts Naruto into the air. He watches as it transforms into a miniature tornado. Naruto yells, protesting as the twister whips him about. Before you learn ninjutsu, you need to learn how to creatively evade and or neutralize the enemies. Akasada says, sitting down. It's his turn to prop his chin up on his fists. Well, go on then. Get started, he says, chuckling. Flashback end. Naruto can't help but chuckle at that memory. Although he isn't sure how to feel about his sensei's words of warning. He sighs, growing sad. Naruto loved Akasada deeply. His sensei had done something for him nobody else had ever done. But he had also lied to him. He still isn't at peace with that. Naruto doesn't allow himself much thought on this subject because it forces him to come face to face with the reality that he's never been able to trust anyone without being let down. Luckily, he doesn't have to for much longer as the academy comes into view. It consists of many buildings joined together, built over time. A tree with a swing can be seen in not far from it. Perhaps its boldest feature is the large and bold kanji for fire clearly visible at the front above its doors. Naruto has had a change of outfit to reflect the occasion. He is wearing black Anbu-style pants with bandages wrapped around his legs and black sandals. On his upper body he is wearing a snug-fitting black jersey with sleeves reaching his forearms just below his elbows. On the upper part of the right sleeve one can see the head of a golden lion. Over this he is wearing a sleeveless black hoodie with gold lining with the zip left open. Naruto walks into the academy and heads straight for class. The exams are no doubt going to be extremely easy. This is quite stupid. If that is supposed to be the village's assessment of whether one is prepared for the shinobi world, then dark times were ahead for the village. He opens the door to his class and walks in. He usually shows up earlier than all else so he has time to meditate. The seating is arranged in rows that go up as they go further back. Naruto's eyes scan over the room looking for notable participants in the exams. Sitting in the front row is his younger brother Menma, and next to him are his best friends Kiba Inuzuka, son of the Inuzuka clan head. Next to them are Mito and Yayoi and their friends Hinata Hyuga and Kaori Hirota. In the following row are Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno, who are best friends and rivals for the affections of the two most popular boys in class. Opposite them are one of those boys. Sasuke Uchiha, the second eldest son of the head of the Uchiha clan Fugaku Uchiha, and next to him is his twin sister Satsuki Uchiha. Both have blank looks on their faces. And next to them are Shikamaru Nara, the son of the village's Jonin commander and head of the Nara clan Shukaku Nara, and his best friend Choji Akamichi, son of the Akamichi clan head. In the furthest row a little away from some civilian kids was the most mysterious and quiet member of the class, next to Naruto and heir to the Aburame clan Shino Aburame. All in all, there are a lot of clan heirs and individuals of noble blood in the class, leading many to believe this is the most promising generation of shinobi the village has seen in years. Naruto walks towards his usual spot at the back, acting oblivious to the eyes on him. Menma eyes Naruto with a cocky smirk on his face. Poor fool, probably thinks a change of outfit is gonna earn points, Menma voices internally. If one thing hasn't changed in the past few years, it's that Naruto is the same hopeless loser he has always been. He remembered how irate he had been when his parents had wanted to start involving Naruto in their training sessions, but thankfully Naruto, being as stupid as he is, had refused despite being in desperate need of the help. His parents have been trying to give Naruto more attention in the years following his supposed run-in with the rogue Uchiha clan heir, but it will all end soon, he is sure. Once he fails to graduate today, they are sure to realize, like everyone else, that Naruto isn't worth wasting their time on. Another pair of eyes studying Naruto carefully are the eyes of Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke, unlike most individuals, has been watching Naruto for quite some time now. Ever since after that night, the raven-haired boy, after recovering from his accosting, had received news that Naruto had suffered a similar attack from the same attacker. He has been watching Naruto carefully at every chance he has gotten ever since. Sasuke has been analyzing Naruto and can tell from the way he fights, his muscle movements, the way he studies his opponent, his eyes and the very nature of the defeats he suffered that Naruto is not what he is perceived to be by many. You couldn't tell at first glance, but Naruto is hiding his true strength. Sasuke can attest to that from the few occasions he has sparred him. He's strong, perhaps as strong as himself. The question is, why would Naruto hide his power? Sasuke is determined to find out. The reason being, it may lead him one step closer to him. Naruto gets to his seat in the corner at the back and sits down. He folds his arms and looks ahead at the exam proctors and the chunin who have been in charge of this class since it entered the academy. The first is Iruka Umino. He has a tan skin tone and brown hair tied in a ponytail. Perhaps his most distinguishing feature is the scar on his face. He has a scar that runs from one side of his nose, across the bridge of his nose to the other. He is dressed in traditional chunin attire. The second is Mizuki. Naruto does not know his last name. He has shoulder-length white with a slight tint of blue to it. He is also wearing the standard hidden leaf shinobi attire with his headband tied around his head like a bandana. Iruka seemed apprehensive of him, but that wasn't surprising or new to him. He is assuming that according to his age the chunin lost his parents during the Nine Tails attack. Iruka never made any attempt to sabotage him, not that it would have made any difference. Neither did Mizuki, but he could sense the white-haired ninja didn't like him. Iruka only realizes once Naruto is seated that he is staring at the blonde boy. Naruto has been and still is a mystery to him. The other instructors at the academy told him to ignore Naruto, and some even went as far as advising him to take advantage of his situation and sabotage the brat's performance. Why should the poser of a demon brat be a shinobi? Was the sentiment echoed by most. However, over time, contrary to his expectations, he discovered Naruto was not the trouble-making no-good brat many of the villagers made him out to be. He was very quiet and kept to himself. Though Iruka is sure this isn't by choice, seeing as calling Naruto's reputation bad is an understatement. Naruto is, on a daily basis, mocked and ridiculed for being the only weak member of the Uzumaki Namikaze family. His sisters are always top contenders for the right to top kunoichi, while his brother has been locked in a duel for top of the class with Sasuke Uchiha since their class entered the academy. As for his parents, their achievements need no mention. Whereas Naruto himself is dead last, barely passing each year and on some occasions surviving on extra credit. Iruka at first supported this popular view. The memory of his parents' death is always still fresh and vivid in his mind, but he, after a while, realized there wasn't any real piece of evidence making Naruto suspicious. In the end, Iruka resolved to be impartial towards Naruto, choosing not to sabotage him but also not offering the struggling boy any help. He didn't make it hard, seeing as he never asked. Iruka did, however, remain cautious of Naruto. He is now wondering if the boy is going to pass. Probably not, he says inwardly. Alright, this is it. The day you have all been working towards for years now. Without further ado, let's get into it, he says, silencing the nervous murmuring that has filled the room. The exams will consist of two main components. A theory portion which will consist of a written test. And a practical portion split into two parts. In the first half, each of you will engage in a sparring session with Mizuki here while I mark your performance, and you will perform an accuracy test with some kunai and shuriken. In the other half, you will be required to perform the three basic jutsu of the academy which the village requires that any shinobi know. These three are the substitution jutsu, the clone jutsu and the transformation jutsu. You will obviously pass or fail to graduate depending on how many points you acquire from the exams altogether. Naruto resists a scoff. Is he serious? That's all there is to becoming a shinobi? No, it can't be. If it is, then a lot of the people in this room are doomed. Naruto suspects something more has got to be up. Minato, as much it pains him to say, is not a fool. Iruka hands out the tests. Naruto writes it and breezes through it. He intentionally scores just above the pass requirement. He then pretends to fall asleep when in fact he uses this extra time to meditate. After the tests are collected and graded, the class heads outside for the first half of the practical exam. Naruto purposely fails this part of the exams just to keep up appearances. Satsuki and Sasuke tie for highest in this section of the exams. This earns swoons and murmurs from their respective fan clubs. The two do not seem to care. After this, the sparring sessions take place. Naruto, as always, fights for points rather than to impress, though he can tell Mizuki is going rougher on him than everyone else. The first half of the practical exam ends and all go inside and take their seats and await to be called upon for the final test. Naruto does as he did before, taking advantage of the opportunity to meditate. He does this for a while and after a while feels a familiar chakra signature outside of the academy. Kushina. Not long after, another chakra signature appears, this one more suddenly. Minato. He'll have to try his best to slip past them once he has taken his exam. He doesn't have to wait long. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Iruka calls out. Naruto stands up and heads down, once again, paying the watching eyes no mind. Menma, Mito and Yayoi have all already gone and received their headbands. He steps in front of the two proctors. Right, Naruto, Iruka says with what Naruto can easily recognize to be a fake smile. He knows what this looks like because of the less brave individuals in the village who choose to act like they tolerate him so as not to risk inciting the ire of the fourth. You know what to do. Substitution, clone and transformation jutsu in that order. Naruto substitutes with his chair in the corner. Then he uses the normal clone jutsu. No need to make any revelations just yet. Then he performs the transformation jutsu. Iruka and Mizuki are shocked to see an identical version of Hashirama Senju standing before them. Not one discrepancy. Congratulations, Naruto. You pass, he says, fake smile and all. Well done, Mizuki says, sporting a fake smile of his own, except his is hiding anger. As opposed to the many smiles and exclamations of joy they got today, Naruto simply bows and says thank you, a blank look on his face. Naruto grabs the only headband with a black strap on the table. Iruka and Mizuki tell him to report to the academy in exactly a week to meet his assigned three-man squad. He nods at this and leaves, putting his headband in his pocket as opposed to wearing it around his head so proudly like most of the other new shinobi had. Naruto walks out of the academy. There's no running away like he had planned because his family is standing right in front of the entrance. Had he teleported away, his father would have sensed him infusing chakra. Oh well. Minato sees Naruto and doesn't know whether to smile or frown. His eldest son. Minato is happy at seeing his boy. He notices his change in attire. He is looking like more of a man. Minato feels a sharp pang of guilt at how he didn't get to see Naruto grow up and mature into this. He didn't intend for things to turn out like this. Kushina sees Naruto and a small smile comes onto her face, though her eyes reflect her true feelings. The realization of the amount of damage she has done to her little boy had brought about a deep feeling of self-loath within her. It took a while for her to be able to look at him without thinking about breaking down. On some nights Minato had to comfort her to sleep. But she is determined to right the wrong she has committed. She will rebuild her family. Yayoi is off towards Naruto as soon as he comes into view. She has been desperately trying to connect with her older brother for the past 3 years. When she was younger, she used to make fun of him and convinced all the kids at the academy not to play with him. She would even pull pranks and everyone would blame Naruto. She was younger then and foolish. She acknowledges that. She just wants to be his sister again. She realizes he isn't wearing his headband. Oh no, did he fail? Menma sees Naruto approaching and resists scoffing. He honestly makes him sick. Naruto has always been and will always only ever be good for ruining everything. Like the family were planning on going out to celebrate Menma, Mito and Yayoi graduating from the academy with flying colors when their parents had demanded they wait for their big brother. Menma didn't understand it. They had never done that before. Naruto was always left out of everything. What was so different now? He notices the blonde is not wearing his headband. I knew it, he thinks, smirking. Mito simply looks on indifferently. She is impartial about Naruto. He is, for all intents and purposes, a stranger to her. She knows that her parents feel guilty about neglecting Naruto, but they have tried to reconnect with him only for him to shut them out. She knows that he is dead last in their generation, but he only has himself to blame for that. He turned down the opportunity to train with them. He also cultivated a reputation for troublemaking for himself. What can you do for someone like that? All in all, she cares little for him, or at least that is what she tells herself. Naruto sees Yayoi coming. At first he thinks about sidestepping and letting her fall, but decides against it. Yayoi jumps on Naruto, hugging him tight. Big brother. She looks him over. Did you pass? She asks. No, he didn't. Are you surprised? Menma says, smirking. All eyes fall on Naruto, who takes out his headband and straps it around his head. Congratulations, Naruto. I'm proud of you, Minato says, beaming. Naruto nods and bows. Thank you, Lord Hokage, he says, simply making Minato wince at how he doesn't call him his father. Naruto moves to end the conversation before it can go further. I'll be seeing you all later, he says, turning, brushing Yayoi off and leaving. Kushina looks down in sadness. She feels Minato's arm wrap around her. Give him some time, Kushina. He'll come around. Minato comforts. Right, guys. What do you say we go out and celebrate? Minato says. What about big brother Naruto? Yayoi asks sadly. Your brother wants to be left alone right now, Kushina says. Naruto's training ground. Naruto opens his eyes and looks up. The light of the crescent moon and the stars is shining down. He came here to meditate a few hours ago after escaping his family. I did it, Akasada-sensei, he says. Naruto gets up and starts walking home. Now things are going to start changing. Naruto feels a familiar chakra signature approaching. A figure flies past in the trees towards the village gates. With Mizuki. Mizuki is speeding towards the village exit. Under his arm is a large scroll. This is the Forbidden Scroll of Seals. Mizuki is heading to the village gates, intent on delivering it to his master. This was not the original plan. The plan was for the demon brat to fail to graduate so Mizuki could fool him and tell him he could earn extra credit by bypassing security and getting the scroll. However, things didn't go according to plan. The demon brat actually passed. Mizuki realized that the little rat had been hiding his ability this whole time. Thus he was forced to steal it himself, leading to the current situation. He realizes someone is tailing him and drops down to the forest floor. Naruto jumps down and is faced with his academy instructor Mizuki. Well, if it isn't the fox brat of the hidden leaf, Mizuki says with a vile smirk on his face. Naruto stands there, not the least bit fazed by these words. You're not on active field duty. Why are you attempting to leave the village? Whoa, big shot. Just cause you got lucky and graduated you think you can boss people around now, Mizuki responds. Naruto had been compelled by a feeling deep within to follow after him. His eyes dart to the scroll in his arm. Oh, you wanna know what this is? This, little rat, is the Forbidden Scroll of Seals, he says, shocking Naruto. I was just on my way to deliver it to my master, Lord Orochimaru, he continues, shocking Naruto even more. Orochimaru is one of the 3 legendary Sannin and a former student of the 3rd. He was one of the candidates considered for the position of 4th Hokage, but most importantly he is the biggest traitor in the history of the Hidden Leaf. Why is Mizuki working with him? Naruto doesn't know, neither does he care. Mizuki is a traitor. That is all he needs to know. You're probably wondering why I'm telling you all this. Well, it's because you're about to be dead. He shouts, taking the Fuma shuriken off of his back and sending it hurtling towards Naruto. He stood there not moving. Just as the shuriken appears to be centimeters away from cutting Naruto in half, he releases a burst of wind-style chakra, sending it right back at Mizuki, who has to jump into the air to avoid it. Mizuki suddenly feels the wind knocked out of him as Naruto, out of nowhere, kicks him in the back, sending him crashing into the earth. What? How is he so fast? Mizuki inwardly says, shocked. He tries to get up from his knees but is sent flying through the air into a tree from a kick to the side, which fractures his ribs. Mizuki can do nothing as Naruto weaves through hand signs and shouts, water style, drilling bullet jutsu. A jet of water emerges from Naruto's mouth and smashes into Mizuki, sending him right through the tree, breaking it. He flies for a few meters before crashing unceremoniously onto the ground. He is out cold. Naruto walks up to him and ties him up with ninja wire. If Mizuki hadn't underestimated him, that wouldn't have been so easy. He still would have won, but it wouldn't have been so easy. He thinks back on everything that has led to this point. He looks up. One step closer. He says before teleporting away. The Hokage Tower. It is the nerve center of the Hidden Leaf. The very heart of the village. It is from here that the Hokage goes about running the village on a daily basis. And as usual, now the Hokage is currently in his office on the top floor of the tower, where a view of the entire village is available, discussing a matter that will affect the future of village. The last few days have been particularly busy for Minato. All 4 of his children had graduated from the academy. On the night of the day they were promoted to genin, it had occurred that a Chunin Academy instructor, one of the two who had been teaching them, had stolen the forbidden scroll of seals and attempted to leave the village. Mizuki had come very close to making away with the scroll and all the forbidden jutsu within, and would have done so had it not been for a certain shinobi. Mizuki had been attacked and stopped by a mystery shinobi and left tied up for the Anbu to apprehend. For the past few days he had been interrogated about why he had stolen the scroll and who took him down before he could leave with it, but to no avail. Some, of the few who knew, had dismissed it as the actions of a power-hungry fool, but Minato is not so sure. Mizuki is just a chunin. Surely no matter how much of a fool he is, he would have realized there is nothing a shinobi of his caliber could do with a scroll containing such jutsu. This leads Minato to the conclusion that someone tasked him with it. But who? An enemy village. Rogue shinobi. The hidden stone had been itching to get revenge since the war ended, but the memory of Konobe Bridge ensured that the very mention of his name struck a terrible fear into them. The Hidden Cloud is a very militaristic village, and their current Raikage is on a mission to make the village the most powerful in the elemental nations. Though with their failed attempted kidnapping of the Hyuga clan head's firstborn daughter occurring only a few years ago, perhaps they wouldn't be so brazen. Rogue shinobi. Was it perhaps the criminal shinobi organization that Jiraiya had informed him of and that Itachi Uchiha was reported to have joined? Whatever the case, Minato knew this should be treated with the utmost seriousness. He had had Ibiki and Anko handle the matter, but when they failed, surprisingly, he had Inoichi attempt to extract the needed information. To his shock, the Yamanaka clan head failed as well. After some investigation, it was discovered there was a seal on the shinobi's brain that acted as a lock to his memory. The seal wasn't a problem for someone like Minato, however it is outfitted with a fail-safe mechanism that ensures that should it be broken, Mizuki's brain will be destroyed before any information can be retrieved. This is worrying to Minato. Although this did confirm his suspicion that Mizuki was working for someone, and someone powerful, but who? Minato was just thankful that the scroll was recovered. Now if only he knew who was responsible. He understands Mizuki not revealing his master, but why not reveal who stopped him? Perhaps this is another individual within the village who was working with him, who ended up deciding against handing over the scroll and betrayed Mizuki, and now the Chunin is protecting this person for fear that they will tell all there is to know about the plot. Minato is very disappointed in how the scroll was even able to be stolen in the first place. Security around the tower has been tightened as a result. When Danzo gets word of this, he won't hear the end of it. But that is not the matter of importance Minato is handling right now. Sitting across from Minato is a man who appears to be a shinobi himself. 2 scars can be seen on the right side of his face. He has dark hair tied into a spiky ponytail, dark eyes and a goatee beard. He is wearing only a mesh shirt underneath his dark green flak jacket and what appears to be a deerskin coat over this. Besides this, his outfit is the standard one for a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf. This is none other than the Jonin commander of the Hidden Leaf, and by far its most skilled tactician and sharpest analytical mind, the Nara clan head, Shukaku Nara. Currently the pair is discussing the team arrangement of the newly promoted generation of shinobi of the Hidden Leaf, which contains their children. So Minato, how do you feel about this lineup? Shukaku asks, not referring to the village leader by his appropriate title. Well, there are a lot more assault squads, Minato observed. There was only one team completely devoted to tracking, and that was pretty much it. Shukaku nodded at this. True, there are. But there isn't a shortage of tracking and espionage personnel within the village. It is to be expected. This is what many people in the village looked at this generation as being destined for. Minato adopted a thinking pose. There hasn't been a group of individuals with this much hype surrounding them in a while. The notion that one needs to be from a shinobi clan to be talented is ridiculous to Naruto. He himself has no clan background. Though they are quite the promising bunch. All right, I'll give it my approval, Minato says. He is hopeful of this generation. And along with this new batch of shinobi, new Jonin senseis would be coming in. Kushina would be coming out of retirement, and an old friend of his would be taking up teaching as well. Shukaku leaves Minato's office as the Hokage turns his seat to look over the village. He is deep in thought once again. Time skip. Days later. The academy. Iruka's classroom. Naruto is sitting in the corner of the classroom as usual. He was meditating a while ago. He likes meditating because it sharpens his senses and calms him. As more genin trickled into the room, the level of noise rose until he could no longer concentrate. So now he is just thinking. It's been exactly a week since he was promoted. He is here to meet the team he was assigned to and his new sensei. It has also been a week since he stopped Mizuki. The blonde is thinking about what Mizuki said. My master, Orochimaru, he had said. From all the research he had conducted on Orochimaru in the past week, Naruto had been able to assess that he was a very power-hungry individual, so his attempt to acquire the forbidden scroll of seals shouldn't be surprising. Naruto realizes he has put himself in a bit of a predicament. He wants to notify the Hokage of Orochimaru's involvement, but that would mean exposing himself. He isn't quite ready to do that yet. He does plan on finally revealing his true strength, but not so soon. He isn't worried about Mizuki ratting him out. He knows how deep some people's hate for him runs. Mizuki want the demon fox brat to be recognized as a hero for taking him down. Naruto has his hood up and his head down, but he can still feel a pair of eyes on him. There are 4 people who make a habit of watching him in the class. Yayoi and Iruka haven't arrived yet. He deduces from the positioning that this is Sasuke Uchiha. It isn't surprising to him. He does this quite a bit. Ever since Naruto was attacked by Itachi 3 years ago, Sasuke has made a habit of discreetly examining him. He had heard the raven-haired boy had suffered a similar attack at the hands of his older brother. Naruto had observed the behavioral changes that resulted from this. Before the Uchiha massacre, Sasuke had been a confident, energetic boy, but after he became more cold and reserved. Naruto detects 4 chakra signatures approaching the classroom, 3 of them closer than the 4th. He lifts his head, takes off his hood and sits up straight with his arms crossed. Not long after, in walk the Princesses of the Hidden Leaf, and the Prince of the Hidden Leaf. Menma, Mito and Yayoi are dressed in their usual attire. Menma is wearing a red jacket with a black flame motif along the bottom and along the end of the sleeves with the zip left open. Beneath this he is wearing a white shirt with the kanji for fire on the front. He is also wearing black pants and blue shinobi sandals. His headband is strapped around his head, keeping the bangs of his shaggy hair out of the way but only a bit. Mito is wearing a red, open front battle dress. It ends just above the knees, and underneath this she is wearing short tights and blue shinobi sandals that reach just mid-calf. Her long red hair is tied in a ponytail that reaches her mid-back. She is also wearing blue wristbands. Her headband is strapped around her waist. Yayoi is wearing a pair of tight blue shorts underneath which she is wearing mesh pants that reach her ankles. She is also wearing blue sandals and a midriff white top that exposes her belly button. As always, her hair is tied in pigtails and her headband is strapped around her neck. The arrival of the hero trio of the Hidden Leaf earns swoons and murmurs from their respective fan clubs. Menma, you're here, look at him, he's so cool. Yayoi is so hot. Mito, marry me, she's incredible. The 3 walk into the classroom behaving completely oblivious to the shouts and murmurs. They have gotten used to this sort of treatment. They walk to their seats and sit down, Menma high-fiving Kiba. Man, they can't get enough of you, Kiba compliments. What can I say, I'm irresistible, Menma brags. Mito smiles and greets her friends. Hi Mito, greets Hinata. Hey Hinata, Kaori, you ready? She asks. The 2 nod. Yayoi, meanwhile, is with Mito, Kaori and Hinata but is not paying attention to them. She is looking to the back of the class at Naruto. Naruto realizes that Yayoi is looking at him but he is behaving obliviously to this. He hadn't lifted his head to see these 3 but rather for Iruka who should be arriving any second now. Hey Yayoi, Yayoi sighs in an exasperated manner. She turns her head to see Kiba standing in front of her. How are you? Kiba asks. It is no secret that Kiba is infatuated with Yayoi. Members of the blonde girls fan club begin to protest. The Inuzuka dares them to do something. Right. Iruka shouts walking in. Quiet down. Kiba, sit down. No one listens and it looks as if a fight is about to break out. Iruka sighs before performing his big-headed jutsu. Shut up, he yells. There is silence. Kiba finally sits down. Right now, first of all, I would like to congratulate Menma Uzumaki Namikaze and Sasuke Uchiha for tying for Rookie of the Year, he says, causing applause to erupt throughout the room, particularly from the 2 boys' fangirls. Sasuke displayed his trademark scowl while Menma smirked cockily. And I would also like to congratulate Satsuki Uchiha and Mito Uzumaki Namikaze for tying for top kunoichi, he says, causing another eruption of applause to occur, this one laced with whistles. Yayoi is clapping happily. She would have tied with Mito and Satsuki but they had bested her on accuracy and theory. Menma had bested both her and Mito on physicality. Mito is looking at Satsuki out of the corner of her eye. I will. Satsuki glances at Mito, who is looking at her, and simply looks back at Iruka, causing Mito to clench her fist and grit her teeth. So with that out of the way, it's time for all of you to find out your team placements, but before that, Naruto tunes Iruka out, knowing that Chunin is giving another of his long-winded speeches. He wonders who is going to be teamed with. He would prefer anyone to his siblings. The advantage of being perceived as the dead last is that he would likely be teamed with at least one strong person. He continues to ignore Iruka. Years of tuning out Akasada when he was rambling or bragging had allowed him to develop this skill. He continues to ignore Iruka until he sees him look down to the clipboard in his hands. Right. The following are the squads you are all assigned to. Naruto listens but isn't really interested until the notable genin begin being named. Team 7 will consist of Menma, Mito and Yayoi Uzumaki Namikaze, the three grown at their luck. Even on duty they can't get away from each other. I'm going to give Dad a piece of my mind. They all inwardly say at the same time. Your sensei will be Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze, Iruka continues with a surprised look on his face. The three siblings are shocked. They were not expecting their mother to be their sensei. Murmurs of protest fill the room. Many are about how three of the strongest kids are on the same team family, and how it is unfair, while many are also the cries of members of the three's respective fan clubs. Ino has tears streaming down her face and Sakura is smirking. There Ino. You never really had a chance in the first place. I mean, only true love can prevail. Team 8 will consist of Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga and Shino Aburame. Your Jonin senseis will be Kurenai Yuhi. Iruka continues. Team 9 is currently active. Team 10 will consist of Sakura Haruno, Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akamichi. No, Sakura cries, throwing herself on the floor while Ino laughs loudly at her. Ha, I may not be on the same team as Menma, but at least I'm not stuck with those two hopeless sacks, Ino says, pointing at Choji and Shikamaru. Choji raises an eyebrow while Shikamaru looks on with his trademark bored expression. What a drag, he says. Iruka's sweat drops at this behavior. Ino continues laughing at her best friend, who is still laying on the floor and hasn't recovered from her shock. Shut up, Iruka shouts for the second time. Sorry Iruka-sensei, Ino says, blushing embarrassedly. Iruka shakes his head irritably. Team 11 will consist of Sasuke Uchiha, Kaori Hirota and Hisatoru Hagiwara. Your Jonin sensei is Kakashi Hatake. And finally Team 12 will consist of Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Satsuki Uchiha and Ino Yamanaka. Your Jonin sensei will be Fugaku Uchiha. This causes the eyes of the only two Uchiha in the classroom to widen in shock. You will wait here for your Jonin senseis to arrive, Iruka says. Not long after this, Kurenai Yuhi arrives and picks up Team 8. Naruto is not surprised by the team lineups. Of course Menma, Mito and Yayoi are on the same team. Training the village heroes was of the utmost importance after all. He is a bit surprised by the decision not to rebuild the Ino Shika-cho formation. The placement of the Uchiha makes sense. They've both been assigned to teams on which they have senseis who will be able to train them in the use of the Sharingan. As for him and the team he had been assigned to, well, from what he knew, Fugaku Uchiha is the head of the Uchiha clan and the father of Itachi Uchiha. He is known and feared throughout the shinobi world as Fugaku of the Wicked Eye for his prowess with the Sharingan, another one of the legends born during the Third Shinobi World War. He is yet another candidate who was considered for the role of Hokage. He is quite excited to be assigned to such a strong shinobi. Naruto doesn't know much about Ino. She is the heiress to the Yamanaka clan and the daughter of the clan's leader, Inoichi Yamanaka. She is Sakura Haruno's best friend and has a crush on Menma. That is pretty much all he knows. He isn't too sure about her. It seems to him like her eyes haven't been opened to the cold realities of the shinobi world. And then of course there is Satsuki has been watching him out of the corner of her eye. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Before, the only thing that made him of any concern to her was the fact that he was Mito's brother, and even then they didn't seem close, so she didn't know much about him. And then that terrible night came. The night that robbed her of the one person she adored, admired and trusted most besides her mother. The night that took her twin from her. She remembers waking up, hoping and praying it was all a nightmare. It wasn't. She remembers finding out he had been through something similar. She thought about reaching out to him, but she didn't even know him. And besides, she could never reach out to anyone again after that. Now she is on the same team as him. Well, it doesn't matter. She just has to focus on getting stronger. Ino sighs exasperatedly. She isn't on Menma's team. Well, at least Sakura can't rub it in her face because she isn't on Sasuke's team. She knows Satsuki a bit, or at least she thinks she does. She used to be friendly and got along with everyone. Then she changed. This was the same time Sasuke changed. It was after their brother supposedly massacred their clan. Naruto, on the other hand, is a complete mystery to her. He is quiet and doesn't talk to anyone. She remembers even from a young age he was treated differently from his siblings. The people of the village didn't look at him the same because of what he held within him. He would get made fun of by all the other kids, and Yayoi and Menma would encourage the other kids to stay away from him. Many of her friends would encourage her to stay away from him. Some of her elder fellow clansmen would say the same, and her father would then say that he is a normal boy and that Ino should befriend him. Arguments between them were the result of this. This led Ino to follow the common belief that Naruto was a troublemaker and to stay away from him or sometimes even ridicule him. Now she is on the same team as him. This should be interesting. A man enters the classroom. He has brown hair that reaches his shoulders and onyx-colored eyes with visible creases below them. He is wearing the standard Jonin flak jacket along with a black shirt with the symbol of the Uchiha clan on the shoulders, shin guards, and a black open front apron with a white diamond design along the bottom. Team 12, follow me. The man revealed to be Fugaku Uchiha says in a stern tone before turn and leaving. Naruto gets up and heads down the stairs, behaving obliviously to the watching eyes. He walks past Menma, Mito, and Yayoi's desk. Yayoi is looking at him with a sad look on her face. Mito, as always, pays him no mind, and Menma is glaring daggers at him. He walks out of the classroom for the last time and turns to see a woman approaching. Kushina. She is wearing the standard hidden leaf Jonin attire. Her headband is strapped around her head and her red hair is tied in a ponytail. Naruto, she says with a smile on her face. Lady Kushina, he responds, bowing with a blank look on his face, and walking off, leaving behind a very sad-looking Kushina. Naruto takes some time to study his teammates. Satsuki is dressed in a skirt that is above the knees. The skirt has a slit that goes down the right thigh, which is wrapped in bandages, which allows her to draw her kunai from its holster. She is also wearing black knee-high shinobi sandals. On her upper body she is wearing a dark blue long-sleeve midriff top that exposes the shoulders and bears the crest of the Uchiha clan on the back. Her jet black hair is cut above the shoulders and kept out of the way of her heart-shaped face. Ino has fair skin, blue eyes and platinum blonde hair that she wears in a ponytail that extends to her waist, with bangs that frame the right side of her face. Ino is wearing a purple outfit consisting of a high-collar blouse and a matching apron. She has bandages on her abdomen and legs. She is wearing white arm warmers with a purple trim and her headband is worn as a belt. Training Ground 12. Naruto, Satsuki and Ino are all sitting in front of Fugaku, who is sitting atop one of 3 wooden stumps. The group have introduced each other to one another and told of their likes, dislikes, hobbies, etc. Naruto ensured he gave away as little as possible. Naruto doesn't consider himself to be dense. Fugaku grew up alongside Minato. The two are close friends. He knows that one of the main reasons he is on Fugaku's team is because the Hokage trusts him and has most likely assigned him to a long-term mission to observe him and analyze him. Alright then, now it's time for you to take your graduation test. What do you mean? Ino asks, we've already been promoted. Not really, Fugaku replies, that was only a means of weeding out those truly capable of being shinobi. And this is a means of acquiring the best out of those capable. Naruto isn't surprised. Just as he suspected. So let's not waste any time. Fugaku says, taking 2 items out of his pocket. One is a stopwatch. The other is a pair of bells joined by a red string. The test is you each have to get one of these bells from me in order to pass. As you've observed, there are only 2 bells. So the 2 out of the 3 of you who get a bell will pass and be declared genin, and the odd one out will be sent back to the academy to repeat a year. There will be a time limit of 1 hour. Failure to acquire a bell within that time will also constitute failure. Fugaku says, setting the stopwatch. He hooks the bells to his belt. Any questions? No good. Your time starts now. Immediately Satsuki and Ino jump away from the clearing. Naruto simply stands there staring at Fugaku. You're not going into hiding like the others. I'm not surprised. Your file did indicate you weren't the sharpest knife in the proverbial toolbox, Fugaku challenges. Naruto crosses his arms, not taking the bait. There's no point to it. A shinobi of your caliber would be able to determine my location easily no matter where I hid, he replies. He's actually lying. If he wanted to, he could hide his presence from Fugaku. He just doesn't want to hide. Fugaku smirks. An astute observation. Meanwhile, with Satsuki. Satsuki is tense. She is hiding in a tree looking down at Naruto and Fugaku, who are having small talk. By the end of today, someone will have failed and been sent back to the academy. She has to make sure it isn't her. As long as she gets to keep her headband, it doesn't matter what else happens. Pissed, Satsuki, Ino says, causing the Uchiha girl to jump in fright and whip around with a kunai in hand. Why are you sneaking up on me? What do you want? Satsuki hisses. Listen, we're up against a Jonin here. We can't go in on our own. If we work together and use all opportunities presented, we can get those bells, Ino says. Oh yeah, and what about him? Satsuki asks, gesturing to Naruto. He's the dead last. He's hopeless anyway. Let's just focus on the bells, Ino says. Satsuki nods in agreement. So how do we go about it? Ino asks. Well, he's distracted by Naruto right now. We can capitalize on that. Ino nods. You go in and cover me. Once I give the signal, get out of the way. I'm going to use my clan jutsu to gain control of his body. Then the bells will be ours, Ino says. Satsuki nods and they prepare to put their plan into action. With Fugaku and Naruto, there is complete silence. Naruto is still standing there, just staring at Fugaku. Why isn't he attacking? Fugaku asks inwardly. He's stalling. Well, if he won't take the initiative, I will, Fugaku decides. However, he cannot, as he whips around to block a punch from his daughter. Fast, he observes. Satsuki aims a kick at Fugaku's midsection. He blocks and pushes her back. Satsuki doesn't relent and goes on the offensive once again, aiming a right hook at his face, but he parries it away. She goes low and attempts a leg sweep, but he jumps up and back. Satsuki is growing frustrated. He hasn't thrown a single attack at her. Does he think she's too soft? She'll show him. Fugaku stands with his arms behind his back. This is much too easy. Her interceptor fist is incomplete without the Sharingan, which he isn't even using right now. Satsuki weaves through some hand signs before shouting, "Fire style, fireball jutsu." Satsuki breathes out a fireball the size of a small house that careens at Fugaku. He raises his eyebrow at this. She is using this jutsu against him. The fireball seemingly engulfs Fugaku. Satsuki doesn't let her guard down. When the fire dissipates, nothing is left where Fugaku was. She whips around to receive a backhand that sends her reeling back. He stands there with his arms behind his back once again. A shrill whistle echoes throughout the clearing. Satsuki dives to one side, allowing Fugaku a clear view of Ino, who has her hands in a triangle formation. Mind transfer jutsu, she shouts. Her consciousness leaves her body, making a beeline for Fugaku. Unfortunately for her, he recognizes this jutsu and sidesteps. Fugaku finds himself flying through the air from a kick to the side of the face from Naruto. He skids to a halt by putting his feet back on the ground. His suspicions were correct. Naruto had been lying in wait for his teammates to attack without him so he could use them as a distraction. Naruto suddenly appears behind Fugaku, aiming a chop at his neck, but the Uchiha clan head whips around and grabs Naruto's hand. He's fast. Amazingly strong too, observes Fugaku. Naruto continues his assault, attempting a spinning kick which Fugaku kneels to avoid. He is forced to jump out of the way as the blonde brings his foot down on the ground where Fugaku was kneeling, causing a spider web of cracks to appear in the ground from the impact. Fugaku skids to a halt. Satsuki is shocked. How is this possible? The dead last is fighting her father, an elite shinobi, on equal ground. What is going on? Fugaku asks himself. Naruto is supposed to be the dead last of his generation. And yet here he is displaying Jonin level speed and strength. Clearly the academy's files were mistaken. He's been hiding his strength. Fugaku says to himself, a smirk appearing on his face. Naruto is smiling as well. He is trying his best not to look giddy with excitement. He hasn't had a fight this good since Akasada. Alright, I've entertained myself enough for now, he says inwardly. He weaves through hand signs before shouting, water style, tidal wave jutsu. A large wave of water rushes at Fugaku. He used a water-style jutsu like that without a bodies of water. He must have a strong affinity to it, he observes. The man weaves through hand signs of his own. Fire style. Dragon flame jutsu. A humongous dragon made of fire emerges from Fugaku's mouth. The two jutsu collide and a battle for dominance ensues. Neither budges and then both dissipate and steam fills the clearing. The steam eventually clears, and when it does, Fugaku is standing alone in the clearing, the three kids gone. With Naruto. Naruto is jumping through the trees. He has Ino held in one arm and Satsuki in the other. He hops down and onto the forest floor once he is sure they are far enough from their opponent. Satsuki pushes herself out of his arm. "Let go of me," she shouts, pushing herself off of him, blushing madly. "Why did you pull me away?" she asks angrily. Naruto looks at her blankly. "You were losing," he replies calmly. He lays Ino down on the floor. Her eyes flutter and open slowly. "Ino, are you alright?" Naruto asks. She groans. "The jutsu didn't work. Listen, our opponent is an elite Jonin. There is no point in attacking him like this," Naruto says, having figured the meaning of the test out. He looks to Ino. "Your jutsu left you in an extremely vulnerable position. He was familiar with it and was able to dodge it. You were wide open," he says, causing Ino to look down and frown. He turns to Satsuki. "You use the interceptor fist of the Uchiha clan, so one could say you're at the biggest disadvantage of all. The man we're facing is the head of the Uchiha clan. He knows the ins and outs of that fighting style, all its strengths and weaknesses. He's much more proficient in it than you," Naruto states, making Satsuki angry. She is aware of how she is at a big disadvantage facing her father of all people. "You can't hope to face him using fire-style jutsu either. All of that leaves just me. I'm our best bet," he says. Satsuki resists a scoff. "It's not me being cocky. It's a fact. He's never seen my fighting style before and he doesn't know of the jutsu I have in my arsenal. I will be the cover. I'll go in and fight him head on, and when the opportunity presents itself you will attempt to grab the bells," Naruto says. "Oh yeah, and have you forgotten there are only 2 bells?" she asks. They all look at each other. "Don't worry about that, you just focus on getting those bells. At this rate none of us will pass," Naruto says. He stands up. "Wait for my signal," he says. With Fugaku. Fugaku is standing in the clearing with his arms crossed. He is waiting for a move to be made. He had pretty much shrugged off Satsuki. He knows how she fights. It was foolish of her to attack him head on like that. Inoichi's girl had teamed up with her and tried to use her clan's jutsu, but unfortunately for her he recognizes it from his younger days. But it was Naruto who really surprised him. The boy is incredibly fast and strong. He also doesn't recognize his fighting style. He is interested to see what else he has up his sleeve. Naruto drops down from a nearby tree. He walks a few steps and stops. "Back for round 2, huh?" Fugaku says with an uncharacteristic smile on his face. Naruto flashes a smile of his own. "This is going to be fun." He weaves through some hand signs. "Fire style, huh? Well, give this a try. Wind style. Wind orb barrage jutsu." Balls of wind style chakra emerge from his mouth and head straight for Fugaku. He leaps out of the way and blocks the fist that comes at his face. The real Naruto meanwhile is standing not too far away. "Clone explosion jutsu," he yells. Fugaku's eyes widen as the Naruto who is in front of him begins to glow a white color. There is a huge explosion. Dirt and smoke rises into the air. Naruto whips around and jumps back as Fugaku narrowly misses him with a kick. Substitution jutsu. While in midair he whips out some shuriken and throws them down at the Uchiha, but he takes out a kunai and parries the incoming projectiles away. Naruto doesn't give Fugaku any resting time. As soon as he touches the ground he speeds forward. Fugaku puts his kunai up as Naruto suddenly appears in front of him and tries to cut him only to be blocked. Naruto, who is holding the one kunai in a reverse grip, whips out another with his left hand and aims for Fugaku's midsection only for Fugaku to block with another kunai. The two smirk at each other, but Fugaku realizes his kunai are being dented. He looks at Naruto's kunai. They are coated in chakra. Wind style. He jumps back as Naruto slashes at him. Naruto holds his hands next to his side. His hair begins to blow as wind-style chakra begins to gather. Fugaku sees a ball of concentrated wind-style chakra gather in Naruto's hands. "Can't dodge while you're in midair," he says to himself. Wind-style. Godly wind from the mountain jutsu, he shouts, releasing the ball, firing it right at Fugaku. Fugaku curses. He holds his hand in a cross-hand seal, to Naruto's surprise. Shadow clone jutsu. A clone forms in mid-air next to Fugaku. It grabs Fugaku and throws him out of the way, taking the full brunt of the attack. The ball hits the clone and a large explosion is the result. Yet again dust and dirt is kicked up. Once it clears, Fugaku is standing with a few cuts to his right arm. That was close. Naruto wastes no time. He suddenly appears behind Fugaku and wraps his arms around the Uchiha leader. Fugaku tries to force himself out, but it is of no use. He's too strong. Satsuki, Ino now, Naruto shouts. Satsuki and Ino, who have been watching all of this in shock, leap from the trees and run straight at Fugaku. Fugaku breathes in and even with his hands restrained blows out a fireball that forces the two girls to leap out of the way. Fugaku, however, can do nothing about the clone that comes out of the ground with a kunai in hand. It cuts the red string, grabs both bells and leaps back. It's over, the clone shouts, lifting the bells in the air just as the stopwatch sounds signaling that time is up. Naruto lets go of Fugaku. Naruto walks past to the clone, who hands the bells to him and disappears in a cloud of smoke. He then hands the bells to Satsuki and Ino, to their shock. Well then, it looks like. You all pass, he says, shocking Ino and Satsuki but not Naruto, who had already figured out the meaning of the test. The true purpose of this test was to determine whether you would selfishly look out for yourselves or work as a cohesive unit regardless of the outcome. I see one of you figured it out, he says, looking at Naruto smiling. Ino and Satsuki look at Naruto as well with eyes full of wonder and disbelief. They look down guiltily at how they left him out before. We're sorry, Naruto, Ino says. Yeah, Satsuki says to him. He nods. It's fine. I understand, he responds. A great team is born from members who give everything for each other instead of for themselves. From this moment onwards, you are all fully fledged shinobi of the Hidden Leaf and members of Team 12 Inches, Fugaku declares. Fugaku is walking through the hallways of the top floor of the Hokage Tower, his destination being the Mon's office himself. He is on his way to a meeting with the Hokage and the other Jonin senseis who were holding graduation tests today to give his report. He touches his right cheek that Naruto's foot connected with. He chuckles a bit. He had assured Minato that for Fugaku of the Wicked Eye there was no such thing as rust, and yet here he's allowed himself to get hit by a kid. A very strong kid, but a kid nonetheless. He walks up to the office door and enters without knocking. He walks up to stand in front of the desk at the end of a long line of other Jonin senseis. There is silence. 2 minutes pass. Kakashi arrives afterwards. My apologies for. I find it redundant to apologize for something you're just going to do again, Minato says, cutting him off. Now that we're all here, let's get started. Going in numerical order, please make your reports on how your teams did. Minato says. The first half of the Jonin senseis give their reports and half of the teams have failed. This is to be expected. The first graduation exam is only a decoy and not an accurate measure of one's aptitude to shinobi life. All heads turn to Kushina. Team 7 passed. They did quite well. Their teamwork is very good, but that's to be expected, she says with a smile on her face. Minato smiles at hearing this. Kurenai then gives her report. Team 8 passes, though there are some blemishes. Kiba Inuzuka makes attempts to assert his dominance over his teammates. Hinata Hyuga is too shy and struggles to voice her opinion at times. Kurenai reports. Team 10 passed Lord Hokage, but they didn't do very well. Shikamaru and Choji are friends and work well together. However, Sakura is quite difficult. Half the time she is complaining about how she didn't get put on Sasuke Uchiha's team, and the other half she's giving Choji and Shikamaru flack about how one achieved mediocre marks in the academy while the other was lucky not to fail. She needs a serious attitude adjustment, reported Asuma. He is concerned that perhaps the Hokage will live to regret not recreating the Ino-Shika-Cho formation. Minato nods at this. He turns to his student. Team 11 passed narrowly, Lord Hokage, Kakashi says, surprising those in the room. He had never passed a single team. Sasuke Uchiha has quite the superiority complex and views his teammates as not being worthy of teaming with him. Hisatoru Hagiwara repeatedly mocks him and it causes friction within the team. As it stands, Kaori Hirota is the glue that holds the team together, Kakashi says. Minato nods and finally turns to his friend. He manages to hold back a chuckle but can't resist smiling when he sees the bruise on Fugaku's cheek. No rust, huh? Fugaku sees the look on his face and narrows his eyes a bit. Team 12 passed. Satsuki Uchiha is impressive, but she seems a bit arrogant in her approach. Wonder where she gets it from, Minato says inwardly in a sarcastic manner. Ino Yamanaka is very distracted. She seems obsessed with Team 7's Menma. He says. This time Minato cannot hold back the chuckle. He is aware of how Inoichi's daughter is infatuated with his son. The real shock, however, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Fugaku continues earning the attention of all in the room. Naruto is no doubt the strongest member of his team, Fugaku says, shocking all in the room. During the test he displayed what was no doubt Jonin level speed and strength using a taijutsu style I've never seen before. He is the reason I have this bruise, Fugaku says, pointing at his cheek. He used quite a few impressive elemental jutsu and even the shadow clone jutsu to perform a clone explosion jutsu. Not only that, he also displayed impressive leadership skills when he figured out the true meaning of the test and got his teammates to work together to pass, Fugaku finishes. There is complete silence in the room. Everyone is in disbelief. Fugaku Uchiha's praise isn't earned easily, and yet here is praising Naruto. The same Naruto who is a supposed dead last and is nowhere near the level of his siblings. Of all the people in the room, none are more shocked than Naruto's parents themselves. I have to get to the bottom of this, Minato says to himself. Alright everyone, thank you. Please inform the rookies on the teams who didn't pass that they are to report to the academy at the beginning of the following year to repeat, assuming they still want to be shinobi, he says, dismissing all the Jonin. All leave except for Fugaku. No rust, huh? Minato asks. Fugaku frowns. Give me a break. And cut the small talk. I'm here to make my report. Alright, Minato says, smirking. What is your assessment of Naruto? Minato says, turning serious. The boy's very smart. I'm sure he realizes that I'm watching him. He hasn't given anything away at all. I will continue to observe, Fugaku says. Minato nods. Thank you, Fugaku, Minato says. Fugaku wasn't one to ask questions, so when Minato asked him to do this he did it like any normal mission. Fugaku leaves the office, leaving Minato and Kushina alone. Minato, how is this possible? Kushina asks in disbelief. I don't know. Clearly Naruto has been keeping secrets. Let's go home. We'll have to ask him about everything. Minato says. Besides how Naruto could be so strong, what really worries him is why his son would hide his strength. He is proud, but he doesn't understand why the boy would want to be recognized as a dead last. He'll find out soon. He gets out of his chair and walks over to his wife. He wraps his arms around her. Speaking of Naruto, Minato, do you mind explaining to me why he wasn't on my team like I asked? She questions with a sickly sweet tone to her voice and a deadly looking smile on her face. Minato gulps. Kushina, we agreed that training Menma, Mito and Yayoi on how to use more of the Nine Tails chakra took priority, and I can't have 5 people on one squad. Besides, I trust Fugaku, don't you? He says nervously. She continues to smile. Alright. But you're definitely not getting any sex for a while, Kushina says, causing Minato's eyes to widen. Now let's go home and celebrate. Uzumaki Namikaze estate. Yayoi is hysterical. She has tears streaming down her face. Mito has a blank look on her face. Menma is glaring daggers. Naruto is sitting on one of the couches in the household's living room. Minato and Kushina walk in. Hi everyone, what's going on? Kushina asks, realizing Yayoi is in tears. Menma says nothing. Mito remains silent. Mom, Dad, Big Brother is moving out, she manages to say, her voice trembling. Minato and Kushina see the suitcase and backpack Naruto set down next to him. Minato reels back with shock. Yayoi's words don't quite register at first, but when he sees Naruto's luggage he realizes the severity of the situation. Kushina is in complete shock and disbelief. She can't believe this is happening. Her son is leaving. Why? It's obviously because of her. She did this. Minato's face turns stern. Naruto, why are you moving out? This is your home. We're your family. Where are you going to go? When were you going to tell us any of this? You can't just leave, Minato says authoritatively. Naruto, who has been sitting on the couch looking calm, stands up. I was going to tell you as soon as you got home. You need not concern yourselves with details. And actually, Lord Hokage, I can. I am now a shinobi and therefore legally an adult. Naruto states calmly. He grabs his backpack and slings it over his back. He doesn't owe anyone any explanations. He grabs his suitcase and begins to leave, only to find Kushina is now blocking the exit. You're not leaving, she says in a strong tone, a deadly aura about her though everyone can tell she is on the verge of tears. Naruto begins to grow frustrated. Please move out of the way, Lady Kushina, he asks, trying not to lose his temper. No, Naruto, listen. I know that we haven't been the best parents to you. I know we haven't been a family to you. I know I haven't been a mother to you. But if you just give us a chance, I'm sure we can make things right. I know the pain we've put you through. No, Naruto shouts, finally losing his temper. Years of pent-up rage finally realizing itself. You have no idea what I've been through. None of you. He continues, turning around. Years. For years I've been treated like some kind of monster for something out of my control. And you weren't even there for me. What do you mean, Naruto? Minato asks, confused. You don't even know. Exclamation mark. How naive you are, Lord Hokage, he scoffs, the villagers. For as long as I can remember, I've been ostracized and hated by them. At first they weren't so direct because they were scared of what you two would do to them. But after a while they must have realized you didn't care, because when I was around 5 years old it all escalated. The looks, the names, people treating me like some sort of disease. Now given time I could have gotten over that, but what I really struggle to look past is that the people who are supposed to be my family, the people who should have my back when nobody else does, left me out to rot in the cold. Minato is shocked. The villagers did that, but when? How? Kushina is in tears now. So is Yayoi. Menma and Mito are shocked as well. Well, now I'm done. You've never been anything to me. The best you could do for me is let me go to live my life. Naruto says with finality. He looks to the exit which Kushina is still blocking. He infuses chakra and in a poof of smoke is gone. As soon as he is gone, Kushina takes off to her and Minato's bedroom crying. She locks herself in and cries hysterically. Her baby boy suffered so much and she wasn't there for him. She just made things worse. Yayoi falls apart, having only Mito for support, who is comforting her. How could she have done this? How could she have locked her own brother out and even tormented him with the amount of pain he was going through? Menma looks on at this scene, seeing everything in complete disarray. He looks to one of his sisters who is falling apart in the other's arms. She leads her away to her bedroom. He looks to the hallway where his mother ran and where his father followed her. He looks down and then clenches his fists and grits his teeth. He punches the wall, causing a spider web of cracks to appear. Curse you, Naruto. I will make you pay for ruining this family, he silently vows. He looks up to reveal his usually purple eyes have turned crimson red and his round pupils are now slits. With Naruto. Naruto is now laying on his bed in his new home. An apartment on the top floor of a building on the north end of the village. He had put a few shadow clones to work to furnish and clean it, and it was all done. He could afford to buy it and many other things because Akasada's life savings was worth millions, but he doesn't want to attract any unwanted attention for now. He stares at the ceiling deep in thought. It's only begun. A few weeks later. It's been weeks since Naruto moved out of the Uzumaki Namikaze estate. He is very thankful for his sensory ability, as it has stopped him from running into the family on multiple occasions. News spreads fast. Naruto has noticed in recent weeks that the villagers are being more cold towards him, but it's not as if any of it is new to him. His teammates have clearly heard as well. The two females have been giving him strange looks, particularly Ino. Fugaku, thankfully, didn't even show he knew, despite the fact that he obviously did. Things are going well with his new team. They have been working more cohesively than Fugaku had anticipated. Therefore, on some occasions, when not on missions, they worked on team exercises based on a broad range of field simulations based on tracking, assault, espionage, etc. But on other occasions Fugaku worked with them on a rotational individual schedule. He would spend a day focused on one of them whilst the other two were given a set of exercises to complete in one half of the day, and then they were to face each other in no-holds-barred combat for the other half of the other day. During this time you were not permitted to submit to your opponent for any reason. In terms of individual exercises with Satsuki, he has been focusing very much on her strength and power. She is fast, but that isn't enough. He has of course also been making efforts to help her improve her fire-style jutsu and shuriken jutsu. With Ino he has been helping the girl improve her physical ability in general, as in that respect she is sadly miles behind her teammates. Of course she isn't as physically gifted as them, so Fugaku had decided to teach her some genjutsu as well. Her attitude had somewhat improved, but there is still room for improvement. As for Naruto himself, there really isn't much missing. It has become obvious that he is the strongest of the three. Naruto likes sparring with Fugaku and his sensei likes the influence he has on his teammates. They have been pushing and motivating themselves to catch up to him, which is very good. Currently Team 12 are in the Hokage's office reporting on their 40th D rank mission. They had completed more than any other rookie team in the village. This was, besides there being a very cohesive unit, because of the fact that Fugaku was a drill sergeant in the way he worked. He was relentless and whatever his students gave him he demanded 5 times more of. Congratulations on another successful mission, Team 12 inches, Minato says as a large woman exits his office with a screeching cat in her arms which she is practically smothering to death. That's right, give it to him, Ino inwardly says, living vicariously through the woman. Good riddance to bad rubbish, Satsuki says to herself. Although she can understand why the little beast keeps running away. Naruto looks on trying not to smile. He almost feels bad for the cat, whose name is Tora. The animal reminds him of himself. Back when Akasada was still alive he would test Naruto's speed by gathering the fastest lions on Mount Raiyan and having them chase after him for the whole day. Team 12 have crossed paths with Tora many times before. Naruto could have ended things fast on each occasion but chose not to, thinking it would do his teammates some good. They are very infuriated by this and have promised him great pain in the future for it. Perhaps not pain on par with what Tora was subjected to, but pain nonetheless. I assume you're here for another mission, Minato says. There is a tense silence. The 3 genin in the room look to their sensei with their eyes narrowed. Fugaku raises his eyebrow and smirks at this. Yes, Lord Hokage. I believe that Team 12 are ready for their first C-rank mission. The minimum requirement has been met and I do believe they're ready. Fugaku says. You're right. Your team does qualify for such a mission, Fugaku. I have seen firsthand that they're very capable. They've performed more than any other rookie team within the village so far. Minato says, handing the Uchiha male the scroll outlining the details of the mission. It's a simple escort mission. It shouldn't be much trouble for you, he says. He uses the telephone on his desk to order his secretary to send the client up. Not long after, an elderly man, who smells of sake, wearing spectacles and a large hat, comes in. He looks at Team 12, studying them carefully before finally speaking. This is it. I didn't pay my money for 3 rabbits, he says, wiping the alcohol from his chin. Ino and Satsuki seem insulted while Naruto simply raises an eyebrow. Who gets drunk at this time of day? Fugaku pays the mont's words no mind. We'll meet up tomorrow at the village gates at the time we usually meet up at the training grounds. From there we will head out to the land of waves. We'll be escorting and guarding Tazuna while he completes a bridge project for the nation. Pack enough supplies for at least a month, he orders. His students nod at this. Throughout all of this, Minato has been watching Naruto discreetly. Things have changed since Naruto moved out. Yayoi hasn't been her usual bubbly self. Kushina is obviously suffering but is trying to pull herself together so the performance of her team doesn't suffer. Menma has been more irritable too. He admits he himself has been finding it hard to concentrate on work. He is angry at the villagers for letting him down. He is angry at Yayoi and Menma for damaging Naruto's reputation, the former having expressed her regret while the latter didn't seem to care, but most of all he is angry at himself. Angry for allowing any of this to happen. How could he cause his son to go through such pain? He wants to make things right but doesn't know how to go about it. Naruto realizes that he is being watched by the Hokage, and before the man can say a word he leaves the office using a teleportation jutsu, unlike his teammates who use the door. Minato sighs at this. The next day, Naruto is standing in front of the village gates with a backpack slung over his shoulders. Ino and Satsuki are with him. The two seem quite excited and he would be lying if he said he wasn't either. Sai, look at him, says Katetsu Hagane, one half of the eternal gate guards of the Hidden Leaf. What I would give to trade places with them, he continues. Stop daydreaming, Katetsu, and focus on the mission at hand, his friend in the other half of the eternal gate guards, Azumo Kamizuki, reprimands. You call this a mission? Yeah, right, he scoffs. He remembers when they had initially been approached about being gate guards. Regulating who comes in and out of the village is serious business. It's a big responsibility, they had been told. He still can't believe how easily they had been hoodwinked into this. Azumo watches the genin, and though he won't admit it, switching places is a tempting prospect right now. Fugaku arrives alongside Tazuna. Alright, let's not waste any time. Let's head out, Fugaku orders. All the genin nod at this and the group leaves setting out for the land of waves. They walk in relative silence. After a while Naruto sees a puddle up ahead. Even if it weren't for his sensory ability this trick wouldn't have been able to fool him. It hasn't rained in weeks. The group continue to walk. Fugaku steps on the puddle and as soon as he does chains spring out and wrap around him. The chains pull in opposite directions, ripping him to pieces. The chains retract as two cloaked figures wearing claw-like metal gauntlets emerge. One down, says one of the two. They run at the rest of the group poised to attack. Satsuki doesn't let this shock her. She knows her dad and she knows he's strong. Way too strong to get taken down that easily. She jumps in front of one of the cloaked figures. Ino sees her sensei get ripped to bits and is horrified. He was a Jonin, an elite shinobi. If he got taken down what good would she be? She swallows her fear and resolves to fight, even if certain death awaits. She sees one of the two attackers charge for Satsuki. She weaves through hand signs and casts a genjutsu. Genjutsu, descending hell. Gozu looks up to see a giant fireball coming down from the sky. He quickly breaks out of the genjutsu, scoffing at how weak it is only to be greeted with a kick to his midsection that sends him back. Satsuki doesn't relent, following up with a kick square in the face before jumping out of the way. Ino finishes off the enemy with an uppercut that knocks him out. Meanwhile Maizu goes straight for the target, intent on mowing straight through the blonde brat standing in front of him who hasn't even drawn a weapon or gotten into battle stance. This is going to be too easy. All of a sudden the kid disappears, giving him a clear shot at Tazuna. He's running away. He laughs loudly as he closes in on the old man who closes his eyes, preparing himself for his death. Just as Maizu's gauntlet is millimeters away from Tazuna, something suddenly stops him. Naruto appears behind his opponent, grabbing his cloak at his neck. He yanks on it, tossing the cloaked attacker like a rag doll away from Tazuna with one hand. Maizu hits the ground hard and skids and rolls. He jumps back to his feet, not believing that kid threw him like that. He suddenly hunches over, coughing as Naruto appears in front of him, kneeing him in the gut. Naruto then raises his hand and chops his opponent on the back of the neck, allowing him to fall to the ground unconscious. Satsuki and Ino finish with their opponent just in time to see Naruto tie his up. They watch in awe as he ties his opponent up with ninja wire. He's so strong, Satsuki inwardly says, clenching her fist. Ino watches with much the same look. To think this is the same loser from the academy, she says to herself. Fugaku jumps down from the tree he has been watching this scene unfold from. His team handled themselves well, particularly Naruto. Sensei. Ino shouts happily, seeing that their sensei is alive and well. She looks across at her teammates and realizes that they already knew. Tazuna looks on in shock. But, he looks to where he saw Fugaku get ripped to pieces only to see pieces of wood on the ground. Substitution jutsu. Sensei replaced himself with an inanimate object and made it appear as if he died, Naruto explains to the confused man. But, why would you do that? He asks angrily. It was for two reasons, he says calmly. The first was to assess how my team would react in an actual battle situation. You three did well. I'm proud of you, he says, earning smiles from the three. He turns back to Tazuna. And the second was to determine which one of us they were after, he says, narrowing his eyes, causing Tazuna to gulp. When Naruto jumped out of the way of the enemy's attack to determine that, my suspicions were confirmed. Tazuna, these two are the demon brothers of the Hidden Mist, Chunin level rogue ninja. Their ambushing us means this is no longer a C rank mission. Explain yourself, Fugaku demands in a serious tone, causing Tazuna to gulp once more. Tazuna looks to the genin, desperate for help, but he'll receive no such help from them. He sighs. Are you familiar with Gato of Gato Industries? Fugaku recognizes the name. Gato is one of the wealthiest men in the world. He also happens to be one of its biggest criminals, having a criminal empire that spans many nations. Years ago he came into my country posing as a legitimate businessman who wanted a share in the potential rich economy. But he would soon reveal his true colors. Tazuna proceeds to explain how Gato had conducted a hostile takeover of the nation and how his bridge project was a threat to the crime boss. I only lied to you because the allotted funds of my people could only pay for a C rank mission, he says, falling to his knees. I'm sorry. Please help me. I just want to save my country, he pleads. Fugaku's face softens as he hears the Mon's story. He adopts a thinking pose. Strictly speaking, he should be on his way back to the village with his team to report this matter to the Hokage, but he can't just hang him out to dry. He turns to his team, making a decision. We're heading back to the village, says Fugaku, causing shouts of protest to arise, but he quickly silences them. This mission is no longer ours to complete. I'm not asking. Let's go, he orders. No. All heads turn to Naruto. What? Fugaku questions. I said no, sensei. I won't abandon this man or his people while they're in need. Naruto states, crossing his arms. A standoff ensues between the two. There is complete silence. Fugaku sighs. Alright, fine. Tazuna, you're in luck, Fugaku relents. The genin smile while Fugaku bows, tears streaming down his cheeks. And so they continue walking until they reach it. It's Naruto's first time seeing the ocean like it is his teammates. He tries to hide his awe, but it's a bit hard. It's foreign to him, and yet at the same time it does feel familiar. They get into a boat lent to them by a friend of the bridge builder and make the journey to the land of waves. They finally arrive at Tazuna's homeland. We're about an hour and a half away from my home, Tazuna informs. The group continues moving. Naruto's eyes narrow. Sensei, he says so no one else hears him. I know, Fugaku replies. Fugaku knows about Naruto's sensory ability. He, like the boy, knows that someone is following them. How many? He asks. There's two of them. One is further away while the other is following more closely. Naruto reports. Fugaku nods at this. Stay on guard, he orders his other two students, who nod. The group continues for a little while. We should be there soon, Tazuna says to Fugaku. The Uchiha nods at this before his eyes narrow. Everyone get down, yell Fugaku and Naruto at the same time. All comply, with Naruto grabbing Tazuna and dragging the elderly man down as a large blade soared through the air where their heads had been and embedding itself in a tree behind them. A man appears, standing on the handle of the sword. He has beady eyes, spiky hair and bandages covering the lower half of his face. The only piece of clothing on his upper body are the arm warmers on his arms. Fugaku, Uchiha of the Wicked Eye. It's no wonder the demon brothers failed, the man says. Fugaku narrows his eyes as he gets up and takes a good look at the man. Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist. Fugaku says, recognizing the man. The one and only. I'm not going to beat about the bush. Hand over the old man. If you do so, I'll allow you and your genin to leave quietly, Zabuza offers. I'm afraid that isn't going to happen. My mission is to protect him, Fugaku says plainly, his eyes turning crimson red with 3 black tomo marks around the pupil. Alright, I can do it that way. I don't mind having the head of a shinobi war legend. Zabuza says, holding his hand up in a seal position. Hidden mist jutsu. A thick mist begins to gather, engulfing and covering everything in sight. Naruto draws his kunai and, though is nervous, can't help smirking. Now the real fun begins. Satsuki is trembling and struggling to breath, the kunai she had taken out held in front of her. She has a tight grip of it, not trusting her sweaty hands. An inexplicable feeling of fear has gripped her, robbing her of the will to even move. This feeling, I haven't felt like this since. Single quote. Memories of blood-stained streets illuminated by the moonlight and crimson eyes come flooding back, only further weakening her and adding to the toll she is taking from the killing intent. She begins to realize her life is flashing before her eyes. She sees herself growing up with her 2 brothers and her mother and father, meeting Mito and the 2 of them becoming best friends and rivals. She sees her aunt and uncle, her cousins and many other relatives laying dead on the ground. She sees her elder brother claiming responsibility and saying he never cared for her. She sees her falling out with Mito and drifting away from Sasuke and finally being assigned to Team 12. Ino's legs are shaking. She is barely even able to stand. She's never felt anything like this before. She can feel her heart threatening to beat out of her chest. She is going to die. She can't die. There's so much she hasn't done. She can't. Images flash before her in her mind. She sees herself with her parents when she was younger. She sees herself laying eyes on Menma for the first time and meeting Sakura and defending her. She sees herself being assigned to Team 12 and all other events that led to this moment. Naruto has a kunai held out in front of him and is standing in formation with his teammates. He is faring much better than them as his late sensei gave off much stronger killing intent. That doesn't mean he isn't a little nervous. This is the first time he's faced an enemy this strong in an actual battle situation. Zabuza, to his knowledge, is a former member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist and thus a wielder of one of the 7 swords, in his case the executioner's blade. Zabuza is famed for his silent killing. It was said he is so proficient in this art that one would not even know they have been killed by Zabuza until they're already dead. Naruto's heart is beating fast. Nerves coupled with excitement. Naruto doesn't know why, but he enjoys battle. The feel of the perspiration running down his body, the sound of his heartbeat ringing in his ears as he stands across from an opponent of a high caliber. It just does something to him. He isn't a fan of violence, but he really appreciates a challenge. Satsuki, Ino, Naruto. Don't be afraid, I won't let my comrades die. Fugaku assures his students, his voice cutting through the mist and its effects as his students visibly eased up. Ino stands up straight and Satsuki breathes in deep, pulling herself together. Zabuza's voice rings through the mist as well in the form of a laugh. Then he suddenly appears in the middle of the group in front of Tazuna with his executioner's blade raised in the air and poised to cleave the old man in half. He attempts to bring it down but finds his arm won't move. What? Zabuza turns to see the blonde brat out of the 3 holding his arm back. His grip is surprisingly strong. Naruto doesn't allow himself any shock. When Zabuza appears and attempts to kill Tazuna, he stops the man, grabbing his arm. Satsuki grabs Tazuna and jumps back. Ino follows, overcoming her shock. Naruto aims at Zabuza's side, intent on stabbing the swordsman. He finds his kunai blocked by another executioner's blade. He looks up to see another Zabuza standing in front of the original with his blade underneath the swordsman's arm, which he is holding, stopping his kunai with his large sword. Brat's got moves, huh? The original Zabuza says, looking at Naruto with his head turned. Naruto smirks. Meanwhile, not too far away, Fugaku is weaving through hand signs, while standing next to a clone of Naruto which the boy created when the mist rolled in. Fire style. Fireball jutsu, he yells, blowing out a large fireball which cannons straight at Naruto and the 2 Zabuzas. Naruto quickly substitutes with his clone and watches alongside Fugaku as it along with his opponent and his clone are engulfed in the fire. Naruto nods at his sensei before disappearing and reappearing alongside his teammates in formation once again. Zabuza, unsurprisingly, appears once again. Fugaku is standing in between him and his team of brats and the target. He begins to make an analysis. He wasn't expecting that to happen. That brat is strong. He wonders what else he has up his sleeve. But right now he needs to worry about the man standing in front of him. He realizes he is at a disadvantage here. Fugaku is a fire style user and a proficient one at that. But from what he'd heard, the man retired from active field duty following the war. He had made a name for himself in and joined the Leaf Police Force. Facing lowly criminals and thugs as opposed to shinobi. He has to have gained some rust over the years. He would use that to his advantage. And as for his fire style, Zabuza smirks as a plan begins to form in his head. He doesn't look to the lake on his right so as not to give away his plan. He looks ahead at Fugaku, making a decision. I must admit, I really wasn't expecting to be going up against you of all people. It's said that armed with those wicked eyes of yours and an arsenal of lethal fire-style jutsu, many believed you to be a demon straight from the depths of hell, Zabuza says. Fugaku doesn't dignify him with a response and simply looks at his opponent blankly. But I'm sure that after being reduced to a lowly cop in return for your services you've lost your touch, Zabuza says, smirking. Fugaku remains silent, not replying. Speaking of which, I must also admit I was also shocked when I heard that the Uchiha clan was massacred. Apparently the culprit was the son of the clan head and the heir. Zabuza continues. Fugaku's eyes narrow as they gain a cold look. The only reported survivors were the head of the clan himself, his other 2 children and his wife. Can you confirm this? I will warn you only once, Fugaku says in a low and dangerous tone. Do not ever speak of my clan, he says with the tomo of his Sharingan spinning a bit. Zabuza chuckles. A clan head's responsibility is to lead and protect his kinsmen. You not only couldn't do this, but you also failed to protect your son from becoming what he is, a criminal. And now, after failing as a clan leader and a father, you're going to fail as a sensei when your students are killed, Zabuza says, pointing his executioner's blade at the group standing behind Fugaku. Fugaku, true to his word, gives no warning. He suddenly appears behind Zabuza with a kunai in hand. The bandaged swordsman whips around and blocks the kunai that was intended for his back with the flat side of his executioner's blade. A battle of strength ensues. Zabuza jumps back and is forced to move sideways as his opponent summons a Fuma Shuriken which he throws at him before setting on fire using a fireball. As Zabuza moves sideways he is struck with pain as his executioner's blade is kicked right out of his hand. Fugaku then whips around and uses his other leg to send Zabuza flying with a spinning kick to the midsection. Zabuza skids and rolls before quickly jumping back to his feet. He's faster than he thought. He resists smirking. Just a little more. He turns and begins running across the lake, intent on retrieving his executioner's blade which is still sailing through the air. He runs until he is directly underneath it with his opponent as hot on the trail. He smirks. The smirk almost immediately disappears. His eyes widen as there is a poof and his blade is immersed in a small cloud of smoke. Out of the cloud comes Fugaku. He substituted himself with the blade. Before the swordsman can do anything Fugaku utters the words. Fire style. Dragon flame jutsu. A number of dragons all made of fire style chakra emerge from his mouth and head straight for Zabuza. His eyes widen and then he disappears from view as the dragons smash down on the surface of the water and where he could be seen before. Steam fills the air making it harder to see coupled with the mist. It remains for a while and then it starts to dissipate. When it does Fugaku can be seen walking across the surface of the lake towards a downed Zabuza who is lying face down in the water and appears to have suffered a few burns. Fugaku stands over Zabuza staring at him for a few seconds. He then grabs the swordsman by the neck, lifting him into the air. He stares him dead in the eye, his Sharingan still active and the cold look from earlier still present. You dare to sully my clan's name with your mouth? He asks in a venomous tone. Zabuza's only verbal reply is a low groan. That is the last mistake you will ever make, Fugaku continues. Zabuza smiles and a splash is heard. A pair of hands emerge from beneath the water grabbing onto both Fugaku's ankles to his shock. The hands pull him down causing him to release his grip on Zabuza as he goes underwater. The Uchiha whips out a kunai and stabs the water clone that pulled him in causing it to disappear, reverting back to water. He pulls himself back up to the surface and breaks it just in time to see Zabuza finish a set of hand signs. Water style. Water prison jutsu. You fell for that hook, line and sinker, he says with a wry smile on his face as he encases Fugaku in a sphere of water. How easy can you be? Zabuza asks smiling. Fugaku curses as he becomes trapped in a sphere of water. He can't believe he fell for that. It was a setup from the very beginning. Zabuza had been planning to lead him into the lake where he was strongest and he had allowed his anger to take over and let that happen. And now his team and Tazuna are in danger. You've underestimated me and that is the last mistake you will ever make, Zabuza smiles at Fugaku who scowls. Naruto, Satsuki, Ino and Tazuna watch this scene unfold. The three genins' faith in their sensei doesn't waver initially. They watch as he maintains a calm demeanor in the face of the enemy. This soon disappears as Zabuza provokes him using the Uchiha clan massacre. Fugaku attacks Zabuza, ruthlessly grinding down on the swordsman. Zabuza attempts to retrieve his blade and to all it appears as if the Uchiha has his opponent on the back foot. All except Naruto. His eyes widen in realization. Zabuza uses water style primarily. That much was evident from this mist and the water clone he created earlier. And now he's drawn Fugaku into the lake. He attempts to yell a warning to his sensei but it is drowned out by the sound of the fire dragons impacting with the water. He hopes that Zabuza's strategy backfired. No such luck. Zabuza traps Fugaku in a sphere of water. A water clone of Zabuza appears in front of the group. They raise their kunai in response, not allowing themselves any shock this time. The clone swordsman laughs. Well, don't you lot look serious? He chuckles. Do any of you even for a second believe you're capable of stopping me? He questions. The genin remain silent, not dignifying their opponent with a response but rather preparing for him to make a move. Do any of you even for a second think you're real shinobi? Exclamation mark. You're nothing more than kids playing pretend. Do you want to know how I became a shinobi? The Blood Mist, years ago, was somewhat like other villages but it differed in some respects, particularly one. Its academy graduation exam, the final test to become a fully fledged shinobi in the mist. Was an all-out death match. Zabuza says. In order to become a ninja one had to slaughter all their peers. The friends they had grown up with, eaten with and played with. Ino and Satsuki's eyes widen in shock while Naruto's narrow. Ino shuddered at the thought of having to kill Sakura. Satsuki shudders at hearing Zabuza's words. Imagine if she had had to kill. She stops herself realizing what she was thinking. There's one thing that was particularly unique about my graduation. I wasn't even a registered participant. He proudly says, shocking the genin. And yet little brats like you still think you're shinobi. Pathetic. Now, Zabuza leaps forward, his executioner's blade raised. Die, he shouts. Ino, Satsuki and Tazuna close their eyes waiting for the blade to cleave through them and claim their lives. It never comes. Instead the sound of metal clanging is heard. They open their eyes and they widen in shock. Naruto stops Zabuza's blade with his kunai. Zabuza is a bit surprised. This brat had displayed strength that was admittedly impressive earlier, but he wasn't really trying as much back then. A battle of strength ensues. Zabuza eventually jumps back. Think you got the stones, kid? Zabuza challenges, smiling. Naruto smirks. Without turning around he speaks to his teammates. I'll take him on, you two stay here and guard Tazuna, he says. Are you insane? You can't fight him, Ino shouts. It's suicide. If you're fighting then I'll fight with you, Satsuki says, stepping forward. No, Naruto says, turning his head, you need to protect Tazuna. He didn't come alone. He has an accomplice. That person could strike at any moment. Naruto warns. He turns his attention back to Zabuza, who is a bit surprised. The kid knew about Haku. Isn't he full of surprises? He takes out two kunai and gets into his lion fist stance. Naruto closes his eyes and opens them, infusing his chakra, releasing it in a burst. A white aura becomes clearly visible around him, causing his jacket to flap about and his hair to blow. Satsuki steps back in shock. Naruto. It's unbelievable. His presence. It dwarfs that of Zabuza, who she was quaking in fear in front of a matter of seconds ago. This can't be the dead last, she thinks. Even though he is on her side, it was still very intimidating. The doubt from before seems to begin to disappear. Ino watches in shock as Naruto infuses his chakra. It changes the very feeling in the air. The killing intent, though not directed at her, causes her to shake. The mere presence he exudes is so insurmountable. Is this really Naruto? Tazuna falls to his knees. His heart beating faster than it ever has. This boy, he had seen firsthand from earlier with the demon brothers that he was strong, but this was just unbelievable. This feeling, it by far outweighed what he had been feeling before from Zabuza. He is thankful Naruto is on his side and can't help but have faith in the boy. The clone Zabuza takes a step back, not looking as cocky as before. This brat, his killing intent, it actually made him worried. His chakra was no doubt low cage level, but how? It feels incredibly potent and strong, unlike anything he's ever felt. The look in his eyes has changed. Before it was blank, revealing little, but now his eyes are filled with determination and strength. The original Zabuza watches on, his executioner's blade with him once again, waiting to see his clone complete the mission and kill the genin and Tazuna. Instead he sees the blonde brat stop him and then release what is no doubt low cage level chakra. The killing intent aside, the mere presence of the blonde changes the atmosphere. Fugaku watches on in shock. He had expected to be seeing his team killed because of his overzealousness and lack of self-control. Instead he sees Naruto stop the clone. He can't believe this. Naruto is an Uzumaki, so naturally his chakra reserves should be large, but he is not a vessel for a tailed beast's chakra like his siblings. So how is it possible that he has low cage level reserves? Just how many secrets is he keeping? Naruto readies himself as the aura about him calms down. Yeah, I got the stones, do you? Naruto challenges. Naruto speeds forward. The clone swings its executioner's blade in an attempt to behead him. He disappears and reappears behind the clone, spinning in a circle and slashing right through it. He is looking ahead at where his sensei and Zabuza are as the clone disintegrates back into water. Zabuza looks on in shock, seeing his clone taken down by a genin with one attack. He scoffs and forms 5 more water clones. Kill him, he orders, growing frustrated. The clones run forward. Naruto runs forward as well, running on the water as if it is a hard surface, surprising his teammates. He makes it to the first clone, who attempts to bisect him. He avoids this by turning his body at a 90-degree angle while maintaining his momentum and slashing through the clone. He suddenly appears in front of a second clone who tries to cut him in half. He jumps up to avoid the horizontal slash and stands on the blade. Before the clone can react, he jumps over it, stabbing it in the head on his way down. He touches down on the water and lines his other kunai with wind-style chakra before throwing it at another clone. The clone uses his executioner's blade to block the incoming kunai. Naruto doesn't relent and continues to throw wind-coated projectiles. The real Naruto meanwhile jumps out of the water from behind the clone and twists his neck. The clone who has been throwing kunai runs at Naruto and jumps up. It stands upright in Naruto's hands. He throws his clone to two other water clones and infuses chakra. Clone explosion jutsu. The clone explodes, destroying its intended targets. Zabuza is watching on in shock. He is witnessing the unthinkable. A genin mowing through his clones like they're nothing. He grunts and forms more clones who run straight at Naruto. Naruto grunts in frustration. He can't waste his time on clones. Fugaku has got to be running out of breath by now, and there's still Zabuza's unknown accomplice to worry about. He watches as the clone's preparing himself. Naruto forms 5 clones of his own who leap into the air going straight for the water clones. Clone explosion barrage. Multiple explosions occur causing waves to rise up. Zabuza watches as his clones are once again taken down. All of a sudden Naruto appears above him with a wind-style chakra-coated kunai in hand. He throws it down, sending it right at Zabuza's arm that is maintaining the water prison jutsu. Zabuza curses. His arm will be useless if that kunai hits him. He jumps out of the way, releasing the water prison jutsu, causing Fugaku to fall back into the water. He gasps and wheezes, savoring the first few breaths he's taken in what feels like ages. Naruto sighs in relief at seeing his sensei freed. He doesn't allow himself to relax though as Zabuza charges at him, his executioner's blade in hand. Naruto whips out 2 kunai in reverse grip, one in each hand. He runs forward and the two meet, a clang and sparks flying being the result. Naruto struggles a bit what with Zabuza being serious now, but he doesn't relent. The two jump away from one another. Zabuza runs at Naruto once again and moves to cut the boy in half with a diagonal slash. Naruto moves back, avoiding the full brunt but not a cut to the shoulder. Zabuza lifts his blade into the air and brings it down, intent on bisecting his opponent. Naruto once again stops the blade with both his kunai. Zabuza tries to force his blade down while Naruto pushes up, trying to oppose this force. Zabuza takes advantage of the opening presented and sends a kick right to the blonde's midsection, sending the boy flying. Naruto uses his chakra to skid and roll across the surface of the water. Okay, that's enough of this. Time to do what I'm getting paid for, Zabuza says, inwardly weaving through a set of hand signs after placing his blade on his back, intent on crushing Naruto once and for all and turning his attention to the target. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. A dragon forms from the water surrounding him. It roars before laying its glowing yellow eyes on Naruto. It speeds forward, intent on crushing him. Naruto gets up on his knees just in time to see it. He realizes he doesn't have enough time to dodge or weave hand signs for a jutsu to cancel it out. He summons his chakra and releases it in much the same way as before, white aura and all. The power from this causes the water dragon to disintegrate, much to Zabuza's shock and chagrin. Naruto suddenly disappears and reappears next to Fugaku. Zabuza doesn't have much time to marvel at the boy's display as he whips around while weaving through a set of hand signs. Fire style. Majestic destroyer jutsu, shouts Fugaku. A large wall of fire emerges from his mouth and heads straight for Zabuza, who has finished preparing his jutsu. Water style. Water formation wall jutsu, he says. A wall of water forms and meets with Fugaku's fire. The two jutsu battle for supremacy for a few fleeting moments, and then Fugaku's jutsu overpowers Zabuza's, who is forced to jump out of the way of what was surely death by incineration. He doesn't however escape unscathed and suffers yet more burns. Zabuza gets up from the kneeling position he had adopted and looks up to find himself staring Fugaku dead in the eye. "You're mine," Fugaku utters as everything suddenly becomes a blur to the swordsman and it appears as if the world is spinning. He can't seem to move. Fugaku hits a pressure point in the swordsman's neck, rendering him paralyzed. He falls backwards into the water. The mist begins to subside. Fugaku draws a kunai as Naruto drops down next to him. He takes a step forward. "It seems you've underestimated me," he says, using the swordsman's words against him just as was done to him. "It's over," he declares. He is allowed to take no more than a step. 2 Senbon needles sail through the air and land in Zabuza's neck. He stops breathing. There is a poof of smoke and a masked figure appears. The mask sheer he is wearing has a blue pattern on the edges. The symbol of the hidden mist is also clearly recognizable. Fugaku and Naruto's eyes narrow. Hello, the figure days in a feminine voice. And you are? Fugaku asks. I'm a hunter ninja of the hidden mist, the newcomer says. I've been tracking Zabuza for months now. Thank you for presenting me with the opportunity to capture him. Now I can. You can stop, Naruto interjects. We've been waiting for you to show yourself. We know you're Zabuza's accomplice, Naruto says, shocking the newcomer. I see. Well, in that case. The newcomer flips out more Senbon, preparing herself. Naruto steps forward only for Fugaku to place his hand on his shoulder, stopping him to the boy's surprise. Let her go, Naruto. We don't know how strong she is, he says. Naruto stands down like he is ordered to do. The masked newcomer picks Zabuza up and disappears in a poof of smoke. Naruto and Fugaku walk back to the shore. Well done, Naruto. Thank you for saving my life, Fugaku says, looking ahead. Thank you, sensei, and don't mention it, Naruto responds. Although you do have some explaining to do, he says. Naruto doesn't respond to this. They walk the rest of the way in silence. The two finally reach the shore where their comrades and client await. None speak. The three can only gawk at Naruto. Ino is in disbelief. She knew there was more to her blonde teammate than meets the eye, but what she'd just seen was ridiculous. He had fought the enemy with such power. It is unbelievable to her that this is really Menma's older brother. Satsuki is in disbelief. Naruto had taken on Zabuza and held his own. He had probably saved her dad's life too. She stares at the blonde, completely in awe of him. How strong is he? Tazuna, lead the way. The longer we stay out here, the more risk there is of another run-in with more of Gato's hired hands, Fugaku orders. A while later. There it is, Tazuna says, pointing to a house on the horizon. It is a two-story house which overlooks the ocean. They walk to the front and enter the house. Tsunami, I'm home, Tazuna shouts. Out of another room comes a woman with black hair with bangs that frame her face. As soon as she sees Tazuna, she runs towards him and jumps on him, hugging him. Father, you're back. You said you would only take 3 days to get back. Are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere? Tazuna chuckles. I'm fine, Tsunami. Thanks to these four. Tsunami, this is Fugaku, Satsuki, Naruto and Ino. They're the ninja who saved my life. Guys, this is my daughter Tsunami, he says, introducing them. Thank you for protecting my father, she says with a somewhat happy and sad look on her face. Fugaku observes this. Right, Tsunami. We have guests. Let's make them feel at home and let them settle in, Tazuna says before his daughter has the chance to immerse herself in thoughts of the sad past. Oh, forgive me everyone. This is our home. It's not the largest, but it's home, she says to them, smiling. Inari, she calls out. Out of another room comes a little boy. This is my son Inari. Inari, your grandfather is back. These ninja protected him on his way back. Come say hi, she says to him, smiling adoringly. The boy simply looks at the group with a dark look on his face before heading up the steps. Tsunami sighs at this before turning around and flashing a smaller smile at the group. Alright, let me show you where each of you will be sleeping, she says. Unknown location. Zabuza can be seen laying down. He has bandages tied around parts of his body where he was burned. His headband has been taken off and put aside. A groan comes from the swordsman as his eyes flutter and open. Don't bother trying to move, says the swordsman's accomplice. She is wearing the same attire from earlier, only now her mask has been removed and lays next to her, revealing her beautiful face. Haku, he groans out, darting his eyes, finding he can't turn his head. Yes, Master Zabuza, it's me. I'm sorry I didn't act sooner. Had I done so, you wouldn't be in this state. She feels guilty over all of this. She had initially seen that Uchiha man hammer down on her sensei and thought about stepping in, but realized his plan. It was successful and she thought that it was done and the mission was complete, but then that boy stepped in. He had unleashed an unbelievable amount of chakra, taken down her master's clones and forced him to release Fugaku. From there things went downhill. And now it turned out she had paralyzed Zabuza for nothing because they knew all along she was with him. Forget it. That blonde brat knew you were hiding in wait. He would have given you a hell of a lot of trouble, that's certain. I suppose you got lucky and escaped. He says. All he remembers is escaping from that fire-style jutsu that Fugaku used and looking up into the monk's eyes. As soon as that happened, the world just seemed to spin and reality slipped away. He would be clenching his fists if he could move. He had gotten carried away and underestimated Fugaku. He'd forgotten about the Sharingan's genjutsu ability. Of course, credit needed to be given where it was due. Fugaku is very strong, and rest assured he won't allow himself to underestimate him again or Naruto. That boy was something else. He would have been an absolute monster in the future if it weren't for the fact that his fate is sealed. Anyway, the next time we cross paths with them, Haku, I'm leaving those two girls in your hands. They shouldn't be any trouble for you, but as for Fugaku and that Naruto boy, both of their heads are mine. Naruto can be seen laying against a tree. He has been out here since last night. He came here to train and ended up falling asleep. Flashback. After Team 12 arrives and settles into what would be their home for the next few weeks, Fugaku speaks to his team, telling them Zabuza would probably need at least a week to recover and they would need to be prepared because the next time they meet he won't be alone. I'd also like to apologize to all of you for what I did. I allowed my emotions to cloud my judgment, putting you all in danger. I promised you I wouldn't let you die, but the truth is, had it not been for Naruto you would have all been killed, Fugaku says in a solemn tone. The Uchiha's students quickly forgive him, understanding his position. The mention of Naruto causes his three comrades to turn their heads to him. He knows what's coming. They attempt to interrogate him concerning the power he displayed during the encounter with Zabuza. Training, he simply responds. They know there is more to it than this, of course, and continue to interrogate him, but Fugaku and Satsuki quickly realize he isn't going to give anything away. Oh, come on, Naruto, Ino pleads, begging her blonde-haired teammate. She desperately wants to know how Naruto had done what he'd done. Naruto doesn't dignify her with a response. Ino was notorious for being a gossip monger back in the academy, hence her refusal to relent and let the matter go like the two Uchiha on the team. He's hoping she realizes sooner rather than later that he isn't going to tell her anything. Let it go, Ino. He isn't going to tell you anything, Fugaku says. He, despite his attempting to talk down Ino from questioning Naruto on his ability, had been intent on doing much the same thing, but quickly realized his student had no intention of revealing anything to his teammates. He glances at his daughter to see her staring at the aforementioned Naruto. Satsuki shakes her head at her female teammate. Naruto isn't going to say anything else besides what he'd already said. That much is clear. She turns and looks to her other blonde teammate, trying not to stare. She is still in a state of shock over what had happened. It seems each time she begins to think she has an accurate measure of his strength he proves her wrong. How strong is he? Team 12 for the few days that follow this particular meeting go about guarding Tazuna. They work on a rotational schedule of 2 guarding for half the day while to stay behind and train before switching. The days pass by uneventfully until one night. There's no point, you know. You're all going to die, a voice says in a matter-of-fact tone. There is complete silence. The sound of eating mixed with chatter that once filled the room is now completely gone. All heads of those sitting at the dinner table turn to see Inari standing there, eyes burning with loath. Team 12 had already been briefed on how Gado's oppressive rule had meant all who dared to stand against him or even be found to secretly be opposed to his rule were killed. As it turned out, Inari's father, Kaiza, who was considered a hero in the village, had tried to stand up against the crime lord. He had been publicly tortured and executed for this. Gado had made an example out of him, warning all that much the same fate awaited them should they show any signs of resistance. The ordeal had heavily traumatized Inari and had made him the way he is now. Pessimistic and hateful. Fugaku displays no outward reaction. Satsuki stares at the boy. Ino's eyes dart around the room nervously, seeing the mood turn tense. Tazuna and Tsunami become sad. Naruto raises his eyebrow, before seemingly turning his attention back to his meal, speaking after swallowing a mouthful of food. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Say that again, he says nonchalantly, not even looking at Inari but rather focused on his plate. I said you're all going to die, you idiot. It doesn't matter how hard you train, how much you fight. It's hopeless. You're no match for Gado and his men, Inari says, glaring at the blonde-haired idiot who has the nerve to mock him. And I suppose you are? Naruto asks, his tone laced with sarcasm as he finally looks at Inari with his eyebrow raised. Well, why don't you tell me about that, because from what I've seen, nothing's been done for this land since Kaiza died, he continues. Inari loses it. As if it isn't enough that these ninja fools show up here and dare to think they could challenge Gado, one of them has the nerve to mention Kaiza. Don't you dare talk about Kaiza. The boy yells angrily. Who do you think you are anyway? Kaiza was my hero and he was ripped away from me. You have no idea what that's like. Living in that ninja village of yours all your life. You know nothing about suffering, Inari continues shouting. A dark look comes onto Naruto's face. He places his chopsticks down before standing up. He looks straight at Inari, causing the boy to step back nervously. And don't you dare stand there and speak as if you know I am and that you've had it worse than anyone else. Look around you. You have a home, a mother and grandfather who care about you and the memory of your father to look back on. There are kids just like you out there who have nothing and have lived their whole lives with nothing, Naruto says, yelling the last part, causing Inari to begin to tear up. He turns around and begins to walk away. He walks until he is standing right in front of the door. You should be glad your father isn't alive, he says without turning, causing the eyes of all those in the room to widen in shock. Because that means he was a hero. Better to die a hero than to live a coward. If you're not happy about the way things are, then stop crying, become a hero and change them, he says. He opens the door and steps out, closing it behind him. Inari stands there staring at the door which Naruto had left through, like all in the room, mulling over the blonde ninja's words. There is silence for a while. It is eventually broken by Ino. Fugaku-sensei, who is Naruto? She asks, not finding any better way to voice what is on her mind. Her sensei, this time, doesn't shake his head at her attempt to gather information on her teammate. I'd be lying if I said I knew the answer to that, Ino, he responds, still looking at the door. He seemed deeply insulted and angered by Inari saying he didn't know what it means to lose a loved one. But from the intel I have, he hasn't ever been particularly close to anyone in the village. Could it be Minato was wrong? He analyzes inwardly, wondering if Minato knew even less about his son than he thinks. Flashback end. That was the reason Naruto had ended up here. He wasn't really thinking in the moment. He'd just gotten frustrated and angry at hearing Inari's words. He was ripped away from me. You have no idea what that feels like. He sighs. He looks up at the early morning sky and begins to think. Something he hasn't had the chance to do since leaving the village. Blowing up like that probably gave his observer a lead. He's decided he'll open up more to his teammates. This way he'll perhaps stave off some of the suspicion he's under. He is certain that besides the Hokage's personal reasons, the treatment he has received from the villagers and not sharing any close bonds with anyone in the village has made him a potential flight risk. He is given no more time to think, unfortunately. He opens his eyes as he senses a chakra signature which he recognizes. Haku walks into a clearing, humming to herself. Her raven hair is let down and is out of the way of her beautiful face. In her hand is a basket which she is using to collect herbs which she will use to make a strong enough painkiller for Zabuza. She was more than happy to be out of the hideout for a bit. Her master has been very cranky recently, but it's to be expected. He isn't used to being in such a position. She spots the silhouette of someone sitting against a tree. She approaches, wanting to get a closer look. She freezes as she realizes it's him. The blonde boy from a few days earlier who had fought against her master. She begins to think, if she were to kill him now, a lot of trouble would be avoided. There is no doubt in her mind that she can handle the two kunoichi he was with without trouble. He is another matter altogether though. The fact he was able to take her master on was proof of that. And then there is his sensei. That man is dangerous, as much as it pains her to admit he may be stronger than Zabuza. She approaches him, reaching out for his neck. She nearly jumps in surprise when he grabs her wrist with his eyes still closed. His eyelids open, revealing his ocean blue eyes. Haku is captivated by them. She finds herself unable to move. She is broken out of this trance when he speaks. Can I help you? Naruto asks with his eyebrow raised in pretense. Was she going to try and finish me off before our next meeting? He assesses. Oh, she stumbles, still in awe. I apologize. I saw you sleeping and wanted to wake you up. You'll catch your death sleeping out here in the cold, she lies while smiling at him. A good liar, he observes. He glances at the basket in her hand. He recognizes the herbs as the ingredients to a painkiller. This is obviously for Zabuza. I see. My apologies. Please forgive me, he says, standing up and bowing respectfully. It's fine, she stutters embarrassedly. I'm Haku, what's your name? She asks politely. Naruto, he responds. What are you doing out all alone? He asks. A friend of mine is in pain and in need of medical attention. There are some medicinal herbs in this area that can help, she asks. Naruto offers to help her pick the herbs. She attempts to reject his offer but he insists, so she shows him the herbs she needs. They get to work, going about the task in silence. Haku begins to have an internal debate with herself on whether she should converse with the blonde or not. Normally she wouldn't be doing this, but she just can't help but feel enchanted by him and the presence he exudes. She looks over at him and sees his blonde hair move in the breeze, those faint whisker marks on his cheeks. Naruto is on one knee picking the medicinal herbs. He can feel Haku's eyes on him. The girl is trying to hide the fact that she is staring at him, but even if it weren't for the fact that Naruto can feel when someone's eyes are on him, he would still be able to tell. Is she ruminating on whether to kill him? Perhaps. He stands up, turning his head and looking at her. His cerulean blue eyes meet with hers. His eyes are mysterious. They appear emotionless and blank, masking all within. But Haku can perceive some of what he is trying to hide behind those eyes. They are laced with much the same determination and conviction she had seen on display against her master. His eyes also clearly have a dark look. They look as though they belong to one who has felt great pain. One who has no semblance of trust in anything but himself. Perhaps this is why he masks himself, not revealing what is within himself. When his eyes meet with hers, they bore into the depths of her very being, as if they know all. She quickly realizes she is blushing and tries to force it down, but the realization of her reaction to the handsome blonde only causes cheeks to grow redder than before. Naruto walks towards her, the herbs cupped in both hands. He resists raising an eyebrow at her sudden change in skin color. Perhaps Zabuza isn't the only one not in peak condition. He places the herbs in the basket which she holds out while sitting down. He places himself down next. "So, you're a shinobi?" she asks, trying to make small talk and not look suspicious. Naruto simply nods in response. "You must be quite strong," she continues. Naruto shrugs. "That depends on one's definition or measure of strength. In my opinion I am somewhat strong, but there are many who are far ahead of me," he responds to her. She stares a bit at him again in thought. "So why do you fight?" she asks. He turns his head, looking at her, surprised by the question. "Why do you have to be strong?" "It is my belief that one can only be strong if they have something or someone precious to protect," she continues. He looks ahead and speaks. "I have someone who is quite special to me, who taught me many things. I wish to one day be his equal and eventually surpass him. To be an even greater hero than he was," he says with his voice filled with determination and a smile on his face. He was a bit taken aback by such a question being asked by the female, especially with all things considered. Haku listens and stares in awe. Naruto speaks. The blonde boy speaks with conviction, and as he does this the wind blows his blonde hair. A smile appears on his handsome heart-shaped face, making him seem all the more such. Haku blushes as she listens to him. "And besides this," he says as his face adopts a contemplative look to it. He watches as Haku grows beet red once again. He considers questioning her about her health but realizes he has no time to. Haku resists raising her eyebrow a bit as she hears Naruto's second reason. It sparks her curiosity and she begins to try to ask him, but he doesn't give her the chance. "Well, it's been nice meeting you," he says. "Should be getting back to my team." Haku nods. "It's been a pleasure meeting you too, Naruto. Hopefully our paths will cross again soon," she says. She feels sad that the next time she crosses paths with the blonde, it will be in battle. "Oh, they will. Send Zabuza my best regards and tell him I will be looking forward to our next meeting." Haku nearly drops her basket in shock at these words. She jumps back, arming herself with Senbon needles. "You knew. But then, how? Why did you help me?" She manages to stutter out, overcoming her shock. "You could have attempted to kill me earlier, but you didn't. You're not like Zabuza," he responds to her shock at how he read her so easily. "And, we're somewhat similar, you and I. We both have people who are precious to us." Another word. Naruto turns around and walks off without another word, leaving Haku to recover from her shock. 6 days later. The week had passed uneventfully. Naruto had returned to Tezuna's home the morning after his outburst and apologized to Fugaku for his outburst and abrupt departure. Fugaku had accepted the boy's apology. He didn't bother questioning the boy as he knows he won't give him an answer worth hearing. In the days that have passed, Team 12 have continued to guard Tezuna whilst he completes the bridge project, while also training in preparation for Zabuza and his accomplices' return. Fugaku has been observing his students and the behavior they exhibited over the past few days. They seem to be growing more friendly with each other. Ino has been pushing herself harder. She is determined to close the gap between her and her teammates. She has been training in chakra control exercises, genjutsu, taijutsu and even some ninjutsu. She possesses an affinity to water and earth-natured chakra. Satsuki has been honing her fire-style jutsu and chakra control as well. Not being part of the last battle against Zabuza has clearly bruised her ego and she is determined to showcase her skills this time around. Naruto has been honing his taijutsu skill mostly. His stamina is unbelievable. He could train for the whole day without a single break and wake up the next morning to do it once more. Currently Fugaku is on the bridge with Ino keeping guard. His two other students should be arriving any moment now for rotation. Fugaku's eyes dart around as he keeps guard. Zabuza is no doubt in fighting shape by now. Injured but in fighting shape nonetheless. The hidden mist rogue ninja could strike at any moment. With Satsuki. Satsuki sighs exasperatedly as she gathers her stuff. When she woke up this morning and headed down for breakfast she noticed Naruto was missing. Her father told them that Naruto had asked to be excused, citing training as his reason for his request. After breakfast Fugaku and Ino left with Tazuna for the bridge. The hours passed but there was no sign of Naruto showing up. She has decided to leave. She is already late enough. She is quite worried. Could something have happened to him? Satsuki inwardly asks herself. Are you sure you can't wait a little more? I'm sure he's on his way, Tsunami says to Satsuki. The Uchiha female looks back at Tsunami as she stands in front of the door. I'm late as it is. I should get going. For all I know he headed to the bridge without me. She responds. Tsunami nods understandingly while Inari watches on as well. Well, I'm off, Satsuki says. Be careful, Tsunami says. Satsuki smiles a bit before stepping out of the house and closing the door behind herself. She looks around before jumping away. With Naruto. Naruto is crouched down in the rafters of a warehouse. Below him the room is filled with people. There are about 40 in total. 30 are men and 10 are teenage girls. 15 of the men are scattered about the room while 14 are gathered around the females, leading them forwards to the front where a middle-aged man with brown hair, a bald spot and a large beard stands. How did Naruto end up here? He had been going about his training and just when he was about to head back to Tazuna's home he detected a group of about 24 chakra signatures. He heard a scream coming from where the group was and decided to investigate. When he did he found a group of 14 armed men leading 10 young women through the forest. One of the men had backhanded one of the girls. The sight angered but did not surprise the blonde. With the land of waves becoming Gado's playground and the heart of his criminal empire, human trafficking has become a normality in the nation. Naruto could have taken the thugs down then and there but chose not to, opting to let them lead him to their base so he could rescue any other captives which lead to the current situation. The group of men and women are now all standing in front of the middle-aged man. We got the order, boss, speaks up one of the men as he steps forward. He is wearing 10, pick of the litter fresh ones, he says smirking. The man doesn't respond verbally. He looks the girls over, taking the time to walk around so as to study each of them. He walks slowly enjoying the girl's visible fear. He nods before taking out a key and tossing it to the man who spoke. All right, put him with the others, he says finally speaking. The black-haired man nods and the girls are led to a door on the left side of the front of the room. It is opened and the girls are forced inside before the door is locked behind them. All right, gather round, the apparent leader shouts. The men in the room comply gathering in front of him. There is a bit of chatter but he silences with a raise of his hand. Right, Gado's order is ready. Naruto narrows his eyes as his suspicions are confirmed. They work for Gado. So you can all sit back, relax and get ready for the payday headed your way. Boss, interjects the man who spoke earlier, if I may, I have a proposition, he says. The leader frowns at being interrupted. What have I told you about opening your mouth while I'm talking? And what the hell are you on about? He questions angrily. Sorry. Gado gave us a task and we've completed it. We will be getting paid but why should we relax know when we can go the extra mile? He asks rhetorically with a sadistic smile spreading across his face. What do you mean, go the extra mile? He asks growing frustrated. I mean we should make sure the merchandise we're delivering to Gado is fresh. If you catch my drift, he finishes with the same wry smile on his face. His sentence is followed by shouts of approval from his compatriots. The leader raises his hand, silencing them once again. I'm just saying, boss. 45 girls to deliver, 30 of us. The math sounds good enough to me, continues the man, swinging the key on his finger. Murmurs of approval arise. They are silenced this time not by the leader but by a sound that echoes throughout the room. All heads turn to the back. Naruto drops down from his hiding place in the rafters, having heard all he needs to hear. He lands on the ground and watches as the thugs turn towards him. There is silence. Then murmurs begin to fill the room once again. Who the hell is that? It's a kid, obviously. Yeah, but what's he doing here? Talk about shit timing. The leader looks around the room, growing agitated. There is silence as the thugs look around, waiting for someone to make a move. The black-haired one holding the key steps forward, still twirling it on his finger. I'll handle this. He says, hey kid. You seem lost. We were actually about to attend to some serious business, so why don't you run on out of here and find your way home, he says, the lecherous smile from earlier still on his face. Naruto looks on at the group, his face blank. He finally speaks. Every single one of you are going to die, he says plainly. There is silence once again and then laughter erupts from the thugs. You idiots, shouts the leader angrily, he's a shinobi. Don't you see that thing on his head? Kill him, he orders. The thugs finally take notice of the headband wrapped around Naruto's head, identifying him as a shinobi. Alright, I'll handle this, says the black-haired thug, placing the key in his back pocket. He draws his katana from his back and runs at Naruto, intent on killing the boy as fast as possible so he can turn his attention back to having some fun. He raises his katana as he begins to get close to the brat. All of a sudden he disappears. Naruto disappears and reappears in front of the katana-wielding thug and palms him in the stomach, launching him back. While he is in mid-air, Naruto inwardly utters the words, wood style, wood-cutting sprigs jutsu. Branches of wood shoot from the thug's body, coming out in different spots, from his head to his midsection, to his legs. He drops to the ground, dead. There is complete silence in the room as all eyes are on his body as his blood begins to pool. Marekio, one of the thugs says in a low voice, not believing their partner in crime is dead. A loud yell comes from one of the thugs standing in the front as he runs forward with a battle axe in hand. All the other thugs follow suit, intent on avenging their fallen friend. Naruto places his hand over the ground. 8 pieces of wood rise from the ground. He places them each between his fingers and crosses his arms before releasing the projectiles, sending them right at the thugs. They are on target, all 8 stabbing one thug each. Naruto utters the words once again. Wood style, wood-cutting sprigs jutsu. Branches of chakra-infused wood shoot from the bodies of those who have been hit, killing them and 5 other thugs who were standing close to them. The thugs reel in shock, seeing more of their friends killed. Before they can act, Naruto places his hands in the snake hand sign before slamming a hand on the ground. Wood-style summoning. Burrowing carnivorous Buddha. A massive ceiling formula appears on the ground that the remaining thugs are standing on. A rumbling sound fills the room as the ground shakes. Some of the thugs jump away but some are not so lucky. An enormous 4-sided Venus fly trap emerges from the ground, swallowing 9 of the thugs as it rises from the ground. The 7 who managed to escape try to run but this proves futile. Vines emerge from the ground grabbing at them and throwing them into the air where they can do nothing but watch as they are devoured. Once it has devoured them all, it disappears in a cloud of smoke. The leader watches on as his men are mowed through and killed in seconds. He steps back, getting ready to try and run. He turns only to be met with a punch square in the face that sends him falling onto his backside. Before he can get up, Naruto grabs him at the scruff of his neck and gives him another right hook that lays him out on the ground. Naruto grabs him and props him up on his knees, positioning him so he is forced to behold the gruesome scene that has unfolded in the warehouse. Do you see that? He rhetorically questions. Your subordinates are all dead. Now they died quick deaths that didn't force them to endure lasting pain. You on the other hand may not be so lucky. With that said, I want to know everything there is to know about Gato's criminal activities within the Land of Waves. His arms storage houses. The whereabouts of the other humans he trafficked. His main base of operations and location. Everything, Naruto asks in a low voice. Go to hell, spits the man. Naruto's eyes narrow. He holds his hands in the tiger seal while kicking the man back to the ground. Bringer of darkness jutsu, he says inwardly. Naruto knows that for most, Darkness evokes fear. The man begins to move about beneath Naruto in a panicked manner. What did you do to me? I can't see, he shouts hysterically. Naruto holds his hands in the snake hand sign. Thorn-covered vines rise from the ground and wrap around the monk's body completely, apart from his head. Talk, Naruto says. The monk's only verbal response is a low groan. He grits his teeth, trying to force down the fear that has been amplified by being robbed of his sight and the scream of pain in his gut. Naruto infuses more chakra. The vines tighten and move across the monk's skin as the thorns dig deeper, penetrating his flesh. You're still resisting, Naruto challenges. He infuses more chakra. The vines tighten more as the thorns grow longer, stabbing into the very muscle of the man. I don't know, he groans out. Gato has lots of dangerous enemies. He keeps his location a secret. He wails in pain, not being able to hold it in any longer. These vines are poisonous. I'm sure you're beginning to feel it, right? The burning sensation in those cuts all over your body. Naruto kneels down and whips out a kunai. He imbues it with wind-style chakra and holds it to the mon's face. This is just the beginning, he says, running his kunai along the side of the mon's face, causing a cut to appear on his already bleeding face, marred by Naruto's fists. This pain will only worsen if you don't tell me the truth, Naruto says in a low tone. Alright, I'll tell you, but if I do, you have to swear you won't kill me, the gang leader relents. Naruto releases the restraints in his genjutsu. The man moans in pain as he finally regains his mobility and eyesight to discover his clothes are wet with his own blood. Naruto sits down and crosses his legs. There is a proof of smoke, emanating from the black wristbands he is wearing. A scroll appears in Naruto's hand. He unrolls it and holds his pen in his hand. Begin. The man does so, telling him all he needs to know. He gets up having gotten the first thing he came for. What do you even want with Gato? The man asks while still laying on his back, not being able to move. I'm going to kill him, Naruto responds. You kill Gato. You won't be the first to try, he says between groans of pain. Before the sun sets today, he will be dead, Naruto says, narrowing his eyes. Naruto looks down at the man who is now desperately trying to find some way to move. You shouldn't bother, you're gonna be dead soon anyway, he says as he turns and begins to approach the room where the kidnapped girls are held. What? But we had a deal. I gave you what you wanted, the man says hysterically. I don't remember agreeing to anything with you, he says plainly. In fact, I made myself quite clear from the beginning. I said you and your gang were all going to die, didn't I? He says while still walking. He stands in front of the metal door which the kidnapped females are held captive behind and whips out 2 kunai. With Satsuki. Satsuki jumps down, arriving at her destination. She walks towards Ino and Fugaku. Satsuki, where is Naruto? Fugaku questions. Satsuki inwardly curses. He didn't show up. Sensei, he didn't come back to Tazuna's home. I'd assumed that it was a sign for us to rendezvous here, she responds. Before Fugaku can respond, a scream is heard. The group rush to the source and what they find surprises but doesn't shock them. Tazuna's workers are all strewn about. They appear to have been attacked. Fugaku frowns and turns to see mist rolling in. It seems he's back, Fugaku says. The 2 females draw kunai whilst Fugaku creates 2 earth clones and orders them to guard Tazuna. 2 approaching silhouettes become visible in the mist, one bigger than the other. Even from here to the group of shinobi, one of them is easily recognizable to the whole group while Fugaku is the only one who recognizes the other. Where's the blonde brat? Zabuza questions, looking the group over. He has bandages tied over parts of his body, clearly hiding the burns he suffered. He's not here right now, but he's on his way. Don't allow that to concern you as you already have your hands full with me. Fugaku responds, challenging Zabuza. The swordsman narrows his eyes as his hand wraps around the handle of his executioner's blade on his back. Fugaku appears in front of Zabuza with a kunai poised to pierce the man's chest. Zabuza reacts fast, stopping the kunai with the flat side of his executioner's blade. Haku, just as planned. You take care of those brats and I'll deal with him, Zabuza says with his eyes closed as Fugaku activates his Sharingan. Yes, Master Zabuza, his masked accomplice replies before jumping away. Ino and Satsuki follow suit. You realize that those 2 are no match for Haku, right? They're merely newly promoted genin. She's on a whole other level, far above them, Zabuza says while attempting to overpower Fugaku. As I'd said before, you already have your hands full with me. So I would advise you not to allow yourself to get distracted, Fugaku responds smirking. The two jump back from each other. They stand in silence. I see. You plan on fighting with your eyes closed to combat my visual jutsu, Fugaku assesses. In order for you to use your genjutsu you need to make eye contact. This will ensure that isn't possible for you. My specialty is killing based purely on sound. Not having my eyes won't pose the slightest hindrance, Zabuza says smirking. Well, it doesn't matter, because I'm stronger than you, Fugaku states in a matter-of-fact tone with a cocky smirk on his face. An irritated frown comes onto Zabuza's face. Our last meeting was a clear indication of that. I'll admit I allowed you to get under my skin, but that won't happen again. All I have to do is outpower you. Your failure to compare to me will be your downfall. Fugaku continues, attempting to anger Zabuza. Zabuza grows angry. He is aware of the fact that the last time he faced Fugaku he was on the back foot each time the two went one-on-one. If it hadn't been for Haku he would be dead. But the Uchiha had still allowed himself to nearly be killed by the swordsman. That fact alone means Zabuza can and will kill him. He lifts his blade and points it right at Fugaku. Do yourself a favor and don't underestimate me, Zabuza says in a threatening tone, you are strong. At one point you were strong enough to be a cage. But it's like I said before. You're not the same shinobi you once were. Our last meeting is a clear indication of that. And it will be your downfall, Zabuza vows once again turning the Uchiha's words against him. Fugaku smirks. A proof of smoke forms at his hands. The smoke quickly clears revealing a tanto with a black blade in the Uchiha's hands. Zabuza grins at this. The two run at each other. Meanwhile with Haku, Ino and Satsuki. Haku stands across from Ino and Satsuki in silence. I'm very sorry but I must do as Master Zabuza orders, Haku says, sounding genuinely apologetic. What are you apologizing for? Satsuki says as she runs forward alongside Ino. You're the one who's about to get her ass kicked. Ino says. The pair jump into the air. Ino unleashes a torrent of shuriken whilst Satsuki weaves through a set of hand signs. Fire style. Phoenix flower jutsu. Small balls of fire emerge from Satsuki's mouth and set the shuriken alight as they head straight for Haku. The masked ninja sidesteps them only to be met with a kick to the back that sends her forward. Fast, she says inwardly as she is sent forwards towards Ino. Water style. Water bullet jutsu, Ino yells as she sends multiple balls of water barreling towards Haku. They meet their target who is sent in the opposite direction. Satsuki sidesteps Haku as she flies through the air and spin kicks her in the side. Haku lands on the ground and skids and rolls before stopping. With Fugaku and Zabuza, blades clash resulting in a shower of sparks. Fugaku smirks at his opponent as does Zabuza with his eyes still shut. The two battle for dominance. Zabuza pushes Fugaku back before lifting his blade and bringing it down in an attempt to bisect him. Fugaku brings his tanto up stopping the swordsman's attack. He tries to sweep the swordsman's legs out from beneath him. Zabuza jumps up and blocks the blade aimed at his stomach with the flat side of his executioner's blade. Fugaku breathes in and blows out a small fireball at point-blank range that heads for Zabuza's face. The swordsman's enhanced senses allow him to feel it coming and he jumps and rolls out of the way. He jumps to his feet and skids to a halt. At least you're smart enough to realize that even with those eyes of yours you can't hope to defeat me in a swordsman's duel, especially considering that my executioner's blade is far superior to that tanto, Zabuza says smirking. Fugaku smirks. You disappoint me, Zabuza. It is true that your executioner's blade is formidable, but it is useless in the hands of an individual who cannot use it. Fugaku says. It isn't the blade itself that is special but what the wielder can do with it, Fugaku continues. Zabuza nods in agreement with this philosophy. True, but what can you do with that blade? He asks in a challenging manner. Let's find out, Fugaku responds. He breathes out fire onto his tanto. An orange aura surrounds it. Fugaku appears in front of Zabuza and swings at the swordsman's midsection. Zabuza jumps back dodging the swing while chuckling at the weak attack. Zabuza grunts as he suddenly clutches his stomach which has suffered a burn. What is this? He set his blade on fire. Zabuza is forced to go down under a swing for his neck. He jumps back as Fugaku swings at him again. Once again he is not cut but suffers a burn to his right leg. This is what I can do, Fugaku shouts. With Naruto. Naruto approaches Tazuna's home. After he had freed the captives at the warehouse, he had told them to return to their homes and to spread the word that Gato's oppressive rule will be over by the end of the day. After he had destroyed the warehouse completely before getting sick and vomiting in the bushes. Today is the first time he has ever killed anyone. He needs to hurry. Something in his gut is telling him this. He knows Satsuki already left. He has come here to ensure Inari and Tsunami are safe. His eyes narrow. He senses 4 chakra signatures inside the house. Inside Tazuna's house. Let go of me, Tsunami yells at the man who has grabbed her by the arm. He backhands her, sending her falling onto her backside. I said you're coming with us, he says. Inari watches on in despair. When he'd heard a loud noise, he had come downstairs to see these 2 men trying to take his mother. Leave her alone, he shouts desperately. All heads in the room turn to the boy. Hey, nobody said anything about a kid, the shorter of the 2 says. Doesn't matter, take care of him, the one who has a hold of Tsunami says. The shorter thug complies, stepping towards Inari whilst unsheathing his sword. Inari's life begins to flash before his eyes. He sees himself growing up in the care of his grandpa and his mother. He sees himself nearly drowning and meeting Kaiza for the first time. He sees Kaiza dying and finally sees Naruto speaking to him. Become a hero. Inari narrows his eyes. The man raises his sword in the air, preparing to kill the boy. So long, kid. Before he can bring his blade down, he suddenly hunches over. He feels even the strength to scream in pain leave him as Inari punches him in the groin. Inari kicks the man's legs out from underneath him, laying him out on the floor, much to the shock of the other 2 people in the room. You're so dead, kid, the Mons is barely able to say while clutching at his injured gonads. Alright, that's it, the other thug says, getting up and stalking towards Inari. He stops at about halfway, dropping his weapon. My eyes. What's going on? I can't see. He yells hysterically. He is allowed to say nothing else as he falls forward onto the ground. Naruto. Inari exclaims happily, seeing the blonde ninja standing over the now unconscious thug. Naruto smiles at Inari as he walks forward. The thug laying in front of Inari jumps back to his feet, gripping his sword. He prepares to make Naruto pay for taking out his partner, but before he can do so, he drops to his knees, this time yelling in pain as Inari kicks him in the groin from behind. While he is curled up in a ball on the floor, Naruto chops the man in the neck, knocking him out as well. Meanwhile, Inari rushes towards his mother, who welcomes him with a warm embrace as the 2 tear up at nearly losing one another. Naruto smiles sadly at this scene. He walks towards the 2 who look up at him. Inari, you did it, you became a hero, he says, smiling down at the boy. Really? Inari asks in awe, not having taken in all that had just happened. Yeah, you put your life on the line to protect your mother. That's no doubt heroic. Your dad would be proud, he says. More tears flow down Inari's cheeks at these words. His mother, seeing this, hugs him tighter. Naruto creates 5 shadow clones. They will protect you until it's all over, Naruto says as he walks towards the door. By the end of this day, this nation will be free, I give you my word, Naruto says before shutting the door behind himself. With Satsuki, Ino and Haku. Haku gets up onto her knees and hands. That was unexpected. Their teamwork is very impressive. She stands up and looks to see the 2 standing side by side. Your teamwork is impressive. I've underestimated you. But now the time has come for this to end, Haku says to the 2. You're right, Ino responds while glaring. Satsuki, let's finish this. The Uchiha female nods and the 2 charge forwards, intent on ending things so they can join their sensei. They skid to a halt as Haku steps back into the mist and disappears. The mist becomes thicker as this happens. They stand back to back while each holding a kunai. Ice style. Demonic mirroring ice crystals, Haku's voice rings out through the mist. The pair of genin can only watch as mirror-like sheets of ice form in the air, creating a dome around them. There are 21 mirrors in total. 12 are at ground level, 8 float above the first 12 and are angled towards the ground, and the final mirror is above the rest and directly faces the ground. An image of their opponent is clearly visible in each mirror. It ends now, the masked female's voice says once more. A hail of Senbon mirrors rains down from above on the genin. With Zabuza and Fugaku. Zabuza pants as his body drips with sweat. Fugaku is proving more and more difficult to fight against. Fugaku appears behind Zabuza. The swordsman whips around in an attempt to behead his opponent. Fugaku jumps back while swinging his blade. An arc of fire-style chakra emerges and heads straight for Zabuza. The former hidden mist shinobi moves out of the way, and although he doesn't take the full brunt of the attack, it grazes his side. He placed his feet on the ground, skidding to a halt. He touches his side and grunts. Another burn on top of the several wounds and cuts he's already suffered. Fugaku smirks, seeing the look of frustration on his opponent's face. You must have noticed it earlier. Unlike other swords, this one has a black-colored blade. That's because it's made of a special kind of ore I forged myself. It effectively conducts, makes use of, and even amplifies fire-style chakra. It can only be used by one who possesses a particularly strong affinity to fire style, such as an Uchiha. With this blade I am able to do three things all at once: cut, pierce and scorch, Fugaku explains with the smirk still present on his face. Zabuza frowns. So that's how. Fugaku speeds forwards with his blade in hand. Zabuza weaves through a set of hand signs. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. A large dragon rises up and roars. It speeds forward towards Fugaku. Just as the two are about to meet, Fugaku raises his blade and pushes more chakra into it, making the fire burn stronger. He brings his tanto down, cutting the dragon in half. Zabuza gasps slowly in shock as his water dragon is bisected. Fugaku takes advantage of his opponent's shock and appears in front of him. He moves to stab the swordsman in the heart and end the battle. Zabuza curses as he realizes he can't dodge the incoming attack. Ah! He yells as he raises his arm to stop the sword, and it embeds itself in it, piercing and burning him at the same time. Cut, pierce and scorch, Fugaku says in a voice of intent. With Satsuki, Haku and Ino. Satsuki doesn't know what's worse. The feeling of pain plaguing parts of her body, or the feeling of numbness slowly spreading through other. Everything had been going well until the moment this dome of ice mirrors appeared. Haku had from that point on proceeded to attack them using waves of Senbon needles. She has tried using her fire style to destroy the mirrors, but they rebuild themselves each time. Ino is down on her knees and hands. She doesn't think she can take much more of this. Wave after wave of steel is raining down on them. She looks up at Satsuki, who just like her is covered in Senbon needles and cuts and is bleeding. Satsuki, I don't think I can take much more. We can't land one attack, and with each one against us things get worse, Ino says in an anguish-filled voice. Satsuki holds out her hand while her eyes dart around looking at all the mirrors. Come on, Ino. We need to keep fighting. Satsuki says. She looks down at her teammate. You can do this, she says. Haku watches on from one of the mirrors. She can't help but feel pity. Naruto could arrive at any moment. I need to be prepared for him. It's time to end this'll, she says inwardly with a bit of sadness. She draws her Senbon and launches them at the two. Ino looks up at her teammate and takes her hand, gaining a newfound determination from the Uchiha's words. Her eyes widen as she sees the enemy release another wave of Senbon. She realizes there is no chance of dodging. She pulls Satsuki down onto the ground, jumping up. She stands above the Uchiha with her arms outstretched. Time seems to slow down as the Senbon approach. She closes her eyes. Time returns to its normal state as the Senbon meets with her body. It pierces her arms, chest, abdomen and legs. All strength that remained in her leaves her body as it meets with the hail of steel. Her legs buckle and she falls backwards. Satsuki doesn't even have time to protest when Ino pulls her down onto the ground. She lands on her stomach and turns onto her backside, only to see Ino standing there covered in steel. Ino, Satsuki manages to whisper. She wants to scream, but the sight seems to have robbed her of voice. She jumps forward as Ino falls backwards and catches her in her arms. Ino, Satsuki manages to say, her voice reflecting her horrified state. Ino looks up at Satsuki, clearly struggling to keep her eyes open. You idiot. Why? I don't. Why did you do that? Satsuki demands. She can't begin to understand why her teammate would do something like this. Ino gurgles, struggling to get out a response. Gasp. Because, we're teammates and we're swimming partners. Satsuki's eyes widen as it comes to her what Ino is talking about. Flashback. Ino and Satsuki stand on the surface of the water in deep concentration while infusing their chakra. After their battle with Zabuza, though not really a battle for them, Fugaku was having them learn to walk and fight on water. Both are sopping wet, a clear indication that they still haven't quite gotten the hang of their training. They stand on the surface of the water in complete silence. Ino glances over at Satsuki nervously to see the Uchiha standing there with her eyes closed. Should she say something? She wants to get closer to her teammates and become friends with them. Naruto is clearly a more quiet and reserved person by nature, but he has been making an effort and becoming a bit more open recently. Satsuki on the other hand, not so much. Her female teammate has tunnel vision and her only visible interest is getting stronger. She wants to change that but doesn't know how to go about it. Her eyes widen and she smirks as an idea comes to her. Satsuki continues to infuse her chakra with her eyes closed. She can feel Ino staring at her. She has been for the past several minutes. What is she thinking about? It doesn't matter, she tells herself, just focus. Satsuki hears a splash and doesn't bother to open her eyes. Then she hears more splashes. She opens her eyes to see Ino thrashing about in the water. She's drowning. She must have finally run out of strength. Satsuki runs out to Ino and holds her hand out. Ino grabs it. All of a sudden a smile comes onto her face. Before Satsuki knows it, she's been pulled into the water by her teammate. She breaks the surface to find Ino laughing loudly. What the hell is wrong with you? Satsuki shouts angrily. As if it isn't enough that she can't get this training down, now she has a nuisance like this to deal with. You said to your dad you would fall in less than 10 times today, Ino manages to say between laughs. And, Satsuki shouts, getting frustrated. This is the 35th time you've fallen today, Ino laughs. Satsuki continues to glare at Ino. Then her lip starts to quiver as she tries to hold back her smile. She fails. She smiles and starts to laugh along with her blonde-haired teammate. They laugh together all the while wading water. Come on, let's swim back to shore, Ino says, making Satsuki laugh harder. The two swim back to the beach and lie on their backs together. For a while there is silence and then it is once again broken by Ino. You're a racehorse, aren't you? Ino asks. Satsuki turns her head to look at the Yamanaka heiress with her eyebrow raised. You're all tunnel vision. Forward is all that exists, Ino continues. Satsuki looks back up and sighs before chuckling. I know, it's just how I was raised, she responds. Yeah, well, you don't have to be like that all the time. Stop and smell the roses, Ino says. Well, it's easy for you to say, you're the floral expert, Satsuki says to Ino. It's the Yamanaka's turn to chuckle. She sits up and looks down at Satsuki with a serious look on her face. It's okay not to get everything perfect the first time. And until you get this down and maybe even after, if you'll let me. I'll be your swimming partner, Ino says, smiling. Satsuki sits up looking at Ino and giggles. Alright. Well, it's good to see you two hard at work. The pair of girls cringe. They both turn to see Fugaku standing next to Naruto with his arms crossed. Sensei, Ino says with a forced smile on her face. Fugaku sighs. You two go rest for the next couple of hours and then head back to the bridge with Tazuna, he orders. He turns to his other student. Naruto, time to get to your training. He says, pointing out to the ocean. Naruto raises his eyebrow. Sensei, I've already mastered this, Naruto says, confused. You're very impressive, but you can always be better. We'll start with laps. There's a small island with 2 pine trees on it not too far from here. Get moving, Fugaku orders. Naruto sighs. He takes off his jacket before removing his tight jersey, rendering himself topless. Fugaku shows no outward reaction though, is impressed by his student's incredible physique, especially considering his age. He isn't muscle-bound or overly bulky but still well built. His arms are toned and well sculpted whilst his abdominal section is well sculpted as well, with a six-pack clearly on display. Ino's mouth drops open as she grows beet red in seconds. She stares at Naruto in complete awe of his body. His face and hair aren't too bad either. Who knew Menma's older brother was so hot? Satsuki, unlike Ino, has the decency to try to hide her reaction, and though her jaw isn't on the floor, she is still as red as a tomato. She shakes her head. What is this? She's seen this sort of behavior on display plenty of times, but it's never happened today. Her. Fugaku chuckles at the reaction of the two females on his team, particularly his daughter. Wait until Makoto hears about this. Naruto, meanwhile, as always, acts completely oblivious to it as he takes off. Flashback end. But most of all because we're friends. At least I think we're friends. We are friends, aren't we? Ino asks as she looks deep into Satsuki's eyes, searching for an answer before she is given one. Why, yes, Of course we're friends, Satsuki manages to stutter out as tears flow down her cheeks. She smiles at her friend in an effort to strengthen her somehow. Ino is the first friend she has had in years. Ino flashes her own smile, this one revealing joy and sadness at the same. She finally became friends with Satsuki, but she wasn't going to get to know the aloof girl more. I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy we're friends. Ino's glaze over and shut. She stops smiling, the grip she has on Satsuki's hand is released and she stops breathing. Ino. Satsuki shouts in a panicked manner, hey, open your eyes. We're supposed to keep fighting. Come on, please, just open your eyes. Satsuki pleads as the tears begin to flow once again. No, this can't be happening. She's lost so many already, she can't lose Ino. Haku feels pity and guilt as she looks on at the scene. Though this is an ideal opportunity to finish the battle, she will allow the girl to mourn her fallen comrade. It will do no harm as she will be dead in a matter of moments herself. Satsuki lays Ino's body gently on the ground. She stands up and walks past it with her head down. She looks up at the mirror in which the enemy lies and looks straight into her eyes. Haku's eyes widen in shock as she locks eyes with the jet black-haired girl. Her eyes are now crimson red. The left eye has one tomo mark rotating slowly around her pupil whilst her right eye has two tomo marks rotating slowly as well around the pupil. The Sharingan. She is an Uchiha as well. How could she have not realized sooner? It doesn't matter, Haku says to herself. Now that her Kekkei Genkai is awakened, she may actually be dangerous. Now she really needs to end this. Before she can act, however, a figure appears in front of the Uchiha. It's him. Naruto appears in front of Satsuki. He looks right up at the mirror in which Haku is in to her surprise. His eyes are not the same as before. Now they are cold and evoke fear. Naruto. Satsuki says in a cold tone. Satsuki. Ino. Is she? Naruto asks, not finishing his sentence, not having the strength to bring himself to ask. Get out of the way, Satsuki orders. I see, Naruto responds, let me finish this. I said get out of the way. You show up late and you let Ino die and yet you still wanna play the hero. Satsuki says in a venom-laced tone while glaring at Naruto's back. All of a sudden a burst of chakra comes from Naruto. The atmosphere changes as he is surrounded by a white aura. The ground beneath him cracks as Satsuki steps back, intimidated a bit. Haku's body stiffens as she sees that power on display once again. She draws her Senbon and launches them at him. Naruto infuses chakra and releases it in a burst and the Senbon are blown away. Haku's eyes widen in shock as she looks around the dome and realizes that cracks are forming in the mirrors. How is this possible? She looks down to where Naruto is to see that cold and deadly look in his eyes once again. All of a sudden he appears right in front of the mirror she's in. Acting fast, she attempts to speed to another mirror. He grabs her foot and tosses her down to the ground, not allowing her to do so. The impact results in a spider web of cracks. Naruto lands on the ground and watches as she sits up. He disappears and reappears in front of her with his fist cocked back. He unleashes a strong punch that destroys her mask and launches her to the other end of the dome. She rolls before skidding to a halt. He walks forward and stands by Satsuki's side, who is staring at him with a look of shock on her face. Naruto places his hands at his side and gathers wind style. It forms a ball that grows to nearly the size of his body. Wind style. Godly wind from the mountains, he shouts, releasing it and sending it right at Haku. Forgive me, Master Zabuza. I have failed. With Zabuza and Fugaku. Fugaku pushes his blade deeper into Zabuza's upper arm. Zabuza's other arm that holds his executioner's blade has a tight grip on it from the Uchiha. Zabuza grunts as he can see the Tonto's blade is now protruding from the other side of his arm. He can feel it burning him. All of a sudden the two shinobi feel a humongous spike in chakra. I told you he was on his way, Fugaku says, smirking. Zabuza kicks Fugaku in the gut, sending him back. He embeds his executioner's blade in the ground and pulls the now bloody Tonto out of his arm. Give it up. You were already hard pressed against me, so there's no way you can hope to beat me with one arm. Fugaku advises. Zabuza frowns in response. Haku jumps down next to him. Her mask is gone and she is covered in cuts and bleeding all over. Haku. Forgive me, Master Zabuza. He was just too strong. He destroyed my jutsu, she says, falling to her knees. She had narrowly escaped. If she hadn't jumped away at the last second, she would probably be dead right now. Naruto and Satsuki appear on either side of their sensei with Satsuki holding Ino in her arms. Naruto, why are you late? Fugaku questions sounding stern. Forgive me sensei. I had to deal with another gang of Gato's subordinates. But I was able to gain useful and considerable information on his operations including his whereabouts. And sensei, I detect a large amount of chakra signatures headed this way, Naruto responds. Fugaku nods at this. Dad, Satsuki whimpers out. Fugaku turns to see his daughter crying. He hasn't seen her cry in years. He looks down at Ino who is in her arms and sees Ino. It's only now he realizes that she isn't breathing. His face darkens. How could he have let this happen? What is he going to say to Inoichi? He turns to Zabuza and Haku and steps forward, intent on ending them both here and now. All of a sudden he hears the tapping of a cane echoes across the bridge, breaking the silence. Well, it seems the demon of the hidden mist was nothing but hype after all. A voice is heard saying. A short man emerges from the mist. What are you doing here, Gato, and what the hell did you just say to me? Zabuza questions angrily. I said you're nothing more than hype. Smoke and mirrors. I gave you a simple mission and you failed. And as for why I'm here, it's time to conduct cleanup and get rid of all of you, and there's no better time to do that than here and now when you're all weak and vulnerable. He says. Some silhouettes become visible in the mist. A large group of people emerge from the mist, all wielding weapons. Zabuza frowns. You're dead, Gato. I'm gonna cut you open like a lamb in a slaughterhouse. Nobody puts a knife in my back. He says threateningly. I won't let any of you lay a hand on Master Zabuza, Haku says standing up and stepping forward. The both of you are in no shape to fight, Naruto says. Their heads turn to him. Zabuza frowns once again. Normally having one arm would be no problem, but the burn marks he suffered are too much to shrug off. Haku is bleeding quite badly, and though she's trying to hide it, she's struggling to stay on her feet. Sensei, Naruto says stepping forward. You and I will handle this, he says whipping out a pair of kunai. Fugaku nods in agreement and steps forward with his student. He walks up to Zabuza who hands him his tanto and nods at him. Kill them all, Gato yells. The men all shout while rushing forwards towards the group. Naruto and Fugaku run forwards. Fugaku swiftly slices through enemy after enemy, his momentum unending. He wastes no time or effort with each blow he delivers being a fatal one. Naruto employs much the same method, using each blow from his kunai to kill. Whenever the thugs attempt to overwhelm him using numbers, he releases wind-style chakra in concentrated bursts, sending them back. Gato watches as the two shinobi cut through his army of over 200 men like a hot knife through butter. Go, kill them, he orders, pushing more men forwards. Fugaku sees a second wave of men sent forwards. Naruto disappears, needing nothing else to be said. Fugaku weaves through hand signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. He blows out a humongous fireball that spans the width of the entire bridge and swallows several mercenaries. They can only scream as they are incinerated. Gato gasps as he sees more than half of his army killed from one attack. He begins to step back. Get me out of. He turns to see all four of his bodyguards laying on the ground with their throats slit open. Before he can say or do anything, Naruto kicks him square in the face, sending him onto his backside. Ahhhhh, he cries, clutching his now broken nose. Despite the tears in his eyes, he can clearly see Naruto walking towards him. The boy stands above him. Gato shakes in fear as he sees a humongous creature with white glinting teeth and golden eyes standing behind the boy. It's a lion. Please, I'll give you anything, just don't kill me. Sorry, but I don't go back on my word, Naruto says coldly. Before Gato can even scream, his head rolls off of his shoulders onto the floor. Hours later, after Gato's death, many of the mercenaries he hired attempted to escape, seeing no reason to continue fighting. Needless to say, none were allowed to escape. Naruto had handed over the scroll containing the intel on all Gato's operations to Tazuna. Satsuki had wanted to kill Haku despite all that had happened, but Fugaku had talked her down. Haku then revealed that she hadn't killed Ino but simply put her in a deep sleep. Zabuza had shaken his head at this and told Haku she was far too soft before telling her he was glad Naruto hadn't killed her and that she meant a lot to him. She teared up upon hearing this. When Ino woke up, Satsuki had hugged her tight before hitting her over the head for scaring her. Fugaku had expressed his concern, joking that if she had died he would have followed her into the afterlife when her father found out. Naruto had said he was happy she was okay and smiled at her, to which she replied with a simple smile and light blush. Satsuki then profusely apologized to Naruto for her words to him. He accepted it, saying he understood her emotional state at the time. Now the time has come for Team 12 to leave the Land of Waves. They are now standing on the bridge alongside Haku and Zabuza, across from all the villagers, including Tazuna and his family. Are you sure you have to leave so soon? Tsunami pleads. I'm afraid so, Fugaku responds. Tazuna steps forward. Words can't express my gratitude. He falls to his knees. Thank you so much. Fugaku smiles awkwardly, not knowing how to respond to the display, and narrows his eyes when he realizes his two female students are laughing at him. He turns his head to see his third student speaking to Inari. Inari sniffles and wipes the tears from his cheeks. Hey, chin up. You're supposed to be a hero now, right? Naruto says, smiling. Inari nods. Right, he says, smiling, I'm a hero. So what are we going to do now? Haku asks. Zabuza, who has his arm in a sling, raises his eyebrow, a bit taken aback by the question. He sighs. This whole thing with Gato has really forced me to think about some things. We're going back to the Land of Water to fight for our home, he says with his eyes narrowed. Haku nods at this. Well, we'll be leaving now. Fugaku says. Goodbye. All the villagers shout as the group walks away. So, what should we name the bridge? Tazuna shouts. There is excited chatter and many shouts and suggestions are heard. Inari tugs on Tazuna's shirt. He bends down and Inari whispers in his ear. Tazuna smiles and stands up. How about the Great Naruto Bridge? Tazuna suggests. Shouts of approval erupt and it is decided. The bridge is named after the hero who saved the Land of Waves. The sound of the leaves rustling in the wind accompanies that of footsteps on the dirt path. The large green gates of the Hidden Leaf, wide open, are clearly in sight for the returning Team 12. Fugaku watches, taking in his surroundings, as his squad walks ahead of him towards the Leaf Village, the scene bringing back old memories. He resists the urge to sigh as he thinks about how he's going to explain all the events that transpired concerning his team's mission. He's not worried about Minato, he can handle the Hokage. It's his wife he's concerned about. When she hears he pursued a mission above his team's assignment grade and potentially put their daughter in danger. The wave ordeal hopefully though had done some work in opening his team's eyes to the realities of the shinobi world. It had certainly opened his up a bit to a reality of his own. I can't believe it took me so much trouble to take down Zabuza, the Uchiha patriarch says, inwardly scoffing to himself. Minato was right. I am rusty. Unacceptable. He shakes his head. Ino, in contrast to the contemplative frown on her sensei's face, has a smile on her face as she lays eyes on the entrance to her birthplace, elated to be back home. Wait till the others hear that Team 12 successfully completed an A-rank mission. They're gonna be so jealous, she says, looking to her left at her fellow female teammate. Satsuki gives no response, clearly not even having heard Ino's words, her eyes glued to one thing. The Yamanaka raises her eyebrow and looks ahead to Satsuki's current focus. Her eyes narrow in thought as she looks back to see Satsuki still staring at Naruto. Did something happen while I was knocked out? Ino asks herself. Satsuki doesn't spare the village a glance as her eyes stay on her blonde male teammate, her mind on what she had witnessed from him. An enemy ninja, no doubt high Chunin level at least, had overwhelmed both her and Ino to the point of toying with them, and he had shown up and in a matter of seconds, defeated Haku and nearly killed her. She wasn't sure before, but she is now. Naruto is surely the strongest ninja in his graduating class. He must be. No one her age in the village is capable of such things. It baffles her how he was able to hide such strength for so long, known widely as a hopeless dunce who lacked the talent all others in his family had. That was yet another thing that confused her. Her immediate assumption was that if Naruto is this strong, it's surely because of training he received from his parents, but upon closer inspection it seems less likely that's the case. Naruto doesn't fight like Menma, Mito or Yayoi at all. He doesn't use the same taijutsu style as the three and doesn't have the same jutsu in his arsenal they do. It looks as though he was trained entirely differently. Just where is all this strength coming from, and why do you seem so desperate to keep it hidden? She asks, watching as the blonde walks ahead of his teammates, opening up a water bottle. I will find out just who you are, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto takes a sip from his water bottle, well aware of the two pairs of eyes on him. He wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. One pair has only just begun staring, but the other has been on him for what seems like ages now. He can't be sure why Satsuki is staring at him. He can only guess. She had seen him unleash his power, take down and try to kill Haku and kill all those mercenaries on the bridge during the mission. Is she scared of me now? He asks himself. He hopes not. What a pain that would be. He'll have to try read her body language later when face to face with her. Dirt path becomes stone as Team 12 step back into the village hidden in the leaves. Team 12 reporting back from, the team's leader doesn't finish his sentence as he is met with an unpleasant sight. The two gatekeepers of the village fast asleep. You guys pick up the pace and make your way to the tower, I just need a few moments, Fugaku says to his students. The three genin comply, taking to the rooftops. Fugaku steps forward to stand right in front of the sleeping Chunin, one of them clearly snoring. He slams his fist onto the wooden desk their heads rest on. Kotetsu jumps in a startled panic from the sudden awakening, falling off of his chair onto the floor. Azumo wakes up in a fright to come face to face with a frowning Fugaku Uchiha. Lo Lord Fugaku, I see you've returned from your mission. What took so long? Azumo nervously chuckles. The Jonin doesn't respond, simply frowning at him for what seems to be ages. Fugaku looks down at the chair Azumo is sitting on and back at the Chunin. The boy takes the hint and jumps to his feet. Kotetsu moans as he gets up. What the hell, man? What's the big eye? Dia. He finishes slowly, finally seeing who gave him his rude awakening. Lord Fugaku, welcome back. He says, gulping, standing upright and to attention like his partner. Fugaku looks both of the Chunin up and down as they sweat bullets. He reaches over the desk and grabs both the chairs they were sitting on and looks both of the young ninja over before finally speaking. If I ever catch the two of you asleep on duty again, he says in a low menacing tone. The Jonin Uchiha disappears in a poof of smoke, not bothering to finish his sentence. Outside Hokage Tower, Naruto Ino and Satsuki's sensei appears in a poof of smoke before them. The three raise their eyebrows at once, seeing the two chairs in each of Fugaku's hands before realization dawns on them. The three chuckle to themselves. Sensei, Naruto says, shaking his head while chuckling. What? Fugaku says, smirking. What's got you three amused? Let's head inside. Inside the Hokage's office, Minato sits back in his chair as Team 12 stands before him. The four-man squad had been assigned an escort mission, C rank, and was scheduled to be back a while ago. Team 12 reporting back from the land of waves, Fugaku says. Welcome back Team 12 inches, the Hokage says. He looks at the team's Jonin once again, seeing the two chairs in his hands. Fugaku, what are the chairs for? The village leader asks, confused. Consider them gifts. Your office seemed pretty bare last I was here. Figured you need more furniture, Fugaku says, placing the chairs down in front of the Hokage's desk while his genin shake their heads. Oh well, thank you. You were scheduled to be back some time ago. I imagine some complications arose during your assignment, Minato says, leaning forward. Yes. Due to unforeseen circumstances including the involvement of Chunin and Junin level ninja, the C-rank mission assigned to us escalated into an A-rank level assignment, Fugaku says, causing Minato's eyes to widen in shock. I see. Why is it you were unable to return to the village sooner to blacklist the mission requester? Because I took the decision to continue with and complete the mission, Fugaku says calmly. The fourth's eyes narrow. You chose to pursue an A-rank level mission with a team of genin, newly promoted at that. How could you be so irresponsible? The village leader asks, raising his voice in his last sentence. Fugaku doesn't flinch or show any emotion. Lord Hokage, Naruto says, directing the attention of everyone in the room to himself. It wasn't Fugaku-sensei's decision alone to continue with the mission. I was. Silence Naruto, Fugaku says, interrupting the blonde. The two of you as well, he says, glancing at his daughter and Ino, who also look ready to spring to his defense. He turns back to face Minato. I'm the Jonin commander of this squad. The decision to continue with the mission was mine and mine alone. Fugaku says calmly, his eyes locked with Minato's. The two stare at each other for what seems like an age to the other three in the room. The Hokage sighs, finally breaking eye contact with Team 12's leader to look at the genin. The three of you are dismissed. Excuse us, the village leader says. The three don't move, awaiting the instruction of their teacher. Leave, he says, giving it. Go home and get some rest. The three reluctantly leave the room, the only sound in the office being that of their feet. It is only when the door shuts and footsteps down the corridor are heard that words are spoken again in the office. Explain, Minato says. With Naruto, Ino and Satsuki. Do you guys think Sensei's in trouble? Ino asks worriedly, looking to her left at her teammates as they walk down the corridor. I don't know, Naruto says. There's nothing we can do about it. Elsewhere in the village, a man looks about himself nonchalantly, hands in his pockets. He is dressed in the standard attire for shinobi of the leaf. An obvious difference, however, is the navy mask on his face that hides the lower part of it. The only visible part of his face is his left eye, the right obscured by his headband titled over it, which also somewhat holds in place a shock of white spiky hair. Kakashi Hatake should be with his team of genin right now, but he isn't. A shadow clone is instead. One that no doubt took its time getting to his students. Instead, here he is standing in front of the fridge in someone else's home. A few items are here, including a few bowls of ramen and pasta. Unsurprising. He'd taken some time to examine the kick-then cabinets, and the individual who lives here has a clear fetish for these foods. He closes the fridge and walks back into the living room. He sits down on the sofa and lounges back, flipping out a bright orange book with the words, "Make Out Paradise," on the cover, opening it and quietly giggling to himself. Having already given himself a tour of the place, he'll make himself at home while he waits for his host to arrive. With Naruto. Naruto flies forward, jumping from tree to tree. He's not heading home. Not yet. He jumps down onto the ground in a clearing. His training ground. Once word had spread he was using this place, people quickly began to stay away from it. As a result, no one is ever here. He walks towards an isolated tree in the clearing, his surroundings filling him with nostalgia. He relishes the feel of the wind on this hot, clear day. He stands in front of the tree, which has grown to be very large. An inscription has been carved onto it. A single word. Growth. He runs his hand over the word. Every time he came here before, he ever had anyone, he left having grown. Grown just a little stronger, just a little more resilient. And when he found himself alone once again, this is where he came to grow once again. He'd spent many a night here. When he was younger and found himself not wanting to go home, this had been his shelter. His refuge. On warm and cold nights. On calm and stormy ones. Naruto sits down and leans back against the tree, sighing to himself and shutting his eyes. Hello, old friend. It's been a few weeks. Good to yawn cy. Naruto's head turns as he falls asleep. Hokage's office. Minato sits back, Fugaku having given him his full report, trying to process all this information. One word plagues his mind. Naruto. Naruto really did all that? He asks, staring at one spot on his desk, not looking up at Fugaku. He sure did, responds the Uchiha, who is now sitting back casually in one of the chairs he'd brought in. He looks at his childhood friend closely, seeing him deep in thought. Minato, I think you owe me an explanation. Fugaku says, causing the Hokage to look up at him. When you first told me to watch Naruto closely and report back to you, I thought it was because you simply wanted to be kept updated on his progress. Since you already have Kushina watching over your other 3 kids. But all I've seen from him and the way you're reacting to me telling you about his strength tells me you didn't know at all what your son is truly capable of, Fugaku says. Minato frowns and looks down again in response. That boy, I thought at first that his immense ability was because of you and Kushina training him. But after seeing more of him, I'm sure it isn't the case. He doesn't fight like either of you. He moves and strikes differently. Even his ninjutsu aren't the same as yours. It's like he was taught by someone else entirely. Tell me, Minato, why was Naruto not trained by you and Kushina? How is it that despite this he's likely the best genin in the entire village? And why is it you don't know what your own son is capable of? Fugaku asks. Minato stands up from his desk, turning and walking over to the window of his office, looking over the entire village. Thank you, Fugaku. You can leave now. The Uchiha patriarch frowns at this response. He stands up and departs without another word. Yamanaka clan compound. Ino gulps nervously as she sits in the living room of her home, watching her father sit in silence after having told him all about her mission. Inoichi stares at the ground, clenching his fists so tight his knuckles turn white. He stands up and makes his way out of the room. Tell your mother I'll be back in time for supper, he says, exiting. Wait, Daddy. Daddy, where are you going? Ino exclaims. Oh no, she says, putting her hands in her face. I should have just kept my mouth shut. Outside Naruto's apartment, Naruto walks towards the entrance to his apartment. The rays of the setting sun shining on him. He yawns, having woken up from his nap of a few hours not long ago. As he's about to open the gate, he notices fresh dirt on his welcome mat. He infuses chakra and senses it. A foreign chakra in his apartment. The blonde narrows his eyes and flips out a kunai. Uzumaki Namikaze clan compound. The members of the Uzumaki Namikaze family sit in silence as disbelief stuns them. Minato had arrived not long ago and informed them about Naruto being back in the village and the events that had transpired in the Land of Waves, namely Naruto going toe-to-toe with one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, defeating his closest accomplice and killing a crime boss to free an entire nation. Fugaku had also told him about the naming of the bridge, which he'd heard about from other travelers on the way back. No way. Big brother really did all that, Yayoi says in disbelief. She knew Naruto to be the weakest of his entire class, and yet here her father was telling her he faced one of the 7 ninja swordsmen and held his own. A feeling of pride swells up in her as she smiles. Big brother's stronger than before. How? Mito shakes her head in disbelief and recognizes the burn of a little jealousy. Naruto, the dead last, had faced one of the most feared men in the shinobi world and made a hero of himself. So there is more to her brother than she first thought. Menma scoffs to himself inwardly. No way. There's no way the dead last, the loser Naruto went toe-to-toe with one of the 7 ninja swordsmen and saved a whole nation. And yet here his father is saying he heard it from Sasuke's dad himself. Menma frowns. Perhaps it must have been chance, luck. Or perhaps not. So the loser's actually improved for the first time in his life, Menma chuckles inwardly. Naruto can enjoy doing something of note for once in his life, doesn't matter to him. He still doesn't compare to someone like Menma, who's the best damn genin in the whole village and the best leaf shinobi of his generation. I don't care what he did. He still doesn't hold a candle to me. Kushina's hair begins moving as though it has a life of its own as rage overtakes her. The others in the room, seeing what this means, grow nervous. Fought, you mean to tell me that bastard Fugaku put my baby boy in danger? Kushina exclaims. She begins to make a beeline for the door, intent on making her way to the Uchiha clan compound. Kushina, calm down, Minato says, standing in her way. Get out of my way, Minato. I'm gonna give that smug asshole what for, she yells, raising her fist. Minato gulps nervously at this. Calm down. I've already spoken to Fugaku. Naruto is perfectly fine and safe, nothing like this will ever happen again, Minato pleads. Kushina sighs deeply as her hair straightens out. All others in the house breath a collective sigh of relief, potential disaster having been averted. Uchiha clan compound. Come in, Fugaku utters. The sliding door of his office slides open. There stands Satsuki and Inoichi. Lord Inoichi, to see you, Dad, she says as the Yamanaka walks in. Inoichi closes the sliding door behind him and turns to Fugaku with a frown on his face. Fugaku is about to ask the Yamanaka to sit, but his guest speaks before he can. I think you know why I'm here, Inoichi says in a low, menacing tone. No, actually I don't, Fugaku responds calmly. Don't play dumb with me, Inoichi says, his voice rising. I'm not. I'd find no enjoyment in it. You pursued an A-rank mission with a team of newly promoted genin, Fugaku. You recklessly endangered the lives of your students. He says, now shouting. And this is your business because? Fugaku questions. It's my business because one of those genin is my daughter. The Yamanaka clan head responds. Fugaku takes a sip from his glass before speaking. Your daughter is a shinobi, Inoichi. She could die at any moment. If you're not prepared for that possibility, you never should have allowed her to become one, he says calmly. I am. What I'm not prepared for is the possibility of her losing her life because of the gross negligence of her own teacher. Inoichi yells. Fugaku gets up and walks towards the Yamanaka patriarch, standing face to face with him. Ino is my student and I'll protect her with my life. She might be your daughter, but she's my soldier. I'll order her as I see fit, Fugaku says, still as calm as when Inoichi first walked in. The blonde puts his finger on Fugaku's chest, clearly becoming more enraged. You listen here, pal, if anything happens to my daughter because of you all. You'll what? Fugaku says in a lower tone, his eyes narrowing and his face revealing real emotion for the first time in the interaction. Inoichi continues to frown but removes his finger from Fugaku's chest. Didn't you hear what I just said? I'm about to have dinner with my family, so unless you plan on joining us, leave. Fugaku says plainly. Inoichi scoffs and leaves, pushing the sliding door open and leaving it open as he departs. Inside Naruto's apartment, Kakashi feels the cold steel of a kunai knife press against his neck. It's about time, Kakashi says calmly, his eyes still glued to his book. Naruto takes the knife off, placing it back in his weapons pouch. Kakashi Hatake, how nice of you to clean your feet before breaking into my house. Naruto says menacingly. Naruto walks around the sofa to come face to face with the famed copy ninja, who continues reading his book a bit before looking up at Naruto as though there's nothing strange about the situation. What do you want? Naruto asks. That of the full moon and stars above is the only light visible. This coupled with the mist makes it difficult for Naruto to see. Sensei. The boy calls out to the figure dressed in white walking ahead of him. The figure continues to walk, his words seemingly not registering. Sensei. The blonde boy calls out as he gives chase, seeing the figure immersed in mist, only the outline of its silhouette being visible. He runs, the figure somehow eluding him despite its calm walk compared to his sprint. He emerges from the mist and looks behind himself to see it completely gone along with the trees and forestry of before. The full moon and stars still hang in the clear sky as he stands in a deserted street. He looks ahead once again at the figure, now hooded in black rather than the white from before, which has now come to a stop. Sensei. Naruto repeats, his voice now laced with uncertainty. The figure turns, its face hidden in the shadow cast by its hood, the only visible part being a single eye with 3 atomo pattern around its pupil, glowing a fierce red in the darkness. The figure pulls off its hood, revealing the face of a boy, likely in his early teen years. His jet black hair is tied back in a low ponytail and his face is framed by center-parted bangs that extend to his chin. Long pronounced tear troughs adorn his face and sit beneath his eyes, which bear the same tomo pattern and glowing red. The boy puffs his cheeks and brings his head back before bringing it forward and opening his mouth, releasing a large fireball. The orange ball of flame lights up the alley as it cannons toward Naruto. The blonde boy can only let out a blood-curdling scream as the flame meets his body. Naruto sits up suddenly in his bed, gasping for air. The blonde places his hand on his forehead, feeling it wet to the touch with sweat, all the while attempting to steady his breathing. He lays back once again, not closing his eyes, afraid of what his mind might show him. He's been having the same dream for years now, and yet he never seems to get used to it. It always has the same effect on him. He stares at the white ceiling of his bedroom, his breathing finally under control as he attempts to steer his mind away from its current state and let it drift to other thoughts. Flashback. Hey Naruto. It's been a while, Kakashi says casually. I never even got to congratulate you for becoming a ninja. Naruto clenches his jaw, trying to keep calm met with the sight before him, a man breaking into his home and trying to be friendly with him. What can I help you with? Naruto responds. Kakashi glances down at his book for a few seconds, looking back up this time at the view of the village visible through the glass, rooftops littering the horizon and the stone faces of the village leaders visible in the far distance. Since when haven't you been living with your family? Kakashi questions. Naruto resists the urge to scoff at this. Of course. This is the reason for Kakashi's visit. Did the Hokage send you here? The blonde boy asks, crossing his arms. No, Sensei doesn't know I'm here, the masked shinobi says, taking note of the boy's wording. You haven't answered my question, Kakashi utters. You broke into my home. I'm not under obligation to answer anything from you, Naruto retorts. The pair of blue eyes and single black eye in the room stare into one another for a few moments of silence. If you want to speak with me, you approach me like a normal person. You knock on the door. This is disrespect I won't stand for. Get out, Naruto coldly says, pointing at door. Kakashi's body language remains relaxed, his lone visible eye not betraying a single emotion. All right, he says, standing up, I can tell you're in a bad mood. You've clearly had a long day. I'll come back some other time, Kakashi says, looking at the boy who stares right back at him. Those eyes, the masked shinobi says to himself, staring into the blonde boy's cerulean orbs, eyes that behind a cold blank stare he could tell held both sadness and anger. Sadness and paranoia akin to that of an abused stray animal that trusted nothing and no one. A kind of fear that revealed itself in territorial and defensive behavior like that on display now. Anger and rage akin to nothing he could say he'd seen before. Nothing as deep as the black pits of those irises. Have a good night now, Kakashi says, throwing up a two-fingered salute before a cloud of smoke bursts from his position, only momentarily remaining present before dissipating, revealed the Jonin to be gone. Naruto places his hands in his pockets, staring at the spot that Kakashi had been standing on for a few seconds before turning and walking to the large glass screen of his living room. He looks out over the roof-littered horizon, seeing the famed great stone faces and the red tower of the Hokage in the distance and narrowing his eyes. Flashback end. Naruto pulls open the sliding door of his bedroom balcony, the sound of the hawk that had been on it having cut through and interrupted his thoughts. He bends over and picks up the green scroll, examining it, before pulling it open and reading it in the light of the rising sun. Morning Naruto, I wanted to let you know that you have the next few days off in light of recent events. Use them wisely, for rest and recovery. I'll be letting you know when we'll be meeting up again. Fugaku. Naruto breathes a heavy sigh, leaning back against his sliding door looking out at the golden morning sun, creeping up on the horizon, the darkness of the night sinking away from the edges of the sky. Some time to train alone will indeed be relished. His fights against Zabuza and Haku have made him appreciate more that he has a long road to walk to his desired level of strength. He'd been able to defeat the ice user and her jutsu due to going into that state, something that for the time being, for his safety and that of his comrades, he can't rely on. Uchiha clan compound. Sasuke lays in his bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind on the same set of thoughts, the return of his father and Satsuki and the circumstances of their mission. Flashback. Sasuke stands across from Menma's older brother. The noise of his classmates ringing throughout the grounds. Go Sasuke. Teach that loser a lesson. Kick his ass. Sasuke watches as Menma's brother stands across for him, awaiting the order of Iruka, his body tensing, his opponent not even into a battle stance either. Ready, go. Iruka calls out. A few seconds pass. One moment the two boys are standing across from one another, the next Naruto is laying on his back on the ground, with Sasuke gripping the scruff of his collar and a fist cocked back at the ready. A shocked silence falls over the grounds in contrast to the noise of a few seconds ago. Then a few whispers and murmurs call out in surprise. Whoa, so fast. Just like I thought. Sasuke looks at the blonde boy beneath him, narrowing his eyes. He didn't flinch or tense for a moment when I came at him, he says inwardly, the whole time, and even now his body is completely relaxed. Not an ounce of fear or anxiety, Sasuke muses as he stares into the blonde boy's eyes, his breathing still level. Those eyes, as he becomes entranced staring into those ice-cold orbs. Naruto raises his eyebrow. Hey, it's over. Get off. He utters plainly. Flashback end. Sasuke opens his eyes once again met with the ceiling. I was right about you. The Uchiha jumps out of his bed. He'll have to confirm his suspicions and all he's heard himself. Village center. That really happened. No way. Kiba exclaims looking at his best friend with disbelief. That's what Dad said, Menma responds looking ahead while walking with his hands in his pockets. It must be some sort of mistake. Nearly none of it sounds right. Ino's never been all that serious about being a ninja. Just about decent. But Naruto's hopeless. That loser was lucky to even graduate. How could he beat someone Satsuki couldn't and take on a Jonin-level ninja on his own? Kiba says, shaking his head in disbelief. No idea. Maybe Sasuke's father. Menma looks down while walking, unable to even find the words he thought he had. Nonsense. All of it, I'm tellin' ya. If Naruto is strong enough to fight a Jonin, then I'm ready to be Hokage, Kiba laughs. Menma looks up at his friend as they both chuckle. I don't believe it. Even if it's true, I still wouldn't care. He scoffs. Enough about him. Menma looks around and smiles, waving at the villagers as they smile at him, murmurs flowing through the crowded center. It's Lord Hokage's heir, the fourth son. Say, is that? Kiba points ahead to a figure in the crowd. Menma looks to where his friend's finger is pointing and it takes him a few moments to realize who it is. He looks at Kiba as they smirk at each other. See you later, bro, Menma yells as he runs ahead. Team 12 training ground. Ino and her sensei stand across from one another in silence. The messenger hawk that had woken her up this morning had told her to report for duty as normal. She'd done so only to find she is the only one of her teammates present. The reason I asked you here today and not your teammates is because what I have to say directly concerns you, Fugaku says, the usual stern expression on his face. Ino groans inwardly. Damn it, Dad. What did you do? Sensei, if this is about Fugaku holds his hand up, silencing the Yamanaka. I called you here today to let you know I'll be training you for the next few days separately whilst your teammates rest, Fugaku says. You're well aware that you're the weakest member of your squad, I'm sure, the Uchiha continues. Ino's head lowers as she hears the words knowing them to be true. The extent to which this is true, however, is not acceptable. Your physical condition is unacceptable. Your muscles, strength and stamina are not good enough. And besides the Singluar water-style jutsu you've managed to master, the only jutsu that would be of real use in a combat situation against any competent shinobi would be that of your clan, the mind transfer technique, which considering its implications I'm labeling as a last resort, Fugaku continues as Ino's fists clench, her head still down and eyes hidden. Naruto's feats speak for themselves and I trained Satsuki myself so I know she would have been able to defeat the demon brothers alone. The same can't be said for you however. The reality is Ino, you're simply not a good enough shinobi. At the level you're at now you'll simply be a liability instead of an asset to your teammates. On every assignment they take, though they might not say anything, they'll have it on the back of their minds that they have to worry about you holding them back. In future that could even endanger their lives, the Uchiha watches as the floor in front of Ino becomes stained with drops as she desperately tries to stop her trembling, head still down. That's why I'm going to go hard on you. I'm going to put you through the most grueling training you've ever endured. And I need you to be ready for it. Not just for your own sake but that of your teammates, the clan leader says. Ino stays silent, now visibly shaking. Yes sensei, the blonde chokes out. Team 7 training ground. The boy slams into the ground on his back. A foot rests atop his chest. Sasuke wins. Nice work, Kakashi says casually. Way to go Sasuke. Better try Hisa, his female student shouts, standing alongside him. Sasuke takes his foot off of his opponent's chest, it seeming as though his sensei and teammates' words haven't even registered. Damn it, I'm wasting my time here, playing with weaklings when I could be. Hisatoru jumps to his feet, brushing the footprint off of the front of his black tracksuit with the white leaf insignia on the right side of the chest, then brushing the dust out of his spiky black hair. Lucky that time emo boy, the brown-eyed boy scoffs. For the third time in a row. Yeah right loser, Sasuke responds. His teammate frowns. Wanna go? He challenges. I've already wiped the floor with you enough for my taste. Sasuke responds as he starts to walk away. Before he can, however, a hand grips him by his blue collar. Think you're better than me? Hisatoru questions. No, I know I am, Sasuke says, grabbing his teammate's own collar. They frown at each other, fists clenched at the ready. They let go of each other, hands clutching at their heads, as they hunch over, a sizable bump appears on each one. Do the two of you ever stop, damn it? Kaori angrily shouts, fists raised over their heads. Kakashi sighs watching the scene unfold. The uncertainty over allowing his team to compete in the exam strong as ever. Forget about competing against other teams, the two boys would sooner spend their time beating each other up and Kaori trying to separate them. Village center. Satsuki walks down the fairly crowded street, a plastic bag in hand. She considers taking to the rooftops to get home quicker but opts not to. Well, if it isn't the most stunning girl on the planet, an all too familiar voice cuts through her thoughts. Satsuki turns to see Menma standing alongside her, his smiling face red with a blush. Hi Satsuki, Menma says, hands behind his back so he doesn't fiddle awkwardly with them. Hello, she responds, plainly looking him over a bit, his heart skipping a beat as they lock eyes. Where ya off to? He asks, now walking alongside her. Home, she responds. Let me walk you home, he responds, the smile still firmly plastered on his face. Shouldn't you be with your team? She questions, raising her eyebrow. He flicks his hand in a dismissive motion. Don't worry about it, I'm right where I should be, he says, raising his eyebrows looking at the Uchiha. She shakes her head and looks ahead as the two walk alongside one another. Team 12 training ground. Ino yells out in pain as she flies through the air and rolls across the ground before coming to a stop and laying in a heap, her clothes torn in some places. Fugaku pinches the bridge of his nose and sighs in frustration. What the hell has Inoichi been doing? He watches as his student, with her palms to the ground, tries to get up and fails. His eyes move from her as his head turns to the Anbu Black Op who's just arrived. Lord Fugaku, Lord 4th Hokage summons you, the masked shinobi speaks. Fugaku raises an eyebrow. Minato. Is the blonde finally ready to give him some answers? He turns to see Ino with her head raised, still not off the ground, a bruise on her left cheek. If I'm not back in an hour, feel free to head home. Until then, work on some training of your own, he says before disappearing in a poof of smoke, the Anbu shinobi following suit. The Yamanaka heiress looks around for a bit to make sure her Jonin instructor is really gone before letting her head fall and rest against the ground, gasping for air. Hokage Tower, Hokage's office. He actually looked me in the eye and said that to me. Inoichi exclaims, looking around the room at Minato, who sits at his desk, Shikaku, who sits across from the village leader in one of two seats, and Choza, who is leaning against the wall to the right with his arms crossed. The room is silent for a few moments before Shikaku chuckles a bit, shaking his head. Of course he did. It's Fugaku. What did you expect? The Nara head asks. Anyway, what are you gonna do? Fight him? Choza asks, looking at his friend with a smirk on his face. Flashback. Ready. The Chunin Academy instructor stands with his hand raised in the air as the two boys stand across from another. Go, he shouts. Seconds pass before Inoichi is on his back, his head turned to the side, having received a hard right hook. Cheers erupt from a number of the other academy students. Winner. Fugaku Uchiha, the instructor announces. Go, the instructor shouts. Inoichi runs forward, intent on not letting his opponent get the first in this time. He throws a punch only for Fugaku to sidestep it with ease, spinning his body and sweeping his opponent's legs out from underneath him with one of his own. Inoichi lands on his back, his opponent grabbing one of his feet still in the air. Fugaku flips the blonde boy onto his stomach using his leg and begins to twist his ankle. Ah! The Yamanaka wails in pain, slapping the ground with his palm in surrender. Winner. Fugaku Uchiha, the instructor announces. The two boys stand across from one another with the instructor watching, hand raised in the air at the ready. Not today, you're not, Inoichi muses, his hands behind his back. Fugaku narrows his eyes in suspicion at this. Go, the instructor orders. Inoichi removes his hands from behind him, holding them in a triangle formation out in front of him. Mind transfer jutsu, he shouts. His subconscious leaves his body, making a beeline for the Uchiha. That's, Fugaku muses, recognizing the technique from his hours of studying. The boy jumps to the side, successfully averting the jutsu, his opponent's subconscious missing him. He runs forward, his opponent's eyes having rolled into the back of his head as his body slumps and falls onto its knees. Hey, wait, he's already Fugaku shouts, drowning out the instructor's voice as the fist he'd cocked back flies through the air and slams square into the unconscious Yamanaka's face, laying him out onto his back. Flashbacks end. Chuckles and giggles fill the Hokage's office, all in the room except Inoichi laughing. The Yamanaka looks around the room at his childhood friends, a deadpan expression on his face. This isn't funny, Inoichi angrily exclaims, only for the giggles in the room to turn to full-on laughter. Remember when he used that fire-style jutsu to set his hair alight? Ahahaha. Choza guffaws, Shikaku and Minato joining him. This is serious. Inoichi once again yells, he's a loose cannon. This is only his first mission as the Jonin commander of a genin squad. Who knows what else he could pull? He can't be trusted with subordinates, Minato, and that's why I'm requesting you reassign Ino to a different squad. The mood in the room turns stoic. I'm here as a father. Satsuki is Fugaku's student and daughter, so I can't speak for her, and Naruto is not only your subordinate as the Hokage but your son, so whatever decision you take regarding him is yours alone to take. But I'm committed to protecting Ino, which is why I'm here with this request. Minato sits back looking at Inoichi in thought. What a drag. Shikaku sighs, Inoichi, your position is understood, but you know Minato can't just. You know, Minato interrupts the Nara head. Apologies, he says, gesturing to Shikaku for interrupting him before turning to Inoichi and continuing. It's funny you mention Fugaku because, Minato himself is interrupted this time by the sound of the door opening without a knock. Fugaku walks in. He looks to the right and sees Choza. The two nod at each other in acknowledgement. He walks forward, turning to Inoichi, who frowns at him, not attempting at all to hide his feelings towards the Uchiha. Fugaku simply stares back blankly, walking past the Yamanaka and sitting down in one of two seats in front of Minato's desk, the other occupied by Shikaku. Old friend, Shikaku says, shaking the Uchiha's hand before he turns to Minato. What's up? Fugaku asks, sitting back casually. Minato nods at both Shikaku and Choza, who nod back. The Nara stands up and leaves the room with the Akamichi without a word. The door closes and only once the sound footsteps as faint as Minato address the two remaining men. Inoichi being here when I sent for you is actually convenient. Because he's relevant to what I want to discuss with you. Fugaku raises an eyebrow, listening intently. A few weeks ago a Chunin Academy instructor attempted to steal the forbidden scroll of seals and defect from the village with it. Naruto's training ground. An explosion rings throughout the forest, birds taking to the skies as a ball of wind-style charka erupts into a spinning sphere after ripping through several trees. Naruto stands in the clearing of his training ground, his arms forward and palms out, panting as he examines the handiwork of his most powerful jutsu. His mastery of the technique has grown. But it's still nowhere near perfect. His sensei was capable of forming them faster and with one hand. Naruto brings his arms down staring at the palms of his hands. Then again Akasada's affinity and mastery over wind-style jutsu was unprecedented. Borderline superhuman. Would such a thing be possible for him? His thoughts are interrupted as he senses another chakra in the area clearly heading straight for his training ground. Sasuke Uchiha. What could he want? He frowns. Is this visitor thing becoming a trend? With Menma and Satsuki, the pair stand in front of the Uchiha clan compound. Well, here we are, Menma says awkwardly looking over at the Uchiha girl. It was great seeing you again, he says, a wide grin on his face. Maybe we can get together again soon, Menma says. Don't push it, Satsuki says walking off towards her home. Didn't say no, Menma says inwardly, pumping his fist into the air in front of him repeatedly. Upon closer inspection Satsuki must admit Menma is attractive. Not as much as his brother, certainly, but attractive nonetheless. Naruto's training ground. Sasuke jumps down into the clearing. He looks out at the training ground everyone in the village avoids and sees him. The blonde boy stands there, clad in all black, staring right back at him. He walks forward until he's sure he is within earshot but still a fair distance away. The two stand across from each other in silence, the trees shaking in the wind being the only sound that fills the clearing. Sasuke casts a glance behind the subject of his interest and his eyes widen as he sees the other end of the clearing, some of the trees there shredded and ripped apart, laying in a row that comes to a stop at what appears to be a pit in the ground. What kind of jutsu could have done that? He looks back at the boy who stands staring at him, still not having said a word. The Uchiha boy finally speaks. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. I've come to see your true power. Fight me. With Hisatoru. He closes the door to his apartment behind him and walks forward. He unzips his jacket, tossing it onto the floor and tossing himself onto his sofa, kicking off his black sandals and laying his head back in his hands with his eyes closed and sighs. So how is everything proceeding? Hisatoru opens one eye to see an elderly man standing across the room. He has black spiky hair and one visible brown eye, much like Hisatoru himself. His right eye is concealed by bandages wrapped around his head. He is dressed in a long-sleeved white top, a cane in his left hand and a black robe concealing his right arm and shoulder completely. Hisatoru looks back up at the ceiling before closing his eyes. Great, he responds. The tapping of the old man's cane echoes throughout the room, followed by the shuffling of him seating himself in the opposite sofa. So you've gained the trust of your teammates then? The old man asks. Hisatoru chuckles. Yeah, they trust me. Hee. Hisatoru chuckles, his eyes still closed as Danzo raises his lone visible eyebrow at the tone of the only one of his subordinates who refuses to bow in his presence. Well, in any event, there's something important we must discuss. Mizuki. It appears he attempted to steal the forbidden scroll of seals, likely for his master. He failed and has been arrested. Danzo says. Hisatoru chuckles in response. Huh, you don't say. So that's why. I was wondering why he'd disappeared off the face of the earth, the boy says. Why is this important to us? Isn't Mizuki the snake's boy? Hisatoru questions. That is true. But he is privy to vital information concerning Orochimaru's operations. In order to protect said information, Orochimaru has enlisted our help. Which we will provide, of course, once sufficient reward has been given, Danzo responds to the boy. He's currently being held at the Hidden Leaf Strict Correctional Facility in solitary confinement and under regular interrogation. Our contact inside the facility, when the time comes, will assist you in getting in, but his skills in infiltration and assassination are nowhere near those of yours. I need you on standby and ready at a moment's notice to act. He must be silenced before he can say the wrong things. Assuming he hasn't already. Danzo says. Hisatoru sits up and looks at Danzo. The Hidden Leaf Strict Correctional Facility. A correctional facility housing hardened criminal shinobi. A place where the worst of the worst go. He smacks his hands together and licks his lips. Some fun. Sure thing, old man. Just say the word, Hisatoru says, smiling giddily. Danzo looks around the room. Now to make sure you're keeping that head sharp. Where's your shogi set? The elderly man asks. Hisatoru groans in response.